Enemy spotted. Oh no.
Okay.
Hold up.
My.
Mi bomba.
Eight years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For intense battle royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here, so put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
And welcome to PAS5 Game Show with me, Porosaurus, and then joining me today are going to be three of our favorite players in North America to work with. It's going to be Mr. Sparking, Mr. Sharpshot, and of course, Mr. Snakers. Guys, are you ready to determine who is the smartest among the three of you? Sparking?
Let's do it.
Sharpshot, you good?
Let's get it, baby.
Snakers, you're the college man. I got my money riding on you, bro.
I'm ready, man. Let's get started.
All right, question number one. Who won PGC 2019? And you get bonus points if you can name the roster. Let's see what the correct answer is. It is Gen G.
Damn.
And the bonus answer, Esther, Pio, Taman, or Loki. Sparking, what'd you get, bud?
Yeah, I got Genji, Pio, Loki, but I put Unix in Aqua 5. I forgot Unix didn't want that one.
Sharpshot?
Man, I got Genji, Pio, Loki. I was this close to putting in Esther, but I didn't put him in.
Ooh, so far a tie there between Sparking and Sharp. Snakers.
I got Genji and I got Pio and Onyx, which I was wrong. Taman and Loki.
Ooh, he got Taman
Got the
and
Taman.
Loki. So Snakers taking the lead by just the smallest of margins. Let's go to question number two. Name the three new gun progressive skins based on Greek mythology. The answer is the Minotaur, the Medusa, and Cerberus. Sparking, how many of those did you get?
I got the Albion Minotaur, Viril Medusa, M249 Cerberus.
Ooh, so you got all three then. Okay, Sharpshot, what you got?
Man, I didn't get anything. I knew it was an AUG and M249. I just didn't know the name.
Snakers, how about you?
I'm not a big skin guy, but I just got Medusa.
Okay, so Sparking playing a little bit of catch up right now. Let's go to question number three. In squads, what weapon takes the longest to destroy a BRDM? And a bonus, how many shots does it take? The answer is the Scorpion, and it takes 500 shots.
Oh.
Did anybody get the Scorpion?
Nope.
I did not.
Nobody did. Sparking, how many shots did you guess?
I got P922, 750 shots.
Ooh, 750. Sharpshot?
But I went lower. I went 260 shots.
260. Snakers.
I said 400 shots.
400, that's actually the closest. So we're gonna give you a little bit of bonus points on that. So let's go to question number four. Who was crowned the MVP of PGC 2024? The answer is Clories.
Yeah.
Sharpshot, you clearly guessed Clories.
Oh, yeah. I got
How about
Glorious.
you, Snakers?
I kind of remember the roster that won, but I threw out my boy Duck Chews.
Sparking, did you get it?
Nope.
So that's 1 point going over to Sharpshot. Question number five. How many kills did the Sonics get in the finals of PAS Series 4? The answer is 109. We will go with points to whoever's closest. Sparking, what you got?
I got close. I got 69. I just missed one number.
Six. Sharpshot,
I got 124.
124. That's pretty close. Jake, Snakers,
I got 131.
131, and Sharpshot is gonna be the closest. Well, we are going now to question number the 6th. How many snowballs do you spawn in with on Vikendi? Who knows? Hopefully you do, chat. The answer is 20. Sparking, what you got?
I got 20.
20? He nails it dead on. Snakers?
I got 20 as well.
Sharp shot.
20 all around.
These guys know this game inside and out. Well, we are gonna go now to question number 7. Back at PUBG Global Invitational 2018 in Berlin, how many points would a team get for a win? What is the answer? 500 points for a win. We'll go closest here. Sparkin, what'd you get?
I knew it was some big number, but I was not sure. I put 1,000.
Just about a little bit too much. Sharp shot.
I got 200.
200. Snakers, what'd you get?
My memory also failed me, but I got 365. So
365. So Snakers is going to be the closest. So Snakers gets points off of that one. But as it stands, Snakers in the lead with 8 points. Sparking in second with 7. And Sharp Shot right there with 6. Everybody with a shot at the championship going into the final rounds of play. That's exactly where you want to be. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with round 2 of the game show here on PAS 5.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome, my friends. It is time for the grand final of PAS. Today, we determine who's going to the big show at PGS, as well as who walks away with some sweet, sweet PGC points, as well as cash in their pockets. My name is Tavis. I'm joined by the Porosaurus and Godspeed FPS, though we don't call you that nearly enough. Welcome, gentlemen. We'll come back around to break down some action, but first I want to walk through the housekeeping, you guys, what it looked like, the process of getting here. It started in a group stage, went to a last chance qualifier, and at the end of the day, the top 16 teams are standing here to battle it out. But what are they battling for? They're battling for cash money, $50,000 on this prize pool, $12,000 going to the top, $600 to the bottom, and everything spread out in between. But that's not all the goods. The good juicy juice is actually the PGC points. You walk away here at the end. You got 200 of those for first place, second and third, all the way down to 16th. But it's not really just about the points. You also want to get that bid to PGS. Yes, Falcons has an automatic bid as a global partner team, but the top 3 teams who are not the Falcons will get to go to PGS and state their claim that they are the best in the world. All right, now that we know what the PGC points are, let's take a look at the winners from day 1 as I get Poro and Godspeed back in here to talk about day 1. Poro, look at this board.
I mean, the story of day 1 was Latin America teams, wasn't it? And in particular, it was Toyo. 3 wins. They looked like they were on fire. They were rolling. El Proyecto was right on their tails, but it was definitely Toyo's leaderboard to lose. And that's how it was looking going into day 2. But what happened once we got to day 2, Godspeed?
Pull it up.
Well, day 2 changed things just a little bit, but it was just a tad, but it was Falcons, it was Liquid, but the important thing is it was still Latin America. Latin America absolutely has shown up in this grand finals more so than they have in any other grand finals regionally. I think as a region, we've obviously had a couple teams, you know, in the outliers doing really well, but this time, I mean, it seems like that region is just on fire as we have combined.
Right. I mean, I showed up and was like, damn, these guys are incredible. All right, let's look at the let's look at the grand final. Okay, so this is a fun, let's make that full screen so you guys can see the beautiful colors. This is to kind of help you at home understand what the hunt is all about. I'm going to start with you, Godspeed, because I think you actually did the homework and helped set this up. So explain it to me.
Yeah, so I mean, the teams that are most likely to qualify, you could even add Bestia into that, in that top 4, because there are only 3 spots, right? Falcons are a shoo-in, they're the GPT team, and then you have the teams that are in the race for qualification, right? Bestia, Toyo, Alcacia, Wujutu. I mean, Toyo won 3, we saw it, 3 of those games in day 1, but you know, they're still in 5th place, they're in the chase, and then you have Falcons, the GPT team, who I still think can push into the top 4, and then our top 3, and then you have the Chaos Bringers, right? You have LG, Gooners, Empire. These guys can throw a wrench in any of the team's game.
All right, and then on the bottom, on the right side, is the teams that could be agents of chaos, right? And Poro, that is something you have to worry about on the last day.
Yeah, well, okay, so you got to look at the thing as an entire lobby too, right? Now, you got Team Liquid, very experienced. They're sitting in first place. They've been here before. They desperately want to get to PGS. They want to make sure that they have another shot at that international spot. But you look at teams like El Proyecto working in silence, even Bestia, Toyo. I would even throw Alcacia in there. These are teams that don't often find themselves in a position of being in the lead going into the final day, right? Usually they're the ones that are chasing. And what I worry about is that we'll see them try to play safe, try to hold on to their lead, try to make sure that they get everybody to the end game, and just change up their play style that got them here, and we'll start seeing them drop down the leaderboard. That right side of the leaderboard are all extremely capable teams. You look at Luminosity. I mean, we could even throw Team Falcons into that, right? Like, they had a terrible first day, but yesterday they had a 50+ point day. And if they put that again together here today, it's going to make things a lot more complicated for these teams up at the top that are in the chase.
Now, if it is all about how you're performing day to day, let's take a look real quick at how our teams have averaged point-wise in their final days of performance, because it has been very back and forth for some of these teams. Like Godspeed, you guys mentioned Toyo, for instance, and then Falcons, who have just had huge up and downs in terms of what they're getting. Take a look at this and walk me through some of these teams that have been really rubber banding.
Yeah, so I mean, Liquid just solid as hell, right?
Model.
Super
Yep.
consistent, just
Yep,
model. El
always.
Proyecto, even though we do see a 10.7 to 6.7 drop, they were still finding points where they needed to. They didn't pop off as hard as they did, but they were still consistent. Working in silence again, another really super consistent team. Bestia did not have the worst first day, but they definitely cleaned it up on the second day. We saw them wrapping circle a lot more. We saw them getting in a lot more engagements, and most importantly, I mean, they were just farming a lot of the teams around them when they were holding their position. Toyo again started off so strong with 3 wins in day 1, but in day 2 they really struggled to find their footing, and in the end games they were kind of getting sandwiched multiple times in game. I think it was 3 or 4. And then Falcons, I mean, they just had a poor performance in day 1, right? We know their team, we know their coach, we knew that they were going to come back strong, and that's exactly what they did, and I expect more of that going into today as well.
Poro, do you think there's any advantage to being one of these, like a rubber? So the rubber band teams have a higher upside than some of these consistency teams. Going into today, do you want to be a rubber band team, or do you want to be a consistency, 8.5 kind of vibe?
I would much rather be consistent, right? Like, because you talk about a team like Bestia, right? Yesterday, 2 wins on the day. You can see that massive point swing from the 5.2 to 10.7, but you can't rely on getting 2 wins in a day to make sure you secure your spot, right? I would rather have that consistency and going into the final 2 games of the day on Erangel, be within, 15 points, striking distance of getting to that spot, because otherwise you're just hoping and praying that you get a little bit of luck and you find yourself in a position to get a big win with a lot of kills, and nobody wants to be in that spot.
That makes sense. Let's take a look back at that overall colored leaderboard one more time, because I want you guys to be able to look at it as I ask you for your prediction. Who do you think is our winner at the end of the day today, Poro?
I don't see Team Liquid giving up on this, man. I really don't. Like, the consistency has been there, and they haven't really shown any signs of slowing down. Godspeed, we'll talk about it later, I'm sure, but he has noticed a small change in Liquid's play style that might be making a big difference, but we'll get into that later. But El Proyecto working in silence, I just worry that they haven't, even though they have very experienced players, I worry that they haven't been together as a team long enough to know how to approach a situation like this in the final day, have those toms, and be able to play that aggressive play style and keep playing that same play style and not play afraid, not play like you're wanting to, you're scared of losing your spot.
Yeah. All right, Godspeed, you have a couple seconds here. What is your team do you think ends in first place?
Very quickly, I think Team Liquid will most likely be the team, but I also predict that Falcons will sneak into the top 4.
Yeah.
Ooh, I love that idea. So the prediction is strong Liquid, sneaky Falcons. Let's see what happens. Just like, you got to stick around for a second, because we want you to see what happens in our latest game show. Name that thing!
Hello, everybody. Welcome once again to PAS 5. My name is Porosaurus. Joining me once again is going to be the Talent All-Star team of Toffees, Gibson, and Godspeed. But this time it is a battle royale, a battle to the finish to determine who will come out on top in our game show. Name that thing. And we are going to get started right off the bat with Gibson. Round 1 is going to be guns. So Gibson, here is your gun.
Oh, it's a FAMAS.
Oh,
It's a FAMAS! And now we are gonna throw it over to Godspeed. What gun is this?
Oh man, could it be a P90? P90 is it a?
Is the answer PPPP90? Yes, indeed it is. Toffees, what gun is this?
That's a QBZ.
Oh, what a chad.
Can I see QBZ? Oh, I'm sorry, Toffees. Gibson, what is the name of that vehicle?
Real name, not the nickname.
I'm hearing nickname works.
The buying bus. It's the buying bus.
Can I see the bus? The answer is the van.
The van.
Oh no.
When they said nickname, they meant van.
Hold on. One moment.
Names count.
Yes, in fact, Gibson will be getting a point. Godspeed. Here is your vehicle. Name that vehicle.
Hold on, give me a second. BRDM.
BRDM. Can I see BRDM on the big board? Yes, we can. Toffees, how well do you know your vehicles, Toffees?
Actually,
Hold on. It's a coupe.
Can I see coupe?
Food truck.
It is a food truck. This is team logos. Gibson, this is your logo. Who is that team?
You know, it might be a Falcons logo. I'm not sure.
There it is, Falcons.
Ah.
This is going to be a tough one. This is a real head scratcher, Godspeed. I want you to take your time with this.
I do feel a little pressured right now. So does this show, do we have lifelines? Can I call a friend? Is that?
We do not. I don't have any friends, so I refuse to let you call them.
I'm going to go Team Liquid.
Indeed it is. Good job. So, Toffees, what team is this logo from?
Oh, white.
Yeah.
No, that's my guess. Samsung white.
It is actually not. It is going to be Bestia. Gibson,
Oh no, I'm gonna be so mad at
which player is this? It is a tough one.
I see confetti, so this player's definitely won something.
Depends on who you ask.
And I see curly hair. Tiggleton, I think. Isn't that what they call him?
I think it's Toggleton.
Wait, is that? We're gonna go with Tiggleton. And
Yeah.
Tiggleton, the final answer. Indeed, it is Tiggleton.
He is ripped in that picture.
Look at the absolute weaponry that man has. He is yoked like an oxen. Godspeed. It is your turn. Who is this a
I
picture
feel
of?
like, is it maybe Shrimzy? I'm gonna final answer. Lock it in.
Shrimzy. Can we see? Is it Shrimzy? In fact, it is Shrimzy. Toffees, you have one final chance here. Who is this player?
Well, that's interesting. Okay.
Okay. In fact, I'm going to make this one worth 10 points if you can get this correct.
Purdy Curdy.
You're going with Purdy Curdy. Is it Purdy Curdy?
It's me! That is my nose! I thought you'd never be that vain! Ah, genius.
I knew the answer. So do I get the 10? Like how does that distribution work?
Sure, why not? I say, you know what? You don't get anything you don't ask for. But good job from Gibson and our champion that I've decided is going to be Godspeed after he gets the 10 points.
Thanks.
Nice!
Guys, thank you so much for joining us on this one. Chat, I hope you had fun. We know we had fun, but we are getting ready to go into more PAS 5, so don't go anywhere. The grand final is kicking back off once again right now.
Oh my god.
That was ridiculous. I gotta bring everybody in here, so we're gonna go ahead and open it up to Cameron and Gibson too to talk about that. And I want to open by saying, Godspeed, I was impressed that you were able to make that bed after being dragged out of it 3 minutes apparently before you went on screen.
I just want to know what homeless person did they call in to sub in for me. That's all yeah. That's crazy work. Crazy work.
Gibson, 4 points. You're pretty good. I think you guessed Tiggleton. Like I do think maybe those biceps were photoshopped though. I'm just gonna say.
Why is his head so small in that photo? Like,
You're one to talk.
I don't know what it was, but I was robbed. I want to talk more about the fact that Poro robbed me. I got every question right. And Poro's like, yeah, Godspeed. I know you longer. You get 10 extra points. Like, what's that about?
True.
What's that? Can't have the European coming in and everything.
He's complaining about how he was treated in that game.
Yeah. Look, we give you
Garbage to
harder
determine who gets
questions.
the points, all right?
That's fair. All right, so I'll tell you, okay, that's enough of this. I want to get an actual take from these two knuckleheads before we take the camera back for them. So real quick, you two, talk about something important, interesting, or awesome.
From like the game show or PUBG?
I don't know. Live your life, man.
Whatever you want, bro.
Dude, your job is guiding us through these questions. You can't just
Minus 10
roll
points
off
for
an
Cameron.
open court like
Thank you.
Minus 10 DKP. Minus 10
understand.
DKP. Gibson, who wins this event?
Oh, liquid. Esoy liquid. You know, Vi liquid. Whatever you want to say. I'm a big liquid fan. I think they're going to get this one over the line.
Cameron, would you like to agree with him?
I mean, they're already in the lead, so statistically they do have the highest chance. But also, they were the best team from our region last year, so I mean, it's a pretty fair guess there. But I'm gonna disagree. It's gotta be El Proyecto. They're sending it to the top.
There it is. I was waiting for it. There it is.
coming.
All right, we got it. Everything is normal.
All right, get out of here, you two. You'll have more than enough time to talk soon. I'd send you out. Cameron's gonna be like, no, not out. All right, welcome back Okay, first off, Poro, you're a butthead. That was a great segment, though. You got me pretty good on that one. Who would have expected my own nose?
Definitely not you. That's
Not
for
me.
sure.
Definitely not me.
That's why I got 10 more points.
How can you not? It's so. He said player in my defense. Let's take a look at the maps for today. We're starting in the Dusty Dunes. We're ending in the Chaos Pastures of Erangel. Little Tego and Randu in between. Miramar starting us out. Talk to me, gentlemen, as we get into the first match of the day. What do you expect to see right out of the gate, Godspeed?
I expect to see the teams that did really well on Miramar in day 1 do the same thing on day 3, especially now that they've had time to, VOD review, look at the mistakes that they made. I mean, if we're looking at teams like El Proyecto, their first game, second place, second game, first place. You look at Toyo, they got first and 7th, but then they also got first again. So I feel like Miramar is a good map for quite a few of the Latin American teams, and we'll see if they can find the consistency again in the final day of grand finals like they did in day 1.
That is the hope, is they got to find that consistency, and this is the time to find it, right? As for those of you who are just joining us, top 3 teams that are not the Falcons will advance to PGS. Everyone else will get some PGC points and some cash, but obviously it varies by where you end up. Now, Poro, the first team coming out of the gate that I want to keep an eye on, because I think this first game is a big deal for them, is Wuju 2. They need to do well in Miramar, and they need to get really a big win or top performance here to get back into the we can make top 3 race.
Yeah, I think they need to bring themselves a little bit closer to that top pack of 4 that are at 90 plus. If they can get on the second, like a little bit closer, like 85 plus after this game, then they'll be in good shape. I definitely have my eyes on Alcacia, right? This is a team that they won their final game yesterday on Miramar. They said that the Miramar is their favorite map. If you're gonna do it, now's the time to do it. These are your last 2 games. Now you can kind of put yourself up there, maybe take the lead if you get a win.
I could see that happening, especially if they stay focused. Rello seems to be working really well with Roth. They've got the rest of their team is really kind of rising to the challenge. I like what I'm seeing from them. Now, I did hear at the start, you guys had mentioned Liquid, and you said, Godspeed, you had a little more to talk about with them, so now might be a great chance to give us a little bit of an insight onto what makes Liquid so good.
Yeah, especially now that they're on the outside of the circle at Los Leones. The one thing that I noticed after watching the games back and seeing their rotation pass and everything is they rarely actually took center circle, even with where they had opportunities to do such. Liquid, this event, and in general have always been very comfortable on the outside, but this time they've been able to manage their circle control regardless of the edge that they're on every single game. Now, have they been wiped early in some of those games? Absolutely, but they're still taking points, more importantly, and they're able to complete that consistency not only with placements now in the second day versus the first day, but also making sure that they were just salvaging those bad games. So they have just been playing edge, controlling edge this whole time, opting not to go center, and it has been working amazingly for them.
On a side note, and I know that we're not supposed to have favorites and we're not supposed to have favoritism, right, Poro? Like, that's something that people give us a hard time about. But there is a reality to the fact that most everyone playing in this event, all of us, like, have spent almost 8 years traveling, watching, covering the guys on this Liquid roster. And honestly, for me personally, to see them come out last year as the second best team in the world and start strong this year is got like this really cool, I don't want to say retro feeling, but it's really, as a fan, I love seeing it. I don't think I'm alone in that.
You can just say that old. It's okay.
They're old. Yeah, do it for the old guys.
I, for one, am looking forward to Kurt retiring in his 40s. I think that would be dope. I didn't get that opportunity, and so I'm living vicariously through Kurt now.
You know, it's not a bad point, though. I was talking to some friends today, and they were making jokes about their kids doing esports, and I was like, well, they go pro at 16 to 18, and they're retired by 28. So there is kind of a fun thing of like shaking up norms by this team, who is outside of their quote-unquote esports prime, but are playing so gosh darn well. They're proving maybe that's just a false narrative. I
think Alo's gonna be the LeBron of PUBG, where he plays long enough to where his child will come along and then be also the first pro to play. So that's what's gonna happen. You heard it here first.
That would be pretty much a low and a little lower on one team. All right, guys, we're going to turn it over to the casters. I know Gibson and Cam are ready to take it away. Game number 1, last day of the grand finals. Boys, let's get it on.
Boy, is it good to be alive on a Sunday for PAS Grand Finals. Cammy, didn't Godspeed just say that he wished that he could have retired in his 40s? I thought he was in his 40s when he retired.
Okay, dude, you are talking so confidently because they're in a separate channel from us right now. And they're going to have to wait 30 minutes to respond. But already, Liquid, they've been taking a couple of fights. It's not a hot drop necessarily around Los Leones, but this is some early engagements with a couple of rotating teams. Sparking is in first place, I guess, is giving them a lot of confidence because they are challenging anyone into a fight here.
Did you hear Spark? Like, he wants that jet ski. Did you hear the interview last night? He said that he's going to get a jet ski because every time he gets on one, he dominates whenever he plays. So they definitely want first spot to get him a little bit closer. But Cammy, we're going into day 3, sorry. And the team that you've been shouting about for, I'm going to say at least a year now, El Proyecto, formerly Luna Galaxy, they're in with a real shot of winning this event as well. Cammy, like, you got to be feeling pretty good about their chances.
Yeah, I mean, the experience that they got from the couple of globals that they attended last year, you know, they had middling performances there, but it's the experience, the leveling up that I expect to see from them. So it would be kind of disappointing if they weren't able to build off of that going forward to this year. So whether they win this event or even just qualify, I'm really excited to see how they advance further and are able to elevate not just the Americas region, but specifically Latin America, because they've been involved, but they've kind of always been the dark horse, the secondary, and it is going to be a while for them. I'm not trying to say that they're going to win a global by the end of this year, but seeing that progression and being able to see that progression go all the way through, I think it's going to be a good thing. But speaking of which, they're now hosting up, about to fight against the God Squad, the new blood versus the old heads. Kraken with the quick knock and kill onto Balefrost.
Yeah, and they're going to get out of there. They took their point and ran, but a point was made by Poro at the start of the weekend too, where he was like, these guys are going to qualify, but the way they always do it is they have a good day 1, they have a mediocre day 2, and then on day 3 they make a run. But if they have a good day 3, they could win the whole thing. But the M249 is going to get brought out here by Sharpshot, who did promise me 20 plus kills today, by the way, when I spoke to him earlier. So I'm expecting a big day from him. But they're locking in for this fight.
I believe it is Sharpshot. I've been a fan of this player since 2018, 2019. I ain't stopping now. If Sharpshot has no fans, I'm no longer of this world. Okay, wait, Shamboy, don't pick that one. Gizera frying his helmet off. Well, not quite, but still, 71 HP. Doesn't want to be peeking that one so aggressively now. We do see Pat Caps go off to a separate angle to try and find a flank, but that is going to be closer towards the center of the zone. And so who knows how many open angles they might be offering up some other teams to third party this.
Yeah, but that's early points on the board for El Proyecto, and with that, they take top of the leaderboard. Remember, top 3 teams will qualify for PGS. Top 3 teams not called Falcons, that is, as they already have their ticket stamped. As we jump on board with Luminosity, who need a really big day if they want to qualify, but it's not even about getting to just PGS, Cammy. It's about those PGC points as well. So even if you can't get top 3, you have to elevate up that leaderboard as high as you can get.
Right. It's not just about, I mean, we all want to go to the PGS, and the more PGC points you get, the more likely you are to be the team that qualifies for PGS, but still, you want to do as good as you can, and a great spray coming out from the LeBron James of esports, Alo. Able to secure that kill, and Adam has to just turn tail and roll away. The thing is, Alo is here by himself.
Yeah,
like Liquid have such a wide spread with so many separate angles on the south, and it's because they're not in the center that they're able to get away with this, but it also has to do with the fact that it's Liquid. Not only are they in first place, they have less to lose than other teams. They're also just so good. Sparking grabs the second. They are frying right now. Already game number 1. They are not waiting for teams to sort of get warmed up again on the day. They are taking this game over as much as they can.
Confidence. They're playing with so much confidence right now, and I swear when a player's confident, those shots land that little bit better. And we've already had 2 or 3 lead changes already to start today off with our top 2 teams picking up points in the early stages. But Bestia, another team that went on a run yesterday, finding themselves in 4th spot, 2 chicken dinners. They're pushing in on the northwest section of the circle, Cammy, and as you and I know, with the map feed open, it is tons of free real estate. You secure that position, you know that you've got very little places you can be pushed from. It's a nice early move by Bestia, but they might just run into El Proyecto as we watch Dots, another team that can blow very hot and cold, rotating into the circle.
Right, Dots, I mean, we heard it from them. They surprised themselves by qualifying to the grand finals, so it can only go up from here, currently in 14th place. But yeah, here is that rotation that you mentioned. Bestia, the one problem with coming on this West Coast is that there's not a lot of cover. It can be very brutal just to stay alive from shots, not just from teams in El Proyecto's position, but even further east. Like Gooners and a couple of other squads around there. So Bestia very clearly not willing to put the game into this one fight, and they're not going to challenge. Haven is getting ready to move, though. We have about 15 seconds until phase number 2. There is a high chance that it is going to pull away from this western edge.
10 minutes gone already. Where's this first map going? As we've already lost a couple of players on Miramar. Sam Crismo. They have lost one. Another team that needs a good day to force themselves into contention is Toyo, who get a nice boost off that. But I'm looking at the map in the bottom right, and Team Liquid, fresh off the back of a couple of points, will find another one. Sparking says thank you so much as the Brazilian takes down the Argentinian. And Falcons, with a generous split, holding so much of the ground already. They have started today off like a team that really know where they want to go.
I'm shocked that Liquid are here. We were looking on the West Coast. The last time we saw Liquid, they were not in this position at all. They were getting ready for this zone shift. They didn't know that it was coming here. You never can. You can make predictions, but you never know exactly where it's going to go until the circle reveals itself. But they were just playing so proactively, Team Liquid, that they're continuing to get... We're only... I mean, you say 10 minutes gone by already, but we're also only 10 minutes in. Liquid are still, like, 3 kills, not even from a hot drop. They're trying to take a really attention-grabbing position in this zone already.
Now the Outlaws, a team that they're flattered to deceive, really. They've had moments where you think they're very good, but they find themselves bottom of the leaderboard. They're coming in from the north section, potentially dangerous. They see some action, but working in silence. BL Simply Matt the target. Ruben will get that knock on the bunt. Now can they find the shots on the Simply Matt? Add another point to their tally as Icy Flex is coming under pressure from Santa, but H1 from Falcons from Rage will get that knock, and I think that is that how you, yeah, it's H1 gets Santa, so I'm trying to see who's trying to confirm out that point.
Hard to tell. They were almost able to get that, but now, oh, the 2 most aggressive center-sending teams are arriving on each other's compound. Matt and Greg shot. Well, Matt got his own teammate. Gooners, come on. I know you guys are chaotic, but this is a bit much.
Oh, this is not going well. PD, 1 point on the board. Make that 2. As Gooners will lose another, but Simply Matt has the Panzer at the ready. Sends it off to the ether, though, as nobody's there to accept his express delivery. Matt, last player alive. We saw him add multiple more children to his family yesterday with some of the things he was able to do. Teams like Alcudsia, but yeah, I feel like for Simply Matt, it's just an exercise in surviving as long as you can. Maybe find another point, but for Gooners, you know, there was a chance, 49 points, that maybe they could have got their way in with a big day, but this is not the way you want to start your game number 1.
No, not at all. An incredibly aggressive, talking about like heavy swing type play. Gooners are definitely one of those teams that you would expect to see on those points per game charts, just be all over the place. Matt's holding an angle. Thera's ready with the solid off. And there are some shots coming from, I believe is that Liquid down south? I'm trying to look at the map to confirm, because there's another team involved here. Oh, door open. Grenade tossed out. I don't think Theros knew what's happening, but he's running down the steps regardless.
Oh, my.
Oh, time
jumps out the window. Theros runs inside. He's got multiple targets. One of them are in flames, but that will be that for Gooners. They fall in 16th place, and game number 1 is potentially dangerous. Up to 3 kills, all 4 players alive, and they have now secured a pretty cozy compound in and around the center of the circle. Cammy, 10 seconds until that next zone shifts, but God Squad lost Beal already, and they've got Bestia not too far away.
I imagine God Squad were here first, just considering where we last saw both of these teams a couple of minutes ago, but it does not matter because the zone is going to hard shift away from this position. Shinboy is still eyeing up the noise he hears from those vehicles, waiting to see if anyone crests in front of him, grab a cheeky little one and done. But going towards North, Dots right now, trying to take care of Empire on their own rotation. Haven goes down in the kill feed, so El Proyecto, second place squad, taking a few licks against them. And working in silence, like they're trying to overtake their position. Even if the top 3 do stay the same, which there's no guarantee of that, best they are so close in contention right now, it's still every single PGC point matters.
Yeah, and Alcudsia, they need about 40. You know, the cutoff in EU earlier today was in the 120s, and you look at the last PEAS as well, that's the mark that you need to get to. They're on 85. Now, I think that it might be higher than that this year, Cammy, because we don't have one team dominating the field like we usually have in this region. So you've got tons of teams that can make that mark. One of the teams that I think it's a little too far away for is Sam Crismo. They're only on 39, but you know, it's PGC points. You know, have a good day, get yourself up that leaderboard, give yourself a chance later on this year to make it to PGC.
Yeah, it's about building a foundation of points and strength, and also just learning. There were quite a few new squads in the grand finals. We saw so many roster changes and adjustments. Like Outlaws, yeah, they're in 16th place, but seeing how they grow and develop, along with, of course, Dots, potentially Dangerous, even Empire. It's all about trying to build for the future. And Toyo building for, well, the now, sending shots towards Bestia. War of attrition in a lot of ways. Lands a headshot into Draft King. And they're going to immediately turn tail and drop right back down.
Thing is, though, Vinny from Bestia is on the other side, and if God Squad move too far up in this direction, Vinny will be at the ready. So Capitan will be feeding that information, and Vinny is going to spot the first car going past. But as you know, you always let the first one go, and usually you target the trail vehicle. But Vinny electing to lay low, realizing the terrain where it lies, and mine wasn't in this position the way he'd like it to be. Alex, now is not the time to take on that fight. But 40 seconds time, zone will shift to that next phase, as Benya will be the next member of Toyo to fire towards Bestia.
They get inside. That's the important thing. Trying to race another team through a firing line into the zone. I do not envy God Squad or Bestia's choices right now. Bana is forced to be left behind. Could maybe cause some disruption, but it's Liquid. No other. Of course, it's Liquid. Looking at this angle, looking down at this player, you have to imagine that Fan is not going to be too long before this world. I don't know what Sneak Attack and the rest of the are going to be able to do. He's still on the minimap there, but the shots are now coming out. Has to leave the smoke, drop back down for another first aid hit, and it's a medium shift down south, centering up on potentially Dangerous. There is a reason why PD fought Gooners for that position. Who else is going to challenge them in the central send? It could be Bestia. They've been racing for a long time.
Bestia is looking for a home. It feels like they've been rotating for 15 minutes now out of this game as they want to find somewhere that they can play. But with the zone shift, you've got teams like potentially Dangerous in a great spot. Toyo, Gizera gets the knock on the Draft King, and Benya is trying to clean up the point for his side as they want to climb that leaderboard. Hits the shot on the sills and through the smoke, but it's going to be Pipa that will find that knock. So for Bestia, they're going to abandon them up on top of the hill. They'll rotate in, but positions that they can play becoming very limited by the second as we lose a couple more players. Actually, Sam Crismo that was able to pick up that point, Cammy.
I mean, everyone was racing for that. It was so out in the open. It was about 4 different teams that were all trying to put their chips down for it. Bestia, I think they might have been eyeing up the potentially Dangerous compound, pulled away from it. Vinny and Mime are now separated in their own independent dips, just trying to salvage something, but it looks like they could survive for a bit. Most other teams are dedicated to just playing out from the edge. Dots now trying to use the high ground for as long as they can. It's not going to be in the zone, but maybe they can open up a way to slide through into Empire's position. Smoke's already deployed by the low ground team.
Seeing if Bliss can hit the shot. Adam on one side, Valiant on the other. Valiant has a habit of dying anytime he gets within 100 meters of a teammate, so you feel like this could be a very tough position indeed. Vehicle explodes as Shinboy gets a knock elsewhere, but I think Bliss is he's millimeters away. As you can see through the smoke, those shots are so close to landing, but yeah,
whoa,
I was just
going
about
for
to
a
pick
play.
that out. Does he have nades though? He has no nades, Cam. He's only got the AUG. He manages to find one, but Al Qudsia will prevent the push.
I don't think he knows exactly where it was from. There was a sliver of an angle that I could tell for Al Qudsia. Now Dots are charging up onto his position. Has to throw a stun out. His only option. Going for the first aid kit, but he's gonna get spotted. Pulls out the... Oh, no way!
It's just different. He's just different. Hot and spicy falls, but Michael will get picked up. Dots picking up a point. They should be able to get the res, but 2 players are down with the blue zone for phase 4, closing it in. D from Al Qudsia managing to pick up Valiant, the last standing member of Empire Gaming. But now Dots have a tough spot. They've got to rotate into the circle. You're going directly towards Al Qudsia, who are in the hunt. 2 kills for them already, Cammy. But we know they need to average, what? You're going to say 7, 8, maybe more points a game if they want to qualify.
I mean, you're going to want to have more than that. Spray comes up from Kraken. PlayerUnknown staying in this 3 kills to them so far. God Squad, they're taking more and more losses. It's always unfortunate to sort of lose a player early on. Very routinely, it means kind of playing on the back foot for the rest of the game, but a nice grenade by Sharp Shot is able to find at least 1 knock. Gives him an opportunity to go get a revive onto Pat Caps.
Promised me 20 kills, by the way. So this could be the first one as he will take down Kraken, but the rest of El Proyecto are now making their way in. Posa finds a good bit of damage on, but will jump up to Al Qudsia against Team Dots up on top of the hill. 3 members down. Shane Doe, the last player up, has just been spotted, but shots coming to Roth from Mime will just about buy Shane Doe a few moments reprieve. But what does he do? Do you go for the res? Do you get all your teammates back inside the ball? What have you just done? Sparking these, he has no chill. The guy has no chill.
A triple. And the follow-up gets to confirm. Vanna was able to join the rest of the team, but I think he might be preferring to stay out in the blue now. Alo comes rolling on through. Gets traded, gets knocked down. The backup from Current isn't going to stop the deny, so Liquid do lose 1, but Wuju2 are eliminated. 6 kills for Liquid at the moment. Need to get Luke 12 picked back up, but they are frying the lobby, Team Liquid.
They're not playing like a team that's, you know, on top by a couple of points. They're playing like a team that's already qualified by a mile, or a team that has to hunt points for everything going, and I'm all for it. Outlaws, they're not for this. Working in silence, holding them at the north side of the circle, but as we can see, God Squad not too far away. They'll need to rotate in this way as Cowboy for Al Qudsia will pick up another point after all that madness going on towards the south. But for Outlaws, Cammy, it's not looking really good for them at all. Working in silence have them dead to rights. And the question is, are they going to be able to fight their way out of this one? Because I think it's going to be tough, because you got Luminosity here and Falcons not too far away either.
And Falcons need to start frying. They need to start getting some points if you want to end in a top spot. Yes, they're already qualified to PGS, but PGC points are still valuable for them. Kickstart needs to get res. H-Win is waiting for Luminosity to push over the ridge. Can't go for the res just yet. Proyecto do get eliminated. And Shrimsy peeks up and over. Been top fragging for Falcons so far. Actually still one of the top fraggers in this event, despite Falcons' current middling placement. And he is not stopping now. Fox can't get res. Kind of a game of chicken here with 2 reses across the ridgeline.
Yeah, Kickstart's back on his feet though, so for Luminosity, things ain't looking great. Ruben, you can just see him take out 9-1 as we lose the Outlaws in 10th spot, and we might be about to lose another team pretty soon as we look around the map. Kurt sustains a knock as the battle for the south continues, and just like that, God Squad do fall and the point window opens. 8 teams left alive. Falcons with control on the north, but it does look like Al Qudsia might just have an angle on the TIG on the other side.
Shift favors Falcons. Potentially dangerous are still, as you can see on the map, their compound's still going to be mostly center, but I really like the high ground ridge line that Falcons have, and well, Pippa does get discovered. Working in silence, another kill for them. We said Toyo needed to have a good start if we wanted to include them in the conversation for potentially top 3. And I'm still a fan. I think they still have it in them, but it is going to need to be a lot more games. Liquid do eventually go down after their reign of terror was a difficult push to make it into the zone. And good for Bestia to grab a couple of points there at the very least.
Yeah, and now you look at the leaderboard and there's a real opportunity for Working in Silence to take a top spot away from Team Liquid, which would be the 4th, I think, top spot switch we'll have had in game number 1 of the night. Now, Bestia, points options for them will be very limited. Vinny, the last player standing, all he's got to do is pick up placement points. Keep increasing that gap to the group below. Snakers takes a heavy shot by the edge of the zone, and Shrimps is able to spray him down with a barrel as Falcons will pick up their 3rd kill now, and here come Working in Silence, moving towards Gats. And I think Vinny, he's in trouble. Al Qudsia is there, but jumping on over. Gats does a little bit of damage, but Souls with the cover from above, and there's going to be Gats falling as Souls will find that kill from the high ground, and now we're down to 5, Cammy, with 24 on the clock.
Good covering fire from working in silence, but Falcons are ready to pounce on the damage that Gats opened up. Cannot quite get the angle onto that knocked player, but Souls needs to leave the high ground. The blue is already on them, I believe. So I think this is going to be a big vulnerable moment, but H1 spots up there, us. Good damage coming out, reminding them that they cannot act so freely. From that hard cover, the send of the bike goes down and the sprays come through. Shrooms using the dock, confirmed by Kick.
Yeah, H1 with a spray with a FAMAS from that range as well. The guy's just insane, but it's teamwork is the dream work for Falcons as they pick up another knock onto working in silence. Al-Qudsiyah further down to the south. You can see every time they peek up that ridgeline, Falcons have the high ground, so they'll be best pushing towards Vinny, and Vinny will get the opening knock of this engagement. But next up, he's got D from Al-Qudsiyah. D's the next target. D falls. Vinny is almost pulling off a clutch, but Roth is there to clean that one up, and now they'll get all those reses back up on their feet. Potentially dangerous. They're living their best lives. Center compound. Nobody can push them right now, Cammy, because if you do, so if Al-Qudsiyah push, it'll be Falcons shooting them. If Falcons push, Al-Qudsiyah shoot towards them. Potentially dangerous, should be locked in for at least the second place in this game, barring something crazy happening.
Right, at least third, but yeah, I think second is pretty high up there, and likely first, but it's how many kills they'll end with. That's the big question for them. Working in silence, still trying to lurk up towards Falcons. And a shift goes to the east. Wait a second, maybe potentially dangerous, not so locked in as we thought. They're going to be able to stay inside the compound, but only on the edge. But I think Falcons now, such a strong position. Tickleton anchoring towards the south, making sure they cannot get approached by Al-Qudsiyah roamers, while working in silence. Going to be the main threat that the core squad is going to be dealing with.
But Cammy
peeks over. Working in silence need to make their way this way. Like Falcons, they're holding a defensive line, keeping them out.
But Cammy, I think this is really big because you look at this, working in silence have to push towards Falcons, and the minute you see Falcons in that engagement, you know that's when Al-Qudsiyah will backstab this in the 4v4v2. Right. Because all they got to do is play their cards right. The zone pop is almost forcing these three fights to happen next, and Falcons got to be careful that they're not the meat filling in this sandwich. They need to deal with these. I'd say working in silence is the team you got to deal with quicker, because they're the ones that are on the quicker side of the blue, and Al-Qudsiyah as a threat, the longer that fight goes on, they become an even bigger threat over your shoulder.
Okay, working in silence, they're picking up some gear from their teammates' fallen body, which means that they have a lot of stuff to work with. Grabbing it, get into a vehicle, blue deals a lot of damage at this time, but are able to just avoid that, and they're avoiding Falcons. They're committing directly into potentially dangerous. Grenade at the ready by it. But it doesn't matter because Gabby was able to get a spray down on their way through.
Oh, it's never a good idea to crash a compound with two, but you can't blame them. There was no real options available. Right. Santa, he's going to go up on that top floor, but he's still inside the blue. So in a few seconds' time, it's going to be up for him. Potentially dangerous. 5 kills for them. And as you said, the question is, if they get this win, how many more can they manage to find? As it's a good blue zone aid. The second and third will arrive. This could be really good. Etz is going to be forced a little further away. And Gabry, you got to move too, my friend, because these double stacked blue zone nades, they don't tickle. But 27.5 minutes gone, still a 4v4v4v1. This is really anybody's game, as Slabby will just move a little bit further in, as they're all about damage limitation and just surviving to see if they can maybe take or win the back of this fight that could happen on the hills.
Yeah, Falcons, they look kind of nervous. They can feel that they're kind of vulnerable to the south. They want to be able to pick up some kills here in the west side, but they can't allow Al-Qudsiyah to creep on up. Sandasco does eventually go down, and that means potentially dangerous. The blue is looking to overtake them once it starts closing. But how are they going to make their way uphill? That's the big issue.
My big worry for Al-Qudsiyah is the level 3 gear on H1, because it gives you an extra life. Like, if you're using a DMR, it's an extra couple of shots on the head. It means that H1 can essentially be, oh my, yeah, it wasn't H1 got the knock, but Theros just stuck his head up and he got it shot right down. He got put in his place down inside the compound by the Falcons, who are up to 3 kills. But the blue is really a problem for this side. Once again, they'll regroup and try to get these reses off. And I love this because Falcons, oh yeah, another headshot. Why not, Cammy? Just farm damage onto potentially dangerous.
It's not even just the damage, it's the fact that it forces them to waste more time healing, and then the Blues closing in 5 seconds, potentially dangerous. I'm not saying that they should be out already. They probably have very few options, but they're gonna need to start moving. Are they gonna use a vehicle? They don't have any smokes prepped at the moment. They're probably going to be torn to shreds. They were likely hoping for a fight to break out between Falcons and Alcudia, and then to sneak in under the cover of that engagement, but Falcons and Alcudia, they are well aware of the game plan. They're not gonna let that happen.
You can argue the working in silence push ruined them as well. Working in silence push towards Falcons, it buys potentially dangerous more time, Cammy.
Right. Okay, so smoke wall and a vehicle, at least 2 of them in the coop. Gonna be able to find a position, avoiding H-Win's headshot farm simulator. But Alcudia now, perfect range to throw some grenades. They've been in a lot of fights, Alcudia. How many more frags do they have left? Cowboy with the spray, and then prepping his final. Oh no, I think that might have been in his pocket. He's got 1 more frag grenade, but it's gonna go down. Not quite a knock, but massive damage regardless.
Yeah, and it slows down the potentially dangerous push even more. The helmets and vests of PD have been ripped asunder by Falcons earlier on today, and now this is exactly what Falcons would have wanted. The fight's been brought to Alcudia, which means that Alcudia can only put so many resources into each one. So Rello and D, they're focused on Falcons. Roth and Cowboy, they're keeping an eye on PD on the other side, but they know that Falcons want to take advantage of this. Theros down to 5 HP will be there, but Tiggleton goes for a rapid zone, and he finds the knock onto Theros, and now it's looking really, really bad for PD. Another point on the board for Falcons here. It's a 4v3v4 now. As Alcudia, they lay down the smoke wall. Things are getting very misty, and just about a gap is found by Shrimsy, and he gets the knock onto Roth, and it's all systems go for Falcons. 4v3v3 of standing players, Cammy. Alcudia desperately need to find a counter knock.
You desperately need to get a revive. They can't just let Falcons overwhelm like this, but I think Falcons are trying to lurk closer and closer under the cover of that smoke. The blue is closing in. It's going to force an engagement at some point, but Roth back on his feet. Needs to take a few moments to heal on up, and then it is going to be a free fire. Putting it this close makes it very scary for every team involved. Spray comes out. Adrian gets the first. Good damage onto Rello as well, but Shrimsy does get traded. But look at the blue. It's now dealing damage in its own right.
Cowboy went for the big play into the blue and it didn't work, but PD, they pushed on the other side of this fight as well. It's a 2, oh my god, potentially dangerous now, and it's Alcudia getting the first one of the day. They needed to get the job done. Roth told me earlier today that it was going to be business as usual for them. They move up into 4th spot, but potentially dangerous ruined that game for Falcons. I'd argue they could have gotten maybe a bit more if it wasn't for working in silence, electing to go for that fight, but they took the risk on that compound. They rode it out, and it's a nice points haul for them too, Cammy.
Potentially, but even so, I wouldn't really put that as a big mark against Falcons. I still think they did what they needed to do. They were able to hold on to their position. It was just they weren't able to get the knocks. They weren't like, no one wanted to go first. We all know that in a 3-team finish like that, you don't want to be the one that commits to a fight first, and so they were all waiting, hoping that someone else would do something else later, and it got way too late and got way too chaotic. It really could have gone any other way in those last couple of moments.
Yeah, I think it was, but shout out to Alcudia. They start the day the way that they needed to. They need a lot more points though to secure their spot inside the top 3 spots to make it to PA or the PGS, but we'll throw that one back to the desk for their 2 cents on game number 1 of the night.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Congratulations to Alcudia. I love the variants of jerseys that we're seeing. The space station, the luminosity, the red polygons. I think that's Tig in the back right. It's just, it speaks to this team, though. And I think what I've enjoyed most about watching them, Godspeed, is that, like, Roth joined Rello at Falcons last year, and there was a lot of questions about Roth, right? People were like, this guy dies all the time. He can't stay in a car without falling out. Why is he drinking and driving? Just weird stuff about the way that he plays in the map. My point is, though, he got blamed for a lot of the failures of Falcons, I feel like, by the general public. And to see Rello sort of transition to a new team with Roth tells me that, like, something about this duo has to have clicked, and maybe that they are really syncing up. And I don't know if they get through this time, but I love seeing the idea that they stayed together and they're building something around this, like, duo call system.
Yeah, I mean, Roth did have it was Esports World Cup where he was having issues just staying alive in vehicles. But generally, you know, after talking to Rilo as much and Roth, spending time with them, even like doing that interview with Rilo in Santa Monica, we started talking about other things after that. And he just really loves Roth's attitude and his mindset, and mainly just the dedication, right? The discipline, the dedication. Anytime Roth has ever made any mistakes, he's always owned up to it. He's always worked on himself and fixing that. And I think that really resonates with Rilo because he's very much the same person, right? They take accountability, and it makes sense to me why they would stay together on a team and want to play on another team. So,
well, I want to something that resonates with all of us. It's highlights.
I love highlights.
I love them.
Team Liquid
They
needed to have. They had the top spot coming into this. They managed to get a couple of kills going into this. Well, I can't wait to see it. I need to see the replay. You know the replay I'm talking about, Godspeed. The Team Liquid sparking mortar that took out 3. I gotta see it, but that's coming up here as Empire once again just running into trouble on the edge of zone.
I'm so surprised Michael lived prone on that road as long as he did. But even teams like El Proyecto, you know, struggled kind of early, and I think this is really going to be the symptom of today for the lobby is the pressure, right? For a lot of these teams that are in the hunt, that are in the running, knowing that teams behind have come in today wanting to make adjustments, going to make adjustments, that constant pressure of being on top, knowing that you're in the cusp, that's going to get to some of the teams today. It's just how it is. It's how it's been in the past. And so I just worry about some of the teams who didn't have a good game at the start, who may start that electric slide.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. And speaking of rough, this was just a perfectly timed push here from potentially dangerous.
It was so
coming
good.
up behind Falcons as they were squaring off with Alcutzia. 9 kills, 10 kill total at the end for the boys in yellow to secure that victory. 20 points. We talked about it going into this game, Toffee, is that I really wanted to see Alcutzia start off strong. They said Miramar was their map. That's back-to-back wins for them now.
You got to love it. They did come out. They're doing great on Miramar. I love that you're right. That you referenced the idea that we usually got to push tomorrow and try to find those points. They did it. So good for them. And I also want to sort of pivot to a couple of other teams that we were sort of watching on this hunt, right? We said that Wuju 2 needs to have a big start. They came out with 1 point off the back of that Godspeed. Do you think, yes, Sparking will go in the highlight reel for hitting the coolest triple mortar in a while, but do you think that follow-up push to just Apple's Reckless Abandon has anything to do with the fact that they went, oh, hey, here's a team that's on the chase. We want to get them out and make it so that they won't be anywhere near the top 3?
I mean, you would say yes, but realistically, if you get a triple mortar knock, I don't think it matters what team that is. They're going to push that team, right? It just so happened that it was the team that they wanted to get out of the chase. So great, killed 2 birds with 1 stone. But yeah, I mean, I think any team would have made that push off of an insane mortar like that. So
that's fair. It was. For the record, if you're building the highlight system for the end of this event, make sure that mortar's in there. Shrimsy with the gas can and the portable shield. Bunt with the Panzerfaust. Do you guys have any other big moments so far? We'll have to think about that.
Greg Shot's Panzerfaust.
Was it Greg Shot's Panzerfaust? That's what it was. Back blast. That said, though, I believe that these 3 days have been full of some of these highlight moments. My question is there a style of play that we're seeing a lot of? Is the fact that so many teams are playing Edge Poro sort of contributing to the fact that we're getting so many sort of slap you in the face fights, or is it just the way NA is played?
You know, I think it's a combination of just the fact that some of the teams that are playing the Edge are maybe not doing as well as they thought that they would do once they got to this level of lobby. That might be it. You know, and plus, as Godspeed mentioned, Team Liquid is kind of playing around the edges, not going for center. You know, you're running into these buzzsaws on the edge and losing these fights. I mean, we've seen Empire just trying to fight from the blue so often, and it's just for whatever reason, just not clicking this time around, at least in this lobby. So I don't know. I mean, it could be any number of things.
It always, that's the beauty of PUBG, is 16 teams, so it could always be just about anything. I will say, we talked about the Falcons. Godspeed, you brought up the fact that, yeah, they're all the way down that 8th spot, but it is still one of those teams that could go off and make a ton of points and end up in the top 4. I think you both sort of projected that.
Yeah.
It felt almost like a certain extent in that game, the Falcons took the high ground and then almost like sat in their heels and just watched the kill feed. Is there a world where they're sitting there going, I want you at PGS, I don't want you at PGS, I do want you at PGS?
I don't think so.
No. Yeah, I don't think so either.
Yeah, I mean, it would be. What do you want to like? They knew they had a 4-man squad in the compound below them. They knew they had working in silence that had to leave their compound on the other side of the hill. Like, where do you want them to go? Like, you want them to just push into the wall? I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Falcons haters that I'm sure.
I agree, but I also will say, it was not lost on me how fast they swiveled and sent 3 after working in silence once they got that first sort of tag up and saw him on the kill feed, right? And so there is that aspect. That is a danger of the Falcons throughout the day-to-day, is that they can get to a point where they go, okay, we're going to start attacking these teams because at the end of the day, everyone's on the cutoff, and there's no bad sport to that at this stage, right? Like, if you can stop a team that will take money from you at PGS from being at PGS, I understand the context behind it. Now, too soon, I know, but something to think about. Toyo. Continues to slide over on the right side of the leaderboard. I didn't see anybody over there really become chaos bringers, Cosby. It seemed like everyone's still pretty much sticking to their game plan.
Yeah, for the most part. And speaking of sliding, make sure you guys are sliding those delicious G coins into your balances in case you missed that code at the bottom. But yeah, for Toyo, again, this is something that when we talked about at the top of the show, I was worried that will the pressure get to a team who so far has been performing very well. But with the heavy hitters coming in and like Falcons making those adjustments, everyone making adjustments, will they be able to maintain the consistency that they've had so far at least? In the first game was a little rough, but they still have 5 left to go. So, I mean, we'll have to see. Toyo, I will be honest, I am a little worried about them.
Yeah, I am. I mean, at 91, I think that's going to be a pretty tough push after how hard yesterday was. Another team that I'm fascinated by, and we haven't actually talked very much about them, Poro, is Bestia. I mean, the roster for the U at home is Mime, DraftKings, Stills, and Invinity, right? This is a unique blend of players. I didn't expect them to be at the top 5 at the end of today. I thought this sort of the variance of style and some of the other challenges of this being a new team might be tough for them. But yesterday, they seemed like they really had, I don't know, a feel for each other's rhythm. They were so strong yesterday. Do you expect that to continue? What do you think is working for this team?
You know, it's funny because you look at their games throughout this weekend, the 12 games. For every top 3 performance, I mean, they got multiple 3rd place finishes. They got 2 wins yesterday, but for every one of those, you also have a 0.12th place, or a 1.10th place, a 0.12th. You know, it's too up and down with them. It seems like they're really reliant on finding a good spot in the zone, or maybe getting a little bit of a lucky shift to go in their direction. But to give them credit, once they find themselves in a good position, they lock that S down and they clear out their side and they make sure that they win their fights. But it's getting to that part that seems to be an issue with Bestia most of the time.
Feels like they're kind of the antithesis of Dots. Dots seems to get to good spots and then not be able to finish those fights. And whereas Bestia, if they can make that macro work for them, they just had, but they have raw fragging power. You look at that roster, guys, being like, oh, all these guys knows how to take a fight in a 1v3. So definitely understandable. Any other teams that you're watching, guys, beat off the back of that last game that you're like, I'm kind of still tracking the hunt, or are you still saying, look at those top 5? Keeping track of them instead.
For me, working in silence, they have just been so good this whole event, even in their bad games, right? They haven't had too many bad games. If we look at them just as a whole, I mean, they've had, a 4th, a 1st, they've had a 2nd, another 4th, another 2nd. Some of their games, even their bad games, when they get a 6th, they get 5 kills, right? So, and even in that last game coming off of that God compound, yes, they got killed by Falcons, but they were still able to hold multiple people trying to crash up off. It's a few points there. So they've been just looking so solid. And I think that working in silence, if they continue to find that consistency, there's a good chance they could be in the top 3 today.
All right, so Empire gets the circle along with Liquid down in South Los Leones. We got a few shots fired off at Dots. We'll just kind of watch as that happens. I don't think much will come of it. Poro.
Like they should get out of town. Oh, maybe not. Never mind.
Pat Caps.
No.
With what I thought, the PP Bison, Gibson draws those very, very well.
Amazing. Fantastic artist.
Fantastic artist. So a little unfortunate for Dots. It is what it is. Now let's talk about this map, though. The shift goes south. We got teams like Working in Silence having to come all the way from the north who are in contest. We got a couple other teams up there as well. El Proyecto. What are the challenges those teams, particularly Working in Silence, will face with this circle, Poro?
I mean, you're just gonna have to play it slow, right? Like, I think every team really is just kind of operating on the assumption that, okay, this is a long way away. let's just take our time, loot up as much as we can, get all the meds that we possibly can, slow play it, and just come in from the edges. But the problem is that there's so many teams that are out there that the general safe paths in quotes are going to be pretty occupied. But you know, it's just going to lead itself to a little bit of mid-game chaos, as nobody's really going to have any information about what's going on in the center of that zone and what compounds are available. And speaking of wild cards, this Gooner squad, these last few games, they have just been bold sending it right to the center of the zone into whatever compound they can find with 4 up. It hasn't worked out for him yet, but it feels like that strategy is going to end up causing somebody some problems eventually.
100%. Definitely. My worry for them, Godspeed, is they're going straight there and they haven't taken time to loot. Michael is in the middle of this circle. There's no first aids left anywhere near resort. So you need to take extra time on your way in.
That's okay. I don't think Gooners cares.
They don't need to heal.
I just think they don't. Yeah, I think they're just going for those
in
fights.
the center of his own instead of fighting in the blue.
For now, you know, unless Gooners get there and kind of ruin that, because they are split, right? You see it. You look at Empire; they're currently split. So there is a very real world if they don't consolidate or at least go into a 2-2 that one of those members. That's so rude. I mean, one of those members is going to. I condone it though. Is going to potentially die to a 1v4 or 2v4. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, Gooners are just. They have a plan. They're gonna send it center. They're gonna fight you for it. If it works, great. At least today, that's what they did in the first game. If they do it again, then yeah, if it works for them, great. If not, then someone might be very upset if they get caught in the crossfire.
I know someone who's not upset, particularly because of what he just saw on screen. A man with a vindictive hatred of tires. One of your casting duo. We're going to send it over to him right now. It's Gibson and the Cammy D.
Pop those tires, baby!
And you were so annoyed that you weren't actually mic'd up when that happened, weren't you?
Very. I was shaking like a child that was just given way too much candy when I saw Emmy do it on the drive-by. Like, there's no reason not to. You grief your opponents. It takes 3 bullets if you can, if you're accurate with it. As we saw with the drive-by, it took very little time. It's the best thing to do. You got nothing else to shoot at. Come on, look, Gooners. They didn't pop those tires. And look at where Toyo are on leaderboard. Look at where Gooners are on leaderboard. I'm just saying, correlation.
Are we going to go for the correlation is causation this time around then? Is that what we're saying, Gabby?
Oh, 100%, 100%. I ain't no scientist. I ain't got no degrees. Statistical analysis ain't up my wheelhouse. I call it like I sees it.
Yeah, we ain't no stat nerds here. We says it as we see it. But Cammy, phase 2 circle essentially in phase 1, right? So much water. You can probably discount Partona on the edge of that drumstick island towards the south. Like, realistically, you've got very little space. And a team that we usually see take advantage of space is Team Liquid, but they're not leaving Los Leones. They're thinking to themselves, we're going to play the edge of the city. We'll play on Camper Stack, Camper Tower. And because they don't want to take the risk of this going back into Los Leones later if they can stay on the edge and still give themselves bug out options.
Well, it's a little bit of that, but it's also the fact that, one, it's risky to move right down to Empire territory if they don't have to, but also they love kneecapping people, clotheslining people on the early rotate to begin with. So, hey, they have immediate access to one of the best camping spots on Miramar. It's not like exactly as powerful as other positions on other maps, like Cube on Erangel obviously comes to mind, or any other sort of bridge crossing position, but it's not like, it's pretty close as far as what Miramar has to offer. So take it, get a couple of extra kills on the beginning. They did that last game. Why are they gonna stop that now?
Yeah, 100%. And I think that they're doing the right thing for them. Elsewhere, we're seeing like Gooners have taken center of the circle. We've got El Proyecto rotating way up on the northeast now. They're following the likes of God Squad and Wuju 2 into the circle for that pathing that'll take them in by Puerto Preso. But they're in 3rd place, 107 points. They've got Alcudia very close to them. Bestia not far away either. It is... I can't remember the last time that we have seen an Americas event on the final day where there's so many teams so close to winning the event, other than maybe back in the days when, it was STK trying to get the win when we had the likes of Dodge competing in Americas. But look at Shinboy. He pops up there as one. He's going to run out of ammo as he clicks empty. Drops down to his hands and knees as Pat Caps and Sharp now need to put in the work. But oh my God, Kraken, you are just a monster. And Sharp, he told me 20 kills, he needs another, but he clicks on empty here too, Cammy.
This is bad, and this isn't even anywhere close to the spot, the side of the map that had a similar fight last round. I don't know what it is about El Proyecto. El Kraken now, might as well call him that with those openers. But Sharp Shot is going to go for an attempted clutch here. Is able to finally light up the headshot, but it took too long, and Kraken is there. Is also there for the revive. So 4 kills for El Proyecto. Now tied with Working in Silence. I have a feeling, to your point, Gibson, that, I mean, what, Liquid with 112, Working in Silence, El Proyecto, 111. There's going to be a lot of swinging around with those spots. And yeah, top 3 qualifies to PGS, but those PTC points gonna make all the difference. Sam Crismo catches Alcudia roll on up, but I think Rello's gonna be able to get away. That initial spray did not find money.
That strong breeze, Cammy. That strong breeze on Miramar's caught out another team, as Alcudia will be able to rotate past that. That should be a free one. You should be picking up that kill, but for Alcudia, they're not going to complain whatsoever. They get to keep on going. They're moving inside the circle now. They've got themselves somewhere to play, moving deeper inside the game. And the curious thing to me, Cammy, is at this point, when you get a circle that's this condensed in phase 1, sometimes teams aren't as, prone to take splits. You'll see more 3-1s or full 4-man splits. A couple of teams are being a bit greedy, but I think that one of the splits that I like most is just north of this, and that's the Toyo one, where they've got 2 players on Smoking Aces, and then 2 players just a little bit south of that in the compound. Yeah,
well, in the early game, you see Liquid. This is that sort of gatekeeping attempt. Able to find one onto potentially dangerous. Oh, the background. Wait a second. Luke 12 gets traded. Good grenade. Theros is backing away from that, but I think with Luke going down, this could be, well, okay, never mind. Sparking showed up, and it's a totally different story now.
Jet ski. He needs that jet ski. He's hunting for that another kill. I hope Liquid don't have Sparking on a kill bonus, because if he's on a kill bonus, he's going to bankrupt the org by the time this weekend is over. Have you seen his stats? Like, he had 12 more kills than anybody else going into the last map yesterday, and he picked up even more then.
Oh yeah, he's at the moment, before this game, 36. Second place was 23. So absolute sick performance by this Brazilian phenom. But unfortunately, Luke 12, they are going to have to bail on that revive and sort of concede that position up. So that early game aggression, well, defense, do you call it defense? Do you call it offense? Not quite sure. But that early game positioning by Liquid doesn't quite pay off this time around. But phase number 2, it pulls to the north. It pulls away from water. Most teams aren't going to have to move too much, and that's a good thing, I think, for planning going forward in phase 3, 4, and beyond.
Yeah, and you look, 9-1 was taking the gamble. He went down to Partona just in case.
You never know.
I respect it. I also respect Bliss hitting the headshot on that drive-by for Dots as they move in just ahead of Luminosity. They won't run into the roadblock that is Team Liquid, because they have given up their position to go a bit further south inside of Los Leones as teams look to fill in the warehouses, which isn't the worst place in the world to play. But I think for Dots, hold your head up high. I know you're in 14th place, but 42 points is not a bad total going to do a final day for a team that, one of the guys was a streamer come caster who became a comp player. You had Joshy in there as well. Like, I can't get over how well, based on what you would have expected them to do, Dots have done in this PAS.
Hey, it's all about getting that one highlight clip. That's all you need. Empire now, talking about splits, they have 2 here in Resort, 2 further towards the west, and just going back into that conversation around splits, as we see the polar opposite of that, of multiple teams actually pitting into Boston, to be honest. With splits, though, it really is dependent on the type of terrain, and so with Toyo, they have a huge field between them. Empire, huge field between them. But up here, where Luminosity and Dots and Liquid, they're all sort of rotating around each other, there isn't that same freedom of the open crossfire possibilities of fields. There's so many pieces of cover that you can't control wide spaces, which is one reason why everyone is so condensed, and that could lead to some explosive fights. They've been avoiding it, all the teams up in the north so far, but I mean, you kick the hornet's nest enough and eventually you're gonna get stung. Gooners, though, they don't avoid fights, they go directly for them. A knock on to Michael. Valet is going for the revive, but Blunt is already inside. The rest of the SWAT team right on his heels.
Yeah, there's Valet. Valet is right there. here. Run, Valiant. Don't run at the bullets as Bunt will get that knock onto Valiant, and now the rest of Empire are on their way. But Bunt will catch Finna slacking here, but no, it's Adam on the other side is able to get him as Valiant will be confirmed out. Icy Flex will strike back though in this battle for the resort. This is supposed to be a relaxing getaway for these players, but Empire cannot even afford the price of admission now as Gunners take it over, and it's a hostile takeover. Michael will get a knock with a dead man's hand, but that res will be back, and Gunners 4 kills, all 4 players back up. And this is the annoying thing. Gunners will do fights like that and you're like, this is what their ceiling is. They can be really coordinated, hyper aggressive, and we just haven't seen it enough.
In silence now, rotating through Pippo with the spray that ace. Fantastico goes down. Great shots, and working in silence, they're not going to be able to get the revive there. Got to leave that one go. Rotational death, that always feels bad. But hey, sometimes you just gotta, sometimes it just is what it is, but back to resort. Man, the amount of times that these teams are going to resort, trying to go for a relaxing getaway, and they can't escape the terror around them. Might as well be watching White Lotus. Uju2 now lurking up. I think they might be known. I believe there were some vehicles that were utilized, but shifted away from resort. It's in the zone. I imagine Gunners would want to start to make footwork towards the center. The problem is Uju2 is waiting for that to happen and very likely watching for an opportunity to shoot them in the back.
Yeah, Uju2 read the negative reviews on TripAdvisor of Resort, but they decided they wanted to make their own judgment as they'll be the next team to try to set foot inside that section of the map. D is about to run head first into Kurt, who's crossing the road as Sam Crismo will be in position, and just as we speak about it, D will go a full 180 in the Murano, which is actually pretty easy to do, but DraftKing, so often than not, the enemy of the enemy is your friend, and that's what happens as now Bestia turn their attention. No, D, that's not the right place to stop. Al-Qudsiya are going to get caught out in the cold. 2 players down, should be out, but the question is, can they battle back? Because Rello, he's abandoned them. He's left Cowboy all by himself in this position. And, you know, the desk said before the game, how often do you see Roth dead beside a vehicle? And it's happened again.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Oh, what an aid.
Comment still.
Oh, better need. That's better. Bye. Bye.
Yeah, up in flames. Knocked by the vehicle on the way out. Mime is rushing over, looking to try and confirm these kills and get Bestia the points because they're on the hunt. They're on the chase. And Al-Qudsiya is also the team right in front of them. So the fact that the victims are the team right ahead of them on the leaderboard certainly makes it feel good. But Liquid pulling on in. Luminosity as well. Double blue on the minimap. But I think Luminosity actually pulling away. It's getting a bit too hot for their liking. And Sam Crow running across the road. Brazen behavior. Thinks better of it eventually. And then Bestia, well, they get Silzen back up, but pulling back away from this open field of death into the warehouse.
All 3 teams, I think, made a really good decision there. Liquid realizing Bestia were a 4-up. They decided they didn't want to fight that one, seeing the kills be confirmed out, so they fell back into their compound because they didn't want Luminosity to backfill them and third party the fight. And then Sam Crismo, why not? Throw a whole Hail Mary nade. If you get it, you can get hyper aggressive off the back of it, but it doesn't stick, so you fall back to your compound as well. I like the thought process and decision making of all 3 of those teams. Another team whose decision I really like that we just saw was Falcons, Cammy. They usually drop center of the map, but they rotated all the way down around the south because they want to play this map from the bottom to the top and take down everybody on the way through.
Yeah, they don't want to play a part of that rat race that we just now pulled away from. Uju2. Gunners. Oh, we haven't seen what developments happened here for the past like minute or two, but just Matt constantly looking down south, looking behind them. Surely they know that Uju2 are right on their heels. The Blues overtaking them. And the circle's pulled away. They got to get on the move. Falcon's going to beat them on the rotation path, but that's not to say that it's going to be an easy path for them as they run directly into Sam Crismo, decide to pull away from that angle. Another vehicle runs, not just runs into a piece of terrain, but also lose a player from it. First Dots, then Al-Qudsiya, and now Falcons. H1 goes down as a second casualty.
Yeah, this has gone wrong for Falcons really quick. Tig hits the tree, gets knocked off the back of it. You see that there's a little bit of a save move here as they'll pick each other up, and for Falcons, they've got to find somewhere to play. Bestia, they got to be careful because Shrimsy is around and he gets that knock on the Draft King. And I always say it, not every knock is the same. That knock is about buying time. You're not going to push if your Falcons off of that. You just want to give yourself enough time to get all your players back inside the fight. Bestia will do the exact same, and Gunners, they've left Resort and they've got their eyes now on Nick from Sam Crismo. It's a bit of a downgrade in accommodations here. You're going from a 5-star resort to a thatched cottage in the middle of the field, but it don't matter to the Gunners. They just want to take everything in front of them.
It's called glamping, okay? It's got some great amenities. It's fantastic for Instagram photos. Not so much for Nick. Dodging a fire. Has to run away from the frag grenade. But yeah, Gunners, they are just aggressively pushing up to the front door. He even lit light himself. Whoa. Okay, he's actually on fire from his own Molotov. It's put out in time. But a nice knock onto Nick confirms that kill. 5 kills for Gunners so far.
Wouldn't be the first time tonight, or first time this weekend that Greg Shot has done a ton of damage to himself as well. H1, he spots out 9-1, but he takes a ton of damage, and Kickstart, he's behind you! Outlaws with a complete lack of understanding about where Kickstart's playing. There's a third. Why not do it all yourself, Kick? He scouts around, makes sure that the last member of the Outlaws isn't in this section, but Kickstart, great bit of play from him there as he just wipes them out. 14 teams left alive now. Shrimsy will get the kill confirmed on the 9-1. But yeah, now we turn our attention. Toyo, they saw the kill feed. They know that Falcons are regrouping after a very quick fight, and they can sense blood in the water.
Can they get those kills, though? Kickstart the knock on a Capitan. Outlaws do get eliminated. 13 teams still alive, but just how close so many of these squads are, despite the cover of the warehouse just to the east of this position, I do think it's about to get whittled down very, very quickly. Falcons looking toward the west, towards Toyo, looking towards the east, towards Bestia. Capitan is about to get revived. No one wants to peek their head out in order to get these kills. I mean, that means that they're going to stay safe themselves, but you can only avoid fighting for so long.
Yeah, phase 4 as well. It hurts as you see the blue zone now engulfing the members of Toyo, as Snakers will get that knock onto Pipa. Icy Flex is down, as is Bunt, as Lopez will sprint down out, but the Gunners up to 7 kills. But will they have time to get their players back on their feet? Wuju 2 not too far away. Bunt has been confirmed out now as Falcons still going head-to-head with Toyo, as a great nade from H1 will find that knock. Kickstart with a spray with the AUG from the side, and Toyo fall, not just from the lobby, but continuing to tumble down the leaderboard. 6th place now. Falcons soon to consume that position if they can pick 4 more points up. But I'm looking further north, Cammy. I'm looking further up. Ooh. If Bestia can win this fight with Team Liquid, they'll pass Al-Qudsiya.
Halo spotted the rotate. A quick little peek, pixel angle. They're waiting. They know that they have the advantage in terms of terrain, in terms of positioning. They know that it's all on Bestia to make their way up that ridge line. Luminosity, you can also see them pushing in from the west. This is, the tension here is palpable. Smokes in play. Don't quite know who tossed them. Considering there's a second one triggered, I think this might have been defensive smoke by Liquid. Box goes down, so Dots on the north. They're getting activated from their high ground position.
I like it. They're playing that warehouse compound way up to the north. There's nobody further north in the map than them, and they're not even that far away from center circle. Ruben will fall, working in silence down to solo player left alive as they take over top spot from Team Liquid, who are not too far away on 113. But we've got Falcons, we got Bestia, we got Wuju 2, all pushing in from the south side of the circle, and I feel like Bestia, they could be about to be torn asunder. You don't want to get stuck between these two sides. Kickstart with a Panzer at the ready. He is the front line. He is the tip of that spear, and spotting the vehicle, the Murado, he'll throw the molly over, and it's Mime. If Mime gets taken down by a Panzer from Falcons, I don't think he'll be very happy. There you go. Kickstart hits him in the forehead, and he says, "I took your jib," and he moves on in.
Come on, that roster move was so long ago. Surely they're not still bitter about it. Who knows? They might be. And now Gooners now still pushing. It's all about who the new victim is. BL is avoiding it. The terror that is the Gooners, but El Proyecto don't have the same luxury. Getting inside, working inside. It's still get eliminated. BL gets taken out by Wuju 2, but Greg Shot gets a double. First Posa, now Gizera, 1 HP. Gooners are frying now.
Right. There's no way Gooners can give themselves a chance, right? Wuju 2, this fight has been threatening to kick off all map long, and it's all down to Matthias now, the last player standing, tossing out smokes. He wants to get the res, but can Icy Flex get far enough forward? There you go, just about buying himself enough time to get Icy back on his feet. But 9 kills for them, not far off hitting the 10 bomb, and we're not even in the placement points just yet. Bestia, 4 kills on the board. Silzen and DraftKing, but DraftKing will fall just on cue as he goes down to his hands and knees here. Falcon's down to just Hitchwin in our picture-in-picture as we will see more and more kills being picked up. 2 teams here with almost 10 kills each, Cammy, and there's still 8 teams alive.
Yeah, huge eliminations happening on the west side while Wuju 2 are trying to overtake the Gooners. They actually flood in front of them. Gonna be able to cut them off on their own push out. The smoke allowed for the second revive on the Icy Flex, but now they're going to be on the back foot. The question is, what can that last move of El Proyecto do? Do Wuju 2 know about Kraken's position? Or are they going to be distracted by this lone player and end up giving Gooners an opportunity to respond? And look at the minimap, guys. While all of that has been happening, I don't know how they did it again, but potentially dangerous. A second central position. Both Miramars now. They haven't been active. They haven't really been engaged, but they are just now ready to farm placement points.
The question is, how many can they get? You know, there's 3 players up. They've 1 kill on the board, which is, you know, par for the course whenever you see a lot of kills happening around the edge and you're playing the center, but it's what happens from here. Falcons, 2 players back up, 91 points for them now as they move through the smoke, but the Bizzler will look to do the business onto them as they move closer and closer. And all I see, Cammy, is open field for the Falcons to run through on that mini-map. Way up to the north, Dots are living their best life. Wuju 2, they've got 1 member of El Proyecto to the north. You've got still 2 members of the Gooners just to the south of those. Luminosity, their next move is an intriguing one because they could full send the compound that's being played by potentially dangerous. And they might actually just wait by the edge of the wall as well and see, do any of these other fights kick off first? Does any space open up that naturally will allow us to move in?
So about finding that opening, though. They got some good damage onto Dots. At the very least, that should buy them a couple of moments, but still, I think it's going to need to be a lot of smokes and probably some extra knocks onto potentially dangerous for them to survive. Shrimsy is still getting ready to get revived. The problem is the blue, I think it's moving too fast. I don't think it's really going to be possible. I think Shrimsy might just be there to keep H-Win from backing into the blue himself. Like trying to swat your toddler's hand away from the stovetop. But now H-Win, it's all up to himself. Surviving in the field. Luminosity, they do move out. Smoke wall in play. Deployable shield as well for extra defense.
If they deal with Falcons, this is actually not a bad position to be in at all. Like, Falcons right now are the only real team that have an angle on this position. Gooners now need to make their way into the circle. Their next decision will be a curious one to keep an eye on. Wuju 2 are there. What about Dots as well, Cammy? Up on the north on the high ground, Joshy can just ride that plateau for a little while. But the problem for them becomes once you have to come down from this cliffside, it becomes a shooting gallery.
Yeah. I think Gooners might favor going south. It reduces the risk of going through the maze of a compound that they know Wuju 2 and a single player of El Proyecto are still going to be in. They're going to have to cross the road either way. So that's not really too much of a consideration. For Dots, they need a knock onto potentially dangerous to come down from that high ground, but they're also going to be looking to abuse this high ground angle as much as they can. You saw a few members of Dots looking towards Luminosity. A vehicle comes through. Bliss is just going to go ahead with it.
The Dragunov getting into that danger zone for this weapon where the 7.62 with a headshot can really make a statement. Hitchwin will take a ton of damage once more as he hits the deck. He goes to the blue. Falcons will fall. 6 teams left alive now as everybody's gifted an extra point, and that point will move El Proyecto into second spot. Al Qudsia holding on to fourth spot here at the moment by placement points alone. As Kraken's position is known, the nade won't deal with the shield, nor will the blue zone. Kraken might just be okay for another few seconds, as you can just see his back to the blue. That one's gone, he's still there, but it's the Gunners. Yes, go, gets the kill on the board. There's their 10th one. And they've wrapped all the way around Wuju too, Cammy. They went the other way, they took on the maze.
Yeah, no, they didn't take, they even circumvented it, the wider wraparound back against the blue. That does mean they're gonna have to commit to the fight against Wuju 2 before they cross that road. And honestly, in retrospect, hindsight's 2020. I do understand the value of this move as well. It's gonna be suicide crossing that road. At least take a fight that you can potentially win, but a grenade up and over coming up from Fana. Sneak attack as well, both coming in tandem. They missed Simply Matt, but it still pushes them away from that rock. And Icy Flex still anchoring down on the low ground. Smoke is not going to allow him to see much. Matt goes down to Hot and Spicy. Stolen by Sneak Attack. It's all on the Icy Flex. What can he steal as a solo player? How many more points can he give Gooners here?
I like this move by Dots, though. They see the fight kicking off. They know that the high ground is theirs to take, but we'll turn our attention to PD. Under a ton of pressure now. The blue zone nades forcing them into cover. Theros not going to get res, and you feel like it's just going to be a matter of time. Gabri with a rebuttal of a nade of his own, but is it going to go far enough? Yes, it is. Gats will eat the shrapnel as the blue zones force the players of PD further and further into the corner. 2 members of LG down now as they need to deal with Gabri as soon as possible and get these reses off. Snakers with the P90. Waiting to put in the work, but Gabri, how is Gabri standing on this side of the compound without anybody from Dots putting pressure this way? He has gotten away with that one. Uh-oh, watch your own teammate there. It might be about to be rezzed. It can get inside here, Cammy.
Yeah, able to cross. Oh, never mind.
Never mind.
Bliss finds it. There it is. There's that peek from Dots. It could be a little surprising how much of an angle, how many like angles of a high ground you might be missing. You gotta really overcommit. Peeking over and fakes and finds Icy Flex. Gooners do go down, annihilated by Wuju 2. It was a long fight, but Wuju 2 able to get all 4 from that. Currently sitting on 8 points. 8 kills, rather. That's before placements. Assuming the revive comes in on Luminosity, it's going to be a 4v3v3v1. Gabriel can still salvage a few extra points here. But as far as who else wins this, I couldn't tell you. I think Luminosity are in the best position being in this compound, sharing it with Gabriel. But Dots and Wuju 2 still have a chance to really throw something into the mix.
Yeah, I agree with you. And Gabriel's going to be tough to clear from this position as well, because if Luminosity want to win that fight, you've got to throw 2 or 3 players at it, because the first player usually gets knocked when you push upstairs. If you go for that push, it invites the rest of the lobby to backfill your position. So I think LG are doing the right thing and letting Gabri hold this position for now. Fana from Wuju 2 looking to lock down Knots as a ton of damage is dealt, and Fakeston will use the smoke to start crossing that road, but you're pushing right at a P90 as they lose another one. It's a 4v2v2v1 now of active and standing players as Sneak Attack spots out Bliss, but he's not able to find the kill. 2 members of Wuju 2 stacked closely together as Snakers peeks up once more, but Fana crossing through the smoke. The nade from Vox clears the middle of the compound as Bliss will find Sneak. 1 player standing down. It's all down to Fana, and he's going to have to do something fantastic if he wants to find the win, but Snakers wraps around the other side. Fana will find Bliss now as Luminosity find themselves in a 4v1v1 with Fana on 1 HP. The smoke about to dissipate. The nades from Gats is good, and it's all down to Hot and Spicy in the blue, but Snakers gets it done. Luminosity with a big win, 20 points for them, should put them right up into the mix as well of that 6th, 7th, 8th place position and those all-important PGC points.
Really depends on what else they can do from this point, but their slow approach worked out this time. They were able to outlast the other defenders from their position, the Liquids, the Bestias, and in this case, even potentially Dangerous, actually overtaking their position. There was a lot of good movement from a number of teams that really needed to make waves up on the leaderboard. How much that can extend them further, we only have 4 rounds left. I mean, that's all that remains to be seen. But these teams towards the bottom and the middle, they still have a fight in them.
They did, and the top 4 teams not really moving around much at all as they all fell rather early. Toughies. It was the mode for the teams in the bottom half of the table with the points they got in that game.
I love seeing this diverse roster take home the victory as Luminosity gets themselves a very nice win on the back of the
Blue Man group.
there.
They're so
Right?
red. The tans.
Welcome to the Red Polygons. Name change incoming. But they came out with a good play. This is a team that, at the start of the day, we kind of had this discussion of should we include them on possibly in the race for this thing, and ultimately chose no. I don't think this was enough on game 2, but it was really nice to see some good plays. Let's look back at the highlights and break down a little bit of this Luminosity journey, Godspeed.
Highlights. Did I nail it?
You did. You nailed it better than we
Okay.
did.
The highs, that's for sure.
Yeah, you did.
Well, Poro,
And the
why don't you
lights.
hit me with the highs of this game, dog?
Boy, let me tell you. Southern Los Leones circles. You can't get enough of them. Well, unfortunately, this time for Potentially Dangerous, they did not get a compound that they could sit in all the way to the end of the game. And this time, look, Empire, they just keep running into teams that they can't beat. I'm waiting for them to run into the teams that they can, but we haven't seen it yet. And this time, Gooner's going to be the one to take them out. Gooner's kind of fragged out this game, Godspeed.
Yeah, they wiped an Empire initially on that send into the center circle, and then they continued their rampage from the south and almost wiped El Proyecto as well while trying to hold off a team like Wuju 2. And then Kick just decided that he wanted to remind us that he is Himothy, and not only did he take care of the Outlaws almost entirely by himself, but then he did it again to a separate team, which was Toyo, which is just craziness. And then for good measure, he's like, hey, Mime,
You think
check this
Chad
out.
said anything
Right?
about that? Jeez,
He's just
I
on
can't let
fire.
that go.
That was
Look at
just
Greg.
insanity.
Look at Greg, man. Greg's showing him that he's still got a little bit of something in the tank there as we saw Luminosity trying to hold off Dots. Dots making it to the late game. Haven't seen them there in a while. But at the end, just too much, too strong. 4 up for Luminosity. Big win for them.
I thought you want to talk about Dots. 8 kills, 8 points, pretty good. Pretty good. Not enough, but it was cool to see
Neat.
them there. Neat.
Yeah, Poro.
You know what was neat?
What's
was
that?
You're right. Kickstart, double 3-piece separate teams, then vindictively Panzerfausted a man. I don't know what did he ride a jet ski? He probably rode a jet ski this morning, I'll bet. He had a jet ski and some COD. That's the only thing I can think of.
That's
Yeah, you think so?
that might have been it.
All right, let's talk
I wish I
about
could
the
have a
score.
jet ski and COD every day.
Right? Isn't that's the Brazilian life that we're all
I know.
missing out on?
Truly.
All right, back to the topic
Among
at
other
hand.
things.
Luminosity Gaming gets 20 points. Wuju 2, after getting dunked on by Liquid in the last match, comes out with 14. And that's got to be irritating, Godspeed, because, they died in the last one, and that's one of those deaths where, like, you as a team can't even necessarily be mad at yourself, right? Like, he just hit the perfect, mortar. So how?
Yeah.
But when you're in the race and you go, man, 2 good games to start, and they end up with one of those 2 good games, that's got to really sting going into the next match.
Right, especially because you're running out of games. That's the
Yes.
most important thing, is you're running out of games. And for some of these teams, like, yes, Luminosity popped off. I think it was 6 kills, if I'm not mistaken, for Snakers. So they definitely have the capability, right? We've been talking about them pretty much all weekend, but they have to put it together. That was a good start, but still, you look at the right side of the leaderboard, 79 points. They are still so far away from even just 3rd place.
So let's get into this leaderboard math, right, Poro? I'll give it to you, but I want you to focus on the top because Wuju 2 making that game actually puts them back into something. Break it down.
Well,
for me.
that's the biggest story coming out of game 2, right? Obviously, congrats to Luminosity for getting the win, hopping up into 9th place. That's going to do well for PGC points and money. But the thing is we lost so many of those top teams early on. So no, there wasn't really a whole lot of movement there on the left-hand side. Things getting a little bit closer, as you see now, we're all the way down to 8th, and Team Falcons 91 points. They're not that far out of Team Liquid's 1st place spot. So the fact that so many teams on the bottom side of the leaderboard did well this time actually kind of made things closer on this left side. Now that we're going into the 2 wildcard, do we even call them wildcard maps at this point? 2 years in?
I wouldn't call Rondo a wild card map because we know what's going to happen.
Fair, yeah.
Test
I guess
track?
test track, yeah.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
We'll call them the change of pace maps then instead.
I like that.
Sure.
But with going into the change of pace maps, where Toyo actually has had a lot of success on Rondo. They didn't have it yesterday, but before that they had 3 wins in a row. It's going to open things up a little bit more for some of these teams on the top, I think.
I absolutely think so. Now, as we get into that race, you know, it's all about where you finish in the top 3. If you guys are just joining us, that's why we're talking so much about those 3 spots, is the top 3 get a bid to PGS to go along with the Falcons. Something else you guys talked about at the start of the day was Falcons. I expect them to make it to the top 4. Both of you sort of implied that. So far, so good. Kickstart's definitely just kickstarted that process. Here's the question, though. I mean, they're within 20 points of actually getting into the top 3 and maybe causing a bit of a kerfuffle, right? Because if they get up into those top 3 for you guys at home, they've got an auto bid. So that means 4th place now gets a chance to go to PGS. This is still extremely close. I know we always have a pretty close race when it comes to sort of the end of PAS, especially when you talk about 2nd, 3rd, 4th place. This feels like a very large potential going into this game of teams who still can make it up into the top 3.
Eight-way race right now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. In it?
Yeah, I would say even going up to 5th place, you have Bestia with an opportunity. I mean, they're only 11 points behind, right? All the way down to 5th is very competitive. The thing that worries me, though, for some of these teams is the same thing that we spoke about earlier, which is as the pressure continues to mount, as the teams that are at the top maybe not having the best games, guess what? Falcons is already proving 2 games in. They're going to continue to pile on that pressure, and it makes me worry for the teams that they might catch up in that top 5.
Yeah, I think that's something that you guys brought. Like, again, you brought this up, and the reason that it is terrifying is if Falcons does continue to do this and soaks up all these points, Wuju 2 is just out of luck, right? Like, Toyo's just out of luck.
Yeah.
There's nothing left for them to get their hands on. So far, it has been interesting to watch. We talked a little bit about Bestia. We talked about Wuju 2 trying to fight their way back into this. Team Liquid continues to show consistency. Have they changed their play at all, Poro, or are they still doing exactly what they did the last 2 days? It seems like it's still consistent.
That game was a little bit, I mean, I think if we were going to actually show something, that game, they got circle while they were looting up in Los Leones, and they refused to go center. They still played around that edge. And that, as a result, they ended up running into another team kind of early on as they kind of came through the crash. So that cost them a little bit there. But, you know, still top 3, 116, 113, 113. You're all right next to each other. Alcatsia and Bestia at 105. And Alcatsia had the first game win as well. So I think at this point, if you're any of those teams, you really got to be looking, I got to get top 3. Got to get top 3. And that way, it doesn't matter what Falcons does. If I get top 3, I'm in.
All right, so let's play this now as we talk about sort of these teams that are on that chase for the 3. We're going to Tego. It's not as wild card as it used to be, Godspeed, but it does still have a little bit of lack of definition. There's still some unique positions for these teams to play out of. If you're in the mid pack, is there anything special that you do when you go to Tego, or or is there like a strategy you can use because the map is different than what you're used to try to get those points?
Well, we saw it in, I believe it was the Tego game yesterday. The circle ending was just very barren, right? Tego is a great map. I really enjoy watching it. It's fun to play. But at the same time, there are times where you're just going to be stuck in open ground. So I think for the mid-pack teams, for the teams that may struggle or may not have a position, they really need to go for those kills. They really need to make sure they're getting as many kills, as many points as possible, just in case there is an ending where the circle just has absolutely nothing to play, which again has happened already yesterday. So
collect your mortars.
Yeah.
Yes.
Get your mortars in the trunk.
And now, is that a situation where you maybe send middle-ish early, hoping that then you sort of are playing for kills in the next 2 or 3 circles if the shifts work or don't work for you? Or are you going to want to be chasing late the entire time if you're on if you're a kill hunt team? No one hot drops on kill hunts. What is the strategy to maximize your kills if you're a team looking to sort of get those points that way? Is it battle from the start or get geared up and hold a good spot?
I mean, I could be wrong on this, Godspeed. You can tell me if I'm full of it, if I am. But it feels like well, thank you. I feel like you get it's two different. It's really 2 different strategies depending on whether it goes north or south of the river, right?
Yeah.
So if you're south, I feel like going center is probably a better play. If you're north, then playing the edge is more likely the play to get the points, right?
Godspeed, full of crap, yes or no?
No, I mean, it really depends on the circle. Poro's right. It really does depend on the circle, where your team is, given the pop, where your team is, if you're center, and it hard shifts. And those decisions are really tough to make, right? Like, and we heard Sparking say it in his interviews, like sometimes we just said, screw it. We have to go for the kills. The placement doesn't matter here because we're probably not going to make it past the shift. So he's
it's funny.
Right.
But also, again, that meeting with Sparky, that interview with Sparky, if you guys didn't watch that last night, go back to yesterday's VOD at some point, watch the last couple of minutes because the Sparking interview was phenomenal. Showed his growth, his maturity as a player has just skyrocketed. But it's also skyrocketed. Like, the changes that he's made to play with this roster, I know he had other offers. He said that he believed in what Kurt was building, so much so that he's quit skateboarding, that he is following rules that he said he would never follow because he believes in what the team is doing. And I think that maturity that we've seen from him and that entry frag potential with the other three guys has been such a beautiful mix. I love this roster, and I think there's a chance they're top 3 in the world at the end of this thing.
That ecosystem is just so strong, right? They've been so strong for so long. We obviously know all the players, former SDK, TSM, whatever, the Liquid boys. Those guys, Kurt, Luke, Alo, that core have always been so strong. And with the addition, oh my God, this circle is beautiful, just like Sparking. With the addition of Sparking, again, that team last year already was already one of my favorite teams, but they just even more so with the addition of Sparking. I love his attitude, I love his outlook on the game, I love his personality. I'm just glazing the hell out of him because he's a phenomenal player and a phenomenal person. So yeah,
they deserve it. And you bring up the ecosystem. The thing that I love is that they've had an 8-year ecosystem, but it's never been an ecosystem. These guys have always been down to earth, willing to work as a team, willing to change to fix whatever style is functional. I mean, they even let Hypoc coach them for a while, which is saying that's insane patience. So I love watching these guys. I want to see them continue to do well. I like this circle, Poro. I heard your reaction. Yeah. Why the reaction?
Well, I mean, look, you were talking about, is it better to dive center? Is it better to play edge? I think in this circle in particular, Finna, I hope your teammates are coming soon because you're going to get a lot of company here because that compound, that 2 compounds there, the one that he is in and the one just to the east, that gets so much love. And it also tends to magnet to that spot as well. But we'll see how it plays out. But I feel like that is going to be kind of the center of attention here as we wait to see where the next circle goes. You see Falcons, they're already hopping in the E pickup. They're not wasting any time.
You know what? No. Everyone's mounting into E pickups. As much as I hate to end this because it's my last chance to desk with you guys today, I have to. I'm going to send it over to our casting duo for our 3rd match. It is the Cammy D and Gib Dad.
This is my last map cast, and that means I can scream my lungs out, Cammy, and I'm going to scream my head off because all we've done is Control-C the circle on this map from EMEA earlier and pasted it right on into NA.
Yeah, and I mean, just to follow up on what Poro was saying, that those positions in the middle, for Finna, he already left that spot. Remember, they know what's coming. They even if they saw the E pickups in the air or not, they expected teams to just bomb the center for them. And if you're one of those teams that, circle 1 lands right on top of you, that feels good. But if you're at the end of the plane path, you only just landed. The teams in front at the beginning of the plane path, they're going to already be on the move. You really need to be aware of timing. So it might suck to have to give up that central spot, looking at working in silence and Empire, but they're not going to have the gear to set up a proper fight. Al-Qadisiyah, they're also coming in with an E pickup of their own. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a 3rd or a 4th. Get ready. Though it looks like Roth is taking this as a solo just to scout ahead, which is another very, very strong use of that item. But regardless, I think we see multiple ground rotations. Liquid right next to Sam Crismo. But just looking at the map, we have Bestia center, we have potentially dangerous center, we have Gooner center. Shouldn't be surprised at those latter 2. Like I said, the most aggressive center sending teams we have in the lobby. The problem is, where is their backup going to be? Oh, DraftKings, disgusting shots.
Why not? Why not? It's simply Matt's been a menace, and DraftKings has said he's had enough. He's not going to deal with DraftKings or deal with Matt for the rest of this game. But I think he's been picked up. No, he's not. No, he's not. My brain, my old ass brain. But I want to pick up one thing, right? The desk said Sparking showed great maturity. All I remember from that interview was, I play with a bunch of old men. Hell yeah, I'm going to buy a jet ski, and my dad still cooks me dinner. That's what I picked up from that.
Listen. The dropping skateboarding, I think, is more than enough to show that, he believes in not just the Liquid project, but the Kurt project.
Isn't jet skiing more dangerous?
No, not immediately. I don't think so. I mean, if you fall off, you fall into water.
Yeah, but I don't know.
No, I mean, the amount of risk you have to break a wrist while skateboarding is really, really high.
I live in rural Ireland. Skateboarding hasn't become a thing yet. We're still in the 80s, so we've not really got those 90s trends in yet, to be honest. And At this point, Cammy, I think I'm too old to pick it up, if I'm being honest.
Oh, I would not recommend it on you. Your brittle bones will break the second you even like trip over a sidewalk crack.
I still play 3 sports. I play American football.
Wait, American? Don't you have like other types of footballs up there?
Yeah, but like, why not? Let's play that sport too.
Cultural diversity.
Mate, I've been adopted by the Americas. I have to get into American sports, right? So that whenever I'm on a call with you guys and like Paro makes a reference to some sports team, I'm like, oh yeah, I know them.
Yeah.
No, he's talking about other ones too. Like what's going on?
We're watching soccer, but anyway, what we're talking about, teams are fighting. Gunner's got a kill. Luke gets a kill. Fakeston goes down. And this is still not even in the zone. These two teams, I mean, I don't know how long they've been flirting with each other, but I think Liquid might have posted up once again to trap rotations through this very prominent road that goes through Songam. I mean, they're gonna get rewarded for it. They got 2 kills off of it.
I think it's the right thing to do, Cammy, because we can see the map. Remember, if you at home have a spare screen and you want to see the map feed as well, exclamation mark map as Kurt. Come on, you can reverse it, back that one up. But once you win this fight or this fight ends, you've got those compounds just to the edge of Songam that you can play, so you're not necessarily stuck. And with a circle like this, Cammy, it's either going to go up towards the north or down towards the south at some point. So if you play edge, you're either going to get massively rewarded, or you just play the really slow game and take down everybody on your path on the way into the circle, which Liquid can certainly do. And Wuju too, they don't want any more of that smoke, Cammy. They're going to rotate way up north. They're actually going right between where Toyo and Dots are rotating in through at the minute.
Ooh, couple of shots. Benya trying to send a few on from the passenger side. It was able to land 1 bullet. But I think Wuju are already on the retreat away. They've already lost 2. They're not going to go for any more fights if they can avoid them. But, man, they're just in a load of trouble. They had a pretty good game previously, and you always want to follow up a good game with an even better one or something comparable. But Wuju looks like it's going to be a complete reversal of fortunes if they can't salvage something away. Another rotation camp, this time from God Squad. They're avoiding El Proyecto, their arch nemesis from Miramar, but it's going to be Liquid that are driving up this angle. How are they going to appreciate a taste of their own medicine?
Not when you want to win PAS. This is not the rotate to make, and Kurt's been trying to win PAS for years now, and you don't need God Squad to be the ones to... Oh, look, they've pulled up. They've pulled up. Alo might go a bit further. Oh, Alo, no. Alo, no. You're going to run right in towards Pat Caps and Bale.
This is a better path than on the road. It's a better path than on the road. It limits the angles, and they're expecting it. They go for the drive by themselves. Alo goes down. Kurt has to sleep swap away. But yeah, Deadman walking at that point. Billfrost ducks away from the shots and sparking. There's still potential for an answer by Liquid. Do they stick and play the game? Well, with sparking going down, the answer is probably no. Luke's just going to be able to salvage the solo now. But a really good camp by God Squad. Going to get 3 points out of this.
Well, it's a great read. Like, it's a great read. You see the compound and you think, well, if this smells like a trap, so they try to take the beach. But God Squad are ready for it. They pick up the kills. Like, Team Liquid are so close. Like, I want to see them win because Kurt's been trying to win an America's event. Think about how close he's been in the last couple of years, Cammy. And the last 2 maps is the most luck, the exact sort of luck that they've been having for years when they get close to winning.
Okay, they're not out of it yet. We still gotta wait to see what working inside of El Proyecto can do with the opening and leaderboard that Liquid is giving them, being down to 1 player. Wuju lose a 3rd. It's all down to sneak attack. Hey, find center. Crossing fingers, hoping to just be able to play prone for the next 25 minutes. But it's going to be a hard shift down south. Still so much water. God Squad love this. You can see Empire. They're all grouping up around Michael. You don't want to go too far away from the coastline because you know it's going to send away on phase 4 if it does stay next to the water. But even still, closer to center still tends on giving you better options moving forward throughout the game.
And for those of you watching who maybe aren't as attuned to the game, phase 4 is the land ratio shift. So this can still keep tons of water for the phase 3 shift. Now, when we get to phase 4, the center has to be touching dry ground. So the smart bet would be down where God Squad is, right, Cammy? That's where you'd think that's where most land is. So realistically, you'd gamble that that's where we are going to go, which is why God Squad, Empire, Luke are all moving that way. Poyo could have a great position here too, but we'll turn our attention over to Empire as Valiant will pick up the kill on the Sharp, and Wood should get the res off. He'll get the smoke, but Pat Caps and Shinboy, they might want to push in and clear this one up.
Problem is, he knows how open it is, and here's vehicles coming on the re-crash. Swings out the side aggressively, but Pat Cap still has the advantage in that engagement. Loses a second. It's gonna be a full 2 kills. You can see the Empire, they are running away from this one. The timing does not allow for the salvage there. Now sneak attack. Last player up has just been trying to avoid fighting, but Bestia come right on in. Stuns at the ready. They know that there is potential prey waiting inside, but Sneak gets one. Doesn't have the timing to go for the full confirmed kill. Goes down without any points at all, and Bestia they get the first point on the board for themselves.
Yeah, and they move ahead of Al-Qudsiya once more as this dance for that top, couple of spots gets even tougher. Now remember, Falcons are already through, so you have to be inside the top 3, and the gap is just starting to separate. We're starting to see separation between 5th and 6th and 7th, so those teams with not a lot of maps to work with. So with Snakers making his way down, Luminosity, they're going to full send for this compound that we saw God Squad holding earlier, but then they got into the fight with Empire. Potentially dangerous. Center of the circle again, playing this dip, and as open as it looks from the top-down view here, Cammy, it's actually not a bad spot at all because it's a little bowl. You've got cover, but you've got nice sight lines as well whenever you want to peek.
And it's not even all centering up in one singular position, just asking to get naded. It's a little bit of a split, though. I think the northern 2 are kind of adjusting where they're setting up. And there it is, the mortars. Mortars in play. Gooners sending it on Outlaws. Gump is backing away. Doesn't want to get hit by that. Listen, Durways goes down. It is what it is. They lose a vehicle as well.
Has any team gotten more kills with explosives in an event ever than what we're seeing from the Gooners? Even if the question is a percentage of their total kills or explosions, they are really putting in the work. Inside of Hosan Prison, we've got Falcons. They're being pushed by Wuju 2, who are working in silence, who rotated all the way up to this section of the map. Working in silence, 2nd place, 114 points. I am loving it because I have been the biggest BL fan for about 1.5 to 2 years now, and seeing him on the cusp of international qualification really gets me excited, Cammy.
Well, phase 3, it still has some water in it, but significantly less, but we know that it is going to go further east. That potentially dangerous central position, they saw this coming. Them and LG, I think, going to have the best spots. Luke 12 should be able to survive for a bit, assuming no one crashes the dip that he's likely playing from, and that's never a guarantee. Al-Qudsiya now pushing in from the north. Outlaws, they might have lost 1 player, but they could be waiting to strike when they see a victim available.
9-1 from the Outlaws, spots out the Gooners as they rotate through the swamp, and the water slows down that UAZ a lot. Gump should be able to find the knock, but not going to get it. Bunt will hop on it as well. Come on, Gump, you gotta be winning those. Icy Flex will get the kill, and now Curry's going to wrap around as the Gooners pick up a couple more kills. Let's see if Curry can find something a little bit spicier to send the Gooners' way as Bunt takes a bit more damage and again gets into cover as Outlaws just missing opportunity after opportunity to do damage onto the Gooners. They're going to push it up, but let's jump on over. Empire and Al-Qudsiya. D has been knocked, and remember, Al-Qudsiya, they need the points off the back of this one with Empire in 14th place and Michael the last player standing.
Outlaws do get eliminated. Gooners do finish what they started with those mortars. But yeah, Michael, last one up. He's pulled out some amazing salvages. But man, how much is enough for this player? Al-Qudsiya, though, they're getting a little bit distracted as Falcons also group on up in this bit of a suburban street setup with multiple compounds and now more borders. Who's sending these?
Oh, I want to know. I really want to know. I think for Al-Qudsiya, all 4 players inside the first building, they know Michael's a solo. At least if they were keeping an eye on the kill feed, they should know that he is now a solo win. all you gotta do is play the percentage game. You can sustain a knock, but actually, I'm gonna correct myself a bit, Cammy, because I thought they could, but here come the Gunners onto the Falcons. They get the crash, Shrimsy gets one, Tiggleton another, and as soon as they arrive, they are gone. The Gunners eliminated in 14th place. I thought that might have bought Al-Qudsi the time they needed to push towards Michael, and they did that, but the problem is, if Michael gets a single knock, you know Falcons are going straight across this road.
Yeah, it's also not worth it to make that send anyway. Michael could still get a little bit of a spray down on multiple bodies. I think at this point, 20 seconds left. They're in the zone, not in the center, but it's comfortable enough. I think I would also rather hold out and sort of make plans based off of how Falcons are going to be approaching the rest of this fight. Utility being thrown across the road, but not a complete overcommitment. More just utilizing what excess they might have with these new Gooners. Death box is right below them. It's gonna go to the east. Circle number 4. The question is how far?
It's Luminosity's party right now. They're looking for back-to-back chicken dinners, and you know what? It might not be never too late if they do take advantage of this position and get the win. You never know what the PUBG gods could deliver on Erangel and Rondo. Falcons now, they spot out working in silence, currently in 2nd place, trying to surmount and surpass Team Liquid on 118 points, as Emmy will turn his attention this way now. Toyo in free fall on day number 3. And Capitan, well, there's one. Is he going to get the second one? He dances, ditches, dodges, dips, dives around the corner, but he will fall at the hands of Santa. And working in silence, they'll try to get the rest, but a great nade from across the road, and it's going to do tons of work as Michael. What is Michael doing to Al-Qudsi in the middle of the circle? Michael has taken down 3 of them. Rockton's going to go for it with only 2 players for them left alive. It is mayhem elsewhere as working in silence will keep it up, but Al-Qudsi a fall in 13th place. Michael doing the business, and H1 did exactly what I expected.
Dude, we really should have been paying more attention to that, but it's hard. That kill feed was so dynamic. And now Liquid also get eliminated. The send from Stan Frismo into Luke's individual shack. Toyo now. It's chaos up here of the north. 0 kills for Toyo so far. Potentially dangerous, just waiting with open arms for someone to limp across that road. But so many smokes in play. Working in silence. They're sitting. I'm not going to say pretty. I'm not going to say comfortable.
They're sitting.
They're just really trying to post up and defend from Toyo's aggression. But Pippa going for a wide flank while Falcons loops on in. Emmy goes down. 5 kills for Falcons so far. They are ready to start skyrocketing up this leaderboard.
Tiggleton with a great knock on the drive-by with a mini as they push this fight. So we've got so many teams posted on the northeast, potentially dangerous. Toyo working in silence, and Toyo, they've gotten out of dodge. They've seen that it's Falcons pushing into this gunfight, and they've said, Emmy, it was nice knowing you. We're going to keep on moving. But the Falcons know about working in silence inside of the dip. The problem for Toyo is a little bit further south of this. You can see El Proyecto, who are currently looking to increase the gap over Bastions. Oh my god, Kickstart. Yeah, working in silence. Dealt with. Couple of nades. Job is a good one. Now, what can Benya do? Kraken got the knock on to Pipa. He's got the nade at the ready, as does Haven. You'd assume that one of these nades is going to land exactly where it's needed. But no, it's thrown a little bit further. They're more focused on the flush here, Cammy.
They gotta go for the points. They gotta go for the points. Benya's just staying alive, surviving under the threatening gaze of El Proyecto. Phase 6 still goes south. A grenade by Shimboy takes their Oz out. Now the God Squad have entered the mix. Question is, how hot is too hot for potentially dangerous? I don't think it's gonna be able to get inside and get the res. Well, doubly so now because Shrimsy with the nade mailed it directly. Postage stamped.
Oh,
now Slabby, they're all done. They're all taken care of.
Yeah, good night. The best thing about that nade, Fritz, is he was first aiding as well, so he would be staring down at his feet as it lands there, and he's like, yep, GG's, that's my map over as Falcons. Pinocchio, here is that drive-by from Tiggleton. He hits those for fun through the smoke, by the way, Cammy. No problem at all for the Thunder down under. And there's that nade cleanup as well of working in silence. And Tig, He's just built different. He's so good. As we turn our attention back to Luminosity, who spot out Bestia rotating past, and Bestia, they want to hunt down El Proyecto.
Oh, hot and spicy with the links. Krafton goes down. Mime gets confirmed by Bliss. That Bestia are not looking to be in a good position at all. And that position being back in the loading screen. They go out in 9th. Placement points are getting activated now.
I'm looking at it, and I really am. Bestia, they're not going to get into the top 3 this game, nor RL could see it, but the only positive for both of those sides is working in silence. Falling with only 2 kills means that they're still not too far off. As Benya, yep, at some point, the blue zone needs, he's got 4 med kids left in his back pocket. He'll pop it off, but sooner or later, Toyo are going to fall. They'll pick up 1 placement point, but you're starting to get really worried about their chances. They're going to need a chicken dinner in the next couple of maps if they want to really force their spot inside. But Cammy, 115 points for 3rd place. We're going to be well up into the 130s or even 140s for that cutoff for the PAS spots, and that's probably the highest we've ever seen it.
Likely, very likely. And just looking at Benya now, I mean, El Proyecto have been looking that way the whole time. Benya has not been able to find a single opening and attention, and now with the first aid kits no longer in play, I believe, for Benya. But maybe he was able to find 1 more, unless he goes out now. Oh, he's finding more somewhere. He's able to stay alive. And El Proyecto, I mean, they keep looking behind. They know that there's another point. There's another threat that could potentially backstab them, but they need, and you can tell they desperately want to put attention towards the center of the zone, towards Sam Crismo. But God Squad now, they've been fighting against Falcons. H1's being dragged away. Trips about to peek over that ridge right onto Balefrost. Doesn't get the knock. Balefrost with the opportunity to respond.
And that's a good movement from Bale, getting just out of arm's reach of the nade, but the second nade is better. That'll be the knock onto Bale, and Shinboy does not have the opportunity to go for the res. Blue zone nades being thrown to try delay the push, but Tiggleton's nade deals with God Squad. They fall in 8th, and that's 6 now left alive. Benya just about. Did Benya get the extra placement point? I'm not quite sure. He went out in 7th. No, he didn't outlive Michael, so 1 point maybe missed out, but then there were 5. Falcons with 12. Every single team from... Yeah, 12.
12 kills.
Kami, every team right now, from 1st down to 5th, except for El Proyecto, is praying for a Falcons win. They don't want El Proyecto to increase that gap anymore. And it is all down to Falcons to be the hero for those sides. But El Proyecto, Kami, as I keep saying it, you've been waving their flag for a long, long time. And this is looking like the most polished version of this roster we've seen.
See if Hot and Spicy can open it up, but no, El Proyecto, they got eyes on the back of their head. Got 360 vision around this entire high ground. Bizarro takes Hot and Spicy down. A couple of grenades up and over. And look at how aggressive this high ground is. They can't overpeak too much, but everyone seems to be funneled up onto this eastern ridge. The problem is they still need to get inside the zone themselves. It's really all going to be how much that high ground, like there's like that plateau flat part of the high ground, how much space in the next zone will that give them, or will they be forced to Lion King Wildebeest over the ridge line down into San Crismo?
We've got a little bit of wait, 1 minute and 35 seconds before that phase shift does tell us the tale of the next and latter half of the game. As H1 looks towards the shack, and if he had a couple of blue zone nades, you'd know he'd be throwing it this way, but instead it's 5-5-6. He's throwing towards Lopez, but no real damage of note will be done. Lopez, you're dancing with fire here. H1 with that mini, if he gets those things clicking, you could fall really quick indeed. Smoke grenade thrown towards Luminosity to buy yourself a little bit more time. And of course Tig has a Panzer as the opener for this fight potentially if it kicks off. And you got to be really careful of your El Proyecto with that one. But let's see if that nade from H1's good.
Ooh, it looked close. Someone was dealing some damage, and Lopez goes down to Shrimzy. God, this is looking like the Falcons of old. This is what we have come to expect over the years. Another Panzerfaust. Is that one gonna land in? Is it gonna make it into the bullseye? Not quite. Would have been sick though. Observer was setting up for a god shot.
Imagine the angle you need that mortar to be coming at for just to get a chance. A mortar or a Panzer to get through that window. But kickstart, he's got himself 2 kills, 4 apiece for Shrimzy. And Tiggleton as Posa will ride the blue on the way into the circle now. They've got the ridgeline. They're thinking that Falcons might just get over eager here. Look at them. They're locked in, Cammy. They're leaning forward. They're in the, it is time to take this serious gamer position. Haven hears the engine starting, and that's the little bit of movement he needs. But Falcons, they've already began to move. They've got the zone in the northeast or northwest of it. But Cammy, nobody center. Nobody wants to dare to put their foot in the middle of the circle.
I mean, it's so out in the open. And I think this is going to be a bit of an extended, like, multi-team fight. And obviously, I just defined a battle royale. But what I mean is, like, how open this whole thing is. This is going to be almost like a wider version of the ending of that first Miramar map, where no one wanted to go first. It's all about reactions against each other. And just looking at El Proyecto specifically, they were able to survive into the top 5, only got 1 kill so far. And now with this circle shift going towards the west, it's up on them to get activated, be the aggressors, find those openings. But it's gonna have to come with the knock to open things up. Just again, looking at the open ground, they're gonna have to push over. Ron Spicy nails them.
92 on the headshot, but 1 point separating El Proyecto from Team Liquid now. One team falls, they move up a spot. 1 more kill on their tally. They get right on the shoulders of Luminosity, or sorry, of Falcon. Yeah, Gibson, get it right. Team Liquid. Eventually, we got there.
There were 16 teams. It's okay.
We got there together as Kraken will get it together and gets the knock onto Bliss now as they turn their attention onto Dots. 1 knock found. Shane going for the res in the smoke, but Joshi has been exceptional. But Kraken finds Hot and Spicy, but there's Kickstart. Falcons, they've decided now is the time to get the angles onto this fight, but let's not rule out Joshi. Level 3 helmet, level 3 vest, needs aplenty, thrown up into the smoke. He's going to get stunned, and there he's going to get spotted out of Gizera. We'll find him, and he's going to get flushed out by Posa as El Proyecto now move up to top spot. 4 players alive. Nick, though, from Sam Crismo will find Posa as El Proyecto now getting put under pressure, and it's quickly cleaned up now as well. As Falcons throw the nade in through the letterbox window. It's a molly. He steps on out. Lopez will get knocked, and it's another kill for Falcons, who are up to 107 points. Let's not rule them out for PAS just yet. Nick will sprint out into the smoke. But where does he go from here? 4 up for Falcons, 14 kills, 13 players left alive, and Dots will fall. It's more kills for El Proyecto. They extend the lead at the top, and Falcons now up to 4th place, Cammy.
Problem is, El Proyecto, they're already down to 2. They took quite a few beatings. And Haven bleeding out the distance, separated from Gizera. I think it's going to be a solo venture, a salvage top 4 for El Proyecto. Falcons right now with this position taken. They're not in the zone. And Trimsy went down. Nick was able to go down swinging. Luminosity, they've been sitting pretty at the low ground, just playing out from the wall, this rock now. And they are looking to be the healthiest team in position, in players alive, certainly in gear. They haven't had to use a lot of their utilities so far, whereas Falcon and El Proyecto, they've just been tossing utility like for the past multiple number of minutes.
And there's 11 points up for grabs for Luminosity extra here on top of this, and that would really put them close to that 100-point mark, which would give them a real chance of qualification with 3 maps to go, with 115 being that current cutoff point. But Falcons, they can move right into the mix of top spot if they find the win. LG, formerly, we used to call them, you know, if you remember the good old days, it used to be LG Rats in the south of the circle, but they're trying to add points to their tally. No shots landing for Gats at this time of asking. But look at the wide wrap from El Proyecto have got both players back up on their feet. But here comes that airstrike from the Falcons. Gizera avoids the vehicle. The stun grenades up. But I think, yeah, Bizzler, LG, they spot out Haven. El Proyecto, their top spot is still not quite secure overall, but they might not get any more points off the back of this one. Great nade from Voxic, though, as he finds H1. Now Luminosity have decided to strike.
Perfect timing as well. Could allow, well, no, that's not even going to be the case. Falcons, they know what's about to come over that ridge line. They want to confirm second place, confirm another kill point. And now it's 2 versus 4. It's going to pull some amazing shots. Grim's able to find 1. The Snakers immediately on the salvage. Not the salvage, but you know what I mean. Immediately on the trade. Solo play left. Kickstart last one standing. One of the best players in the world. One of the best players in this lobby. Can he win this 1 versus 2? He's dealing the damage. He's bringing it low. He's bringing it close. all about finishing it off.
Blizzard always got the crows and it's over. Luminosity, they get the win. Back-to-back chicken dinners, 19 points. They're up to 98 now, which is just 17 points off of those top spots to secure qualification. But Falcons, look over your shoulder if you're in the top 3, because they have finally showed up in the final 2 days and they're not going down without trying to win PAS, Cammy. What a turn up it's been for Falcons over the last couple of maps.
And hey, not to extend a very small collection of data points into an unnecessarily inaccurate angle, but yesterday, Falcons' 2 best performances were on Erangel. We still have Erangel coming on up, so as long as they can repeat that, they could easily come back in with like an 11th hour victory on not just like getting into a top position, but of first place in this entire tournament.
Yeah, and that's that kind of that for the first half of the night. Luminosity closing out map 3 with their back-to-back chicken dinners. They're right in the hunt for the top 3. And well, guys at the desk, Toffees, this is really heating up.
Heating up like the sunburn on these gentlemen as they walk away with another big win, 2 in a row. At the start of the day, when we showed that fun, classy, can I get that classy leaderboard from the start of the day just to show how smart? They're like, there's no way we still have that, Toffees. If they pull this off, it's magical. But we showed this board. They got it. You guys are legends. Okay, so we went over this, and when you turned it in today, Godspeed, I want you all to know, Godspeed had Luminosity colored green as an in race for qualification. And we were all like, that's bananas. No chance. Make them red. And now look at what's come of us. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of love, Godspeed, for maybe thinking something special. What did you see in Luminosity that made you feel such a way? As we look at the highlights.
The highlights. I don't know. I mean, when I look at the roster and I just look at the experience, and then I also look at the fact that, they do have, Trevor over there helping. I just feel like the adjustments that were necessary were going to be made at least at some point, right? There's no way LG was going to let themselves fall that low, and so I just figured, if they could pop off today, which so far they are, they could absolutely make a case for qualification.
Look at this. Yeah, it seemed like we'd running into the God Squad early on, kind of opened the door for a lot of these teams that are in the chase by taking out the big teams early, or top of the leaderboard teams rather. But again, just Gooners getting involved, LG getting involved, and this is one of the things that I was kind of concerned about at the top of the show when we were looking at that leaderboard, was that a lot of the teams, and this is by no means does this mean to be disrespectful at all, but a lot of the teams that were on that left side of the leaderboard just are newer, haven't had that experience of trying to fight for that top spot going into this final day, and I was worried that they would be playing not to lose, and that is exactly what we see happening here. It is so much harder to hold on to a lead than it is to be in the chase.
It really is. But so far, at least for a few teams, right? El Proyecto, you still have Working in Silence making their bid in some of these late games. Like, they're trying, but yeah, that's also what I was worried about, right? As you stated, 100%, it's the lack of experience and even just being able to hold the lead, right? It's so difficult. It's so difficult to hold the lead, especially when you come into a last day, especially when a lot of these teams are, looking at their mistakes and fixing them as they go into a fresh day. So it's a lot, man. It's difficult.
And you throw on top of that Falcons playing like Falcons.
Yeah,
right? They're out here getting 17 kills and just kind of dumping on the lobby. Like that makes things even that more difficult, doesn't it? Like, even this at the end, I mean, Kickstart pulled it down to a 2v1, and if it wasn't for that beautiful flank there by the Bizzler, Kickstart might have put off something magic. But either way, 23 points overall for the Falcons, despite not winning the game. That's that leaderboard's looking real juicy going to the final half of the day.
Bro, this duo of Kickzy is looking incredible, and I can't wait to see them kind of continue to walk forward in this year. They have been developing, like, all last year you kind of saw it coming together, I feel like, but this year it's feeling really, really strong. So I'm excited about where they go. Luminosity, though, man, 2 big games back-to-back, tons of points, big push. Let's look at the overall leaderboard, because that's what matters the most, right? Is where is Luminosity now? At 98 points, when the top 3 is the cutoff. That is actually legitimately doable with 3 matches left to play, Godspeed.
Yeah, it's so weird to see Falcons in the top 4. I mean, who would have thought?
You guys.
Dude,
who would have
16
thought?
points, 16 points after 6 games, and then they've gotten 114 in the next 9. Like it's wild. But I mean, that's like we said, like that's what we expected from them.
You know what else is wild though, Poro?
What's
Truly,
that?
is the amount of G coin you could get if you happen to put in that code and look at the bottom of your screen. So there's a lot of wild.
Get the G coin, and then we got to get to a quick break. Don't go anywhere though. When we're back in a couple of minutes, it's the final 3 matches, the PAS Grand Final, and it is a serious race to see who gets to PGS. Now we're gonna take a quick break from this contest to show you the true contest. That's the second part of our game show.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to PUBG America Series 5 game show starring Porosaurus, of course, and Sparking, Sharpshot, and Snakers. There's 7 questions in. Currently, Snakers in the lead with 8 points, Sparking in second with 7, and Sharpshot in third with 6. So very, very close as we go into our final 7 questions of the day. You guys ready to go?
Oh, yeah.
I'm ready.
Let's do it.
All right, let's show question number 8. How many guns can take 3 or more attachments, not counting scopes or canted sight? We're getting pretty deep into the lore here. The answer is 25, which seems to be shocking to just about everybody.
3 or more, not counting scopes?
Not counting scopes, yeah.
Look, so we're going to do closest to. Sparking, you had how many?
I got 5.
5, Sharp?
6.
Snakers?
I had 9.
9, so Snakers is the closest, but right now let's go to question number 9. How much bag capacity does a mountain bike take up? My favorite vehicle in all of PUBG. The correct answer is 70. Sparking, what was your answer?
I put 50.
Sharpshot, what you got?
I was pretty confident that was that it was 100. I guess not.
Uh-oh. Okay, Jake?
I got 90, which means me and Sparking tied on that.
There you go. See, he's making sure that we know exactly how closest to is. So that is a point there each for Sparking and Snakers. Well, let's throw it over now to question number 10. What battleground is the Roni found on? The answer is on Sandhawk. Did everybody get Sandhawk?
Yeah, I know that instantly.
The best. Snakers, you got Sandhawk as well, right?
Yeah, I thought I put Tego and I changed the last second to Sandhawk.
Okay, so okay. You look because Sharpshot and Sparking looked very confident, and you were kind of like sitting there like. Question number 11 in PAS Series 4 Grand Finals. What team had the most top 4 finishes? And if you want a little bonus, how many top 4 finishes did they have? What is the answer? It was Sonics, and they had 11. Sparking, what'd you get?
I didn't get it right. I said my team, you know, I have to be proud, yeah.
What was your bonus question answer?
I said TSM and 9.
9. Sharpshot?
Man, I went with gas cans and I said 5.
Gas cans.
It's over.
Was that even a team?
Dude, I was gonna say, did they even make it to... All right, Snakers, what'd you get?
I said TSM, but I guessed 11, so I somehow got that.
Oh, whoa. Got the bonus answer though. Okay, so that's hey, it's at least something. Nobody got the overall correct answer. All right, question 12. We got 2 more after this. How much health does the first tick give you when using an adrenaline syringe? Now that's hard. I know you guys could probably tell me with a bandage and with a first aid. The answer is 4. That is very low. Sparking, what'd you get?
I got 5.
5. He is very close. Sharpshot.
I went with 5 as well.
5 as well. Snakers.
I went with 5 as well.
Executive decision. They're all gonna get a point. Why not? They're all closest to. So let's go to question number 13. What is the shortest range you can set a mortar to? We'll go closest to, I guess, once again, 121 meters. Sparking, how close you get?
Man, I got 120.
120. Oh my goodness. Sharpshot.
I went 123.
123. Oh my goodness. Snakers.
I went 115.
115.
Damn,
so we're gonna give
boys.
the point to Sparking for 121 away. All right, final question. Question 14, guys. Where was PGC 2021 held?
I think I was there, wasn't it? Sharp was there
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, we were all there.
Where was PGC 2021 held? South Korea.
Yep. A little bit, I almost went Dubai by accident.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought that's where I thought it was. Sparking, so you got South Korea. Sharpshot, you got South Korea?
Yep.
Snakers?
I also got South Korea.
Everybody got South Korea. All right, so we have at the end of 14, we have Snakers with 14 points, Sparky with 12, Sharpshot with 9, but we do have a bonus question worth 15 points. So if you want to come from behind and win, now is the chance to do it. Where is PGC 2025 being held?
Huh?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the time is not only up for your answers, but the time is up for our show as well. So we're going to have to cut off right now, guys. Don't worry. We will find out eventually what the answer to that final question is going to be. But thank you so much for joining us, guys. Thank you so much for participating. It's been a lot of fun. And guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with more PAS5 right after this.
Enemy spotted. Oh no.
Okay.
Hold up.
My.
Mi bomba.
Eight years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here, so put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome back. It is time for the final 3 games of PAS, where we will determine which 3 teams join the Falcon on the trip to PGS. Who gets the big cash prize? Who gets the PGC points? Who gets the bragging right? And who better to talk about it with me than Gibson and the Camidi? Because you got lots of M's. I'm trying out some new things.
We gotta really extend.
Yep.
Extend the
he puts the
because of all the thinking
Cameron.
that I do. That's what that stands for.
Yeah.
That's what it's for. I thought it was because you were like being like, Cameron, but really it means, Cameron. I get it now. I was a terrible bit, and we're just going to move on past it. So let's talk about the games. When I said, what do you guys want to talk about when we get back? Gibson, you said, I want to talk about how close it is at the start of the boards, at the top of the boards, at the top of the leaderboards.
Yeah.
I got stuck in a cycle.
Yeah, it's fine. Stuck in a cycle. Stuck in a cycle. Stuck as a
No, move on.
He did it too, though, Cameron, without even meaning to.
Yeah, I feel like it's not recency bias. I really do feel like this is the tightest it's ever been with 3 maps left to go. Like Luminosity, we all kind of said like, "Are you sure, Godspeed?" But he was right. They're in with a chance. Al-Qudsi aren't making any ground, and the big thing is the top 3. They've not really extended that lead at all, and it's led us to this situation with 3 maps to go, where it's 8 or 9 teams who could still maybe pick up those 3 spots.
You think there's 9 teams that can get the 3 spots?
I exaggerated a bit.
Yeah, here's the thing though. That's not incorrect mathematically. The problem is we always talk about on leaderboards, oh, you just need this many points. But that's under the pretext of the teams above them getting 0 points themselves. And with this many teams in contention, if you're a team like Toyo at 93 or Wujitu also at 93 or even Luminosity after those wins at 98, for them to jump up, they only need like 25 points. They have like 6 teams in front of them that all need to get nothing for them to make that run.
That's my issue, though. These top teams seem to be playing like dink dank pink pank. I don't want to get into big fights. Meanwhile, teams like Luminosity, who came in thinking we got nothing to lose, are actually becoming threats because of this insistence on maybe not taking too many risks. And it's starting to really irritate the crap out of me, Gibson. I'm just going to be honest.
Well, at heart, all of us casters are really just, you know, we love madness. We love anything that could go awry. And I feel like it's just all too passive at the top. Agents of Chaos, we want to see a bit more like Liquid. The way they started today, I was like, yeah, hell yeah, this is Liquid. They've come. They're going to stamp their authority in the lobby. And kind of just got a bit quiet after that one, but we are getting
well, they got camped by God Squad. Like, what? They lose a fight and they play the rest of the game out. They went for early plays still on the 3rd map. I expect them to follow through. For the other teams at the top, though, I do get what you're saying. Like El Proyecto, they only had 1 kill before they ended up in 5th place. Not necessarily for lack of trying, but there is that question of, now that we have 3 maps left, how is the pressure going to get to some of these teams?
Well, I think that's where you start to talk about the value of having veterans on a roster, right, Gibson?
Yeah.
Because this is the idea of like that top of the leaderboard. Liquid, for instance, was in 1st place. We're like, they're good. And now we're in a position where they're like, maybe we're not good. And I do believe that having that veterancy on the roster, this is when it matters the most to help keep your team in line. Say, no, stick to the plan, stick to what we do best. But that is really hard to do, Gibson.
It is. Whenever once you get emotionally involved and the pressure starts coming on, it is really hard to make the right decisions time and time again. And I do think that Kurt, though, he is the right stuff, the right player, alongside of the likes of Alo and Luke, to lead this team and use sparking to the best of his abilities. But I'd like to see them start to put the pressure on.
Yeah, I would like to see them put. Kurt has had, man, last year for Kurt was a renaissance, and to see it continuing into this year, deeply exciting. Alo playing great, Sparking looking good. That's Team Liquid. Another one that I think we've been watching play well that seems to have slid a little bit, but I'm not counting them out, obviously, is El Proyecto. I have been very happy with watching the old, what used to be Luna, picking up Gizera, who just seems to be such a really good get, in replacing of Vinny. Has been really, really good for them. I think this Proyecto squad, assuming they can hold their position here, does really have international chops, Cameron.
Yeah, backing up with all the experience that they got last year. They were at so many global events. They didn't make a big splash, but that's going to be a learning opportunity. And in fact, you said they slipped. I think with Liquid slip on the previous game, even though it was a bit quieter, like El Proyecto are in first right now. So I think if there is any team that, with 3 maps remaining, of them getting jumped by not just like 2 other squads, but a third as well and get knocked out, actually considering Falcons are in 4th, it would have to be a 5th of Bestia. I think El Proyecto are in a really good shot of qualifying. The only problem is, like, if they go out with 3 donuts, if they go 0 points, 0 points, 0 points, it can happen. So they really need to follow through with it. But the amount of late game clutch finishes skyrocketing up from like 6th place to 4th place at previous tournaments last year, leading from the front, this should be more comfortable. But who knows? Maybe that could bait them into a false sense of security.
That was a really nice way to remind me that I had read the leaderboard wrong. Thank you, Cameron. El Proyecto in first place, looking great right now. But I do think that is one of those rosters, 12th in the world, that is just making themselves better. And that's the kind of team change you like to see at the end of the year. I'm not taking anything away from Vinny. In fact, the way that Bestia is playing right now speaks to his skill for that team. But I think that, you make that small one fix and think maybe that's the secret sauce going forward. But I'll tell you what the secret sauce going forward is. It's our casters. We're going to head over to them now as the action breaks off. It's Godspeed and Porosaurus.
Thank you, gentlemen, as we head into the final 3. Oh, look at this. Little car surfing there as we head into the final 3 games of this grand finals, and it could not be closer. I mean, we say this every single time, Boro. It's always down to the last couple games. It's very rare. I shouldn't say that. It's not very rare, but it's been rare recently that, one team just runs away with it.
They know how to make it exciting. That is for sure. As Gooner is going to run through a luminosity duo here, but Bizzler, the only one with an angle, will get one low, and Greg's shot will avoid that line of sight. But wouldn't you know it, Gooners, that's the compound that they wanted to go to, isn't it? So they're going to get everybody inside, reset, try to keep the vehicle upright, bunt. But I guess we're going to fail at that, as it'll flip on its side, but Gooners will be safer now.
Yep, indeed. And LG just making the smart play. It's not worth it. They were already split. And I do have some updates and news from a team such as LG. News.
Okay, what you got?
So it was Trevor. Trevor reached out and wanted to just kind of give me a little insights as to why they're finding success today. First of all, he said they reviewed the PCS Charity Cup last night, lost the first game on the last day, and then they won 4 in a row, and they are looking to replicate that. So just
Fair
a little
enough.
tidbit. He's also very pleasantly surprised. Not surprised. He's also very pleasantly, he's very appreciative of the performance he's seen from Vox as well as the other members on the team. He thinks that they have fantastic synergy. He thinks that they have what it takes to go to a international. And even if they do have a rough first go, they have 2 events, right? And so he has a lot of confidence in this team. I think we, so far, after seeing their improvement, have a lot of confidence in this team. And I mean, the glow up from today has just been obvious. And he also said that they specifically had planned to drop on that spot yesterday.
Well, one thing he's definitely right on. Vox has been Johnny on the spot today. He has been playing out of his gourd, and I got to agree with him. I would love to see a Bizzler at an international event. I think that is one thing that has been missing from our scene, is the presence of a Bizzler at an international. So maybe they'll pull it off. We'll see. They are dead center circle. They got 2 wins on the day, 2 wins in a row, and they are right on the outskirts, right on the cusp. If they can find some success here on Rondo, then maybe that dream will start looking a little bit less like a dream and a little bit more achievable. It's potentially dangerous. Going to stop down. It's going to find Roth through seat swap. That is a whole clip, and he's not going to find the knock, but Gabri will be there to support him. And now it's kind of Johnny on the spot. Cowboy going to go down. Hadn't really had to do anything except be a distraction while the rest of his team has managed to get everybody. But D, now the last player left alive for Alcatraz. Alcancia, and that is not what they wanted to have happen here, as they are in 6th place. They started off so good, Godspeed, and now it is, oh, okay, yeah, Gabriel, go. You didn't want that. You did not want that.
6th place, and they're going for a wipe, and that's something that potentially Dangerous has done well all day. They have set up these traps, and they have really cut the rotations of multiple teams across multiple maps in the final day of play here for Grand Finals, that they're not done. They're hunting down DIY, but it's not going to happen. He's at least going to get this kill. And that's another member down, just left to him to clean it up, but it's not going to happen. PD will recover with 3 alive for a full team wipe onto Alcancia.
Oof. And that is, well, that is a damn, that sucks. Let's go next. Prep for the final 2 on Erangel. Because, I mean, how do you even predict that? You just happen to run into a team on rotation and they decide to stop down and take it to your jaw. Unfortunately for Alcancia, they're going to lose that one. They get at least 1 point off of it, so it's not all for a loss. As we see Bestia Mime being the front man, coming in as the rest of the team just now leaving Jadina City.
You got it.
I got there. I got there eventually. Still 2 teams way off in the south, eating a little bit of blue zone, working in silence being one of them. And that makes me nervous, Godspeed, because when you see a team eating blue zone, that kind of screams we're trying to play safe.
Yeah, speaking of making their way in there, as you said, multiple teams, God Squad, working in silence. Bestia still have to find their way into the circle. Now, fortunately for them, the southern edge isn't completely contested. We do have Mime already setting up in that circle for his team of Bestia, but there is a foothold for these teams to get in the south. However, you do have Toyo, and then you also have potentially Dangerous with 3 strong still up in a position to maybe gatekeep that western edge.
A reminder that Bestia did get the win yesterday in our match on Rondo. Before that, it was 3 in a row going back to LCQs from Toyo. So we get a little bit of a replay here of Alcancia just getting dismantled here by potentially Dangerous. Now, it was not easy for PD, but they ended up losing 1, keeping 3 alive though. But yeah, that is definitely a shake it off. Let's get ready for the final 2 of the day, because they've got a lot of work to do on Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, you're just going to have those games, right? It's PUBG sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of it's PUBG, in between 2 ferns, aka 2 vehicles there, just getting picked up.
Fantastic show.
Yeah.
You never seen it between 2 ferns. Go for it. Okay, hard south shift. Neox Factory still in, but praise be, test track outside of the new zone. So
technically it's still in.
Stop it. Toyo's still in center circle. They've got a 2-2 split. They've got a compound, but I'm looking at that map, and there's just a lot of open field surrounding Toyo right now. That is going to be really hard to push them. You have to think that the circle keeps favoring them.
Yeah, and you saw that camera angle, right? There's really nothing to play. Oh my goodness, that was almost one of the best pit T-bones we would have ever seen, as he takes out the QBU. And he'll land 1, but actually Bizzle will go down. Table find it.
With the follow-up, Singleton, he wanted to remind everybody that he's not just the streamer that plays for Falcons with the 2 good players. He's actually got a little something as well, as Falcons will collect another point for themselves as their monumental rise up the leaderboard continues here on the final day of these PAS 5 Grand Finals.
And just the gumption, right, from some of these teams who were struggling, like Falcons, like LG, jumping all the way up to the top of the leaderboard. And again, the pressure. I worry about the teams on the top, as we see Michael will survive some shots by Greg Shot and the Gooners, but they are probably going to push this. I mean, that has been Gooners' MO this entire event, so I would be shocked, in fact, if they didn't get even more aggressive onto this push on Empire. But it looks like Empire doesn't want anything to do with them. They're just out of there.
No, yeah. Actually, no.
Or maybe not. Hold on.
Yeah, they might be setting up here a little bit, as they've got the position. They've got high ground. They've got a hill to play around. They've got Adam on a flank as well. Meanwhile, Toyo, we were saying, in the middle of the circle, it's going to be really hard to get close to him without being spotted out, and that is going to be LG getting spotted out, as Valley 8 will try to survive through the smoke. They get the knock on a Greg Shot. Michael going to hop in the vehicle and try to chase after, or at least reposition here a little bit, see if they can maybe get another angle, as it looks like Empire may have won, quote unquote, this fight.
Tentative win? I mean,
Tentative for sure, yeah.
yeah. I mean, Simply Matt is down on the south with Bun, right? So if they really wanted to, they could try to go up to push the support, but yeah, I mean, Michael just taking I feel like he's taking a very safe angle just in case something goes wrong, so he can just get ready to heal. But Val will find a kill there, or at least a knock. Icy Flex will go down, and it should just be down to 2 Gooners.
2 Gooners, and the Gooners are in the compound. They're inside the zone. But Empire wins a fight. Straight up 4v4. I was saying, it's been a while since we've seen them win one, but they still got it in them as they turn that one around after getting, almost getting gooned. But Button Simply Matt will just hold down the compound itself. I doubt we see Empire really try to make a push for that, as they'll just continue to try to find a new way into the zone. As we cut down to the far south and see Working in Silence have made their way out of the blue. They've got 1 kill already, and just playing the edge. Take it slow.
And speaking of playing the edge, Team Liquid, not necessarily hard edge, but again, they've just opted for these off-center positions, right? Where they can rotate easy, where they can dictate rotations from other teams, where they can make sure that they have a good foothold within the next circle, even if that position is shifted on and it still maintains edge. They've just, and that's exactly what I'm saying. Look at that, perfection for Team Liquid.
Yep.
In the sense that they don't have to be towards the center. They're going to be able to control everything on the west.
Absolutely, and they know exactly where El Proyecto is. Although El Proyecto sending up that E pickup, will be interesting to see if they decide to take it, considering they just took a knock from Team Liquid. That is going to be a very scary E pickup to grab, as Charismo now facing off with God Squad, actually just facing off with Pat Caps as he's the solo man. The rest of this team just off to the north, up the riverbed. DNL trying to make the push. He's going to spot him. Good eyes on DNL, and Pat Caps goes down, but the rest of God Squad has arrived.
And unfortunately, the rest might be too late, though. They do find at least a knock in there, so for the time being, it's 2-on-2 while that res is being set up, but it looks like Sam Crow is up, and now they are wrapping for a different angle, but Sharpshot very keen on this. And he's going to find the first. No! Nice cover there. The off angle paid off, and so now it's just down to Shinboy.
Yeah, God Squad just playing this aggressive as they are down to just 1 now, and getting shot in the back by Fantastico from Working in Silence from way down range. And if nothing else, it's going to prevent Shinboy from making that push onto Sam Crismo, and it'd be interesting to see if Sam Crismo does a little shepherding of Working in Silence themselves. Working in Silence on the other side of that river. They've got to make a decision about where they want to go.
Wait. It was silent.
Down.
He didn't even hear it, but he's. Oh my goodness. That was like a horror movie. Just all of a sudden he's not. I was like, why didn't he turn around? And I was like, oh, because he's in a Pico bus. They're silent.
Oh no. The most terrifying thing in PUBG as the Pico bus comes through. But they'll get H-Win back on his feet. Once again, they'll be all right. It doesn't look like anybody's in range to take advantage of this knock. So Falcons will continue just holding down the western part of Lo Hua Xing. Lo Hua Xing. We don't really get to say that often. We don't see it over here too much, but that is where they are. And El Proyecto, meanwhile, making their way through, having to stop down in some open field to do their scouting. Not ideal by any means, but they're keeping everybody alive for the time being.
I know, Proyecto, they've been so resilient. Even in their bad games, even in games where they've been down to just a few members, they have just found the answers, whether it's kills, whether it's snaking that extra placement points. I mean, they're currently in first place with 129 points.
They've stuck to the
beyond
game
impressive.
plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, they're one of the teams that we were, you know, and this is going back to last year, right, where we talked about that squad in particular, or most of that squad, just being, they always found a way to get into that into those international competitions, but then when they got there, they just played so safe, so risk averse, that they never really could do anything. And then towards the end of the year at PGC, we saw them say, well, you know what? Screw it. Let's try something different. Let's try being more aggressive. And they found success. They started finding their groove. And now it seems like they're taking that into this year. So El Proyecto, definitely a team to have eyes on as 2025 progresses. Working in Silence, meanwhile, getting shot in the back as they're coming in from that south side. The circle once again centering up on Toyo. But real estate's starting to get pretty slim.
It's getting very slim. We see Team Liquid on the west side taking that small compound. Everything in between them, potentially dangerous. LG, Toyo is just complete and utter open flat ground. It is not where you want to be, and you can still see so many teams are outside of the circle. This fight itself is happening outside of the circle between Sam Crismo and Working in Silence.
Ooh, the first the flashbang hit him right on the dome. The second one going a little bit too far. Did that one hit under him? It sure did. You hate to see that if you're Lopez, but that is Sam Crismo down one. They still have angles on this from range. Silence would love to be able to flush that out, secure that point. Sam Crow gonna get spotted as well, so another point picked up, but Shinboy gonna steal it away. So Working in Silence having food taken out of their mouth and cutting back once again to Toyo, dead center circle. They need this game. They absolutely need this game. It has been a slow burn for them ever since they coming out on fire in day one, and they've just been slowly falling down the leaderboard, but they're still in striking position if they could pull off something here.
The problem for them is I just don't know how good that spot they're playing currently is, as we now see Dots starting to make a push on Empire, or at least what's left of it. Valiant will go down. You see Finna knocked in the distance, and now it's just down to a single member, or two members of Empire. It is just Michael. And here we go. Are we going to see the strat? Is it time? Adam will fall as well.
Well, Dots, they're having a decent day for themselves, honestly. Like, we've seen them make it to late game a couple of times. The kills haven't really been there, but they've been showing that they can find their way into late game, as Hot Spice will get quickly dispatched by LFP, and now it's just a battle of utility being thrown back and forth. Wushu 2, all grenades in hand. They get a little bit closer. Joshy and Shando just trying to lay the smoke wall down to defend themselves a little bit here. You gotta start getting a little bit more active. They don't have the utility to engage in this, so it's really just happy feet time for them. And somebody actually, I think that's Falcons.
It's Falcons
coming from behind.
Yep.
And they were helping until they got that knock.
Yeah, so the real problem here is Falcons for both of these teams. Dot's now just down to Joshy. He's going to try to find one. He will get that knock at the least, but Falcons causing all the issues here. They're pushing from behind. That's a lot of pressure, and now Wuju 2 is folding under that. Yeah,
Wuju 2 just surviving because of the smokes. As Dots down to just Joshy. As El Proyecto, they're going to engage with Luminosity here on the north side, just outside of zone. Toyo looking over here to see if they can find an angle. Good utility use once again from El Proyecto. Will get down Gats. Snakers, last player up, and he's going to be spotted, so it will not be a third in a row for Luminosity.
I was really hoping Trevor was going to sell me that 4 games, but still Luminosity making it towards, the mid, later stage of the game. This is still good for them. They still have a chance, but now the mortars are coming out, and
oh, there it is.
I thought I heard a mortar, didn't I?
There's the grenade. We pulled away from it before it exploded. Oh, dear.
That's okay.
Well, there you go. Wuju 2 is down, and Falcons continue their war path around the north and to the east of that new zone. Toyo, meanwhile, as you said, they're inside this compound, but the compound,
such a weird compound.
It's very, very weird. But they have a lot of vision on things around them, but you can there's still angles where teams can crash in and get close without Toyo having a line of sight on him, and El Proyecto finding one of those right there. Shrimzy, he finds Vinny. I don't know who was more frightened by that, Vinny or Shrimzy, as Tig will get taken down by DraftKings. They go for the flush as well, and they will get it. Still's in, knocked low. He'll stop down to heal. Vinny, who's out in no man's land. It's going to be tough for them to go for the heal as they play around the rocks. DraftKings will find Kick. H1 will find Stills in. The trade's coming through as DraftKings now working around the low side, but the P90 too strong in the hands of Shrimzy. It's down to just Mime. He's going to go for the high ground. The 1v1 versus Shrimzy with that P90 in hand. That is a terrifying proposition. Shrimzy will spot him out. He's going to go for the re-peek. Gutsy decision, and it does not pay off for him as Falcons will win that fight, albeit at a great loss.
Falcons going from north to east, cleaning up team after team. We saw it just earlier with Wuju 2 as well as Dots.
Second place.
Yeah,
1 point out of first.
They've straight just wiped yet another team on that eastern edge, and that was Bestie. It was a good attempt, but I mean, they were just on top of it. The second Pico Bus jump scare that we saw in this game.
Yes, seriously. This is It is a bad day to be a Falcons hater, as they started off with 16 points on day one, and now they are 1 point out of first place, as we see Sam Crismo will get finished off by working in silence, as they are collecting a nice little stack of kills for themselves as well. 6 overall, 123 points in third. El Proyecto, they're starting to turn their attention over towards Team Liquid. A wide split for Team Liquid in this wide open field, and Haven has the shots, though. You'll find Alo, but that should be Resible, as we see the new zone will pop.
But this is the issue when we're talking about this compound. You can see El Proyecto has taken over the spot that Toyo had before, and now they've actually migrated down to the southeast part of this compound. Again, it's awkward. It can be pushed. There's a lot of ridges around that cut LOS, as you can see Team Liquid using expertly to their advantage, and they're going to get a res off that as well. So depending on if this shifts again outside, I feel like Toyo and El Proyecto are going to have a hell of a time making it out of this compound.
It's going to be tough. Toyo, I think they know that El Proyecto is sharing that compound, but El Proyecto have not shown any signs of wanting to make a move just yet. They still keyed in on seeing if they can maybe take out a few more of Liquid, but Liquid has since repositioned. Meanwhile, on this southeastern side, working in silence, working around that lake side, they've got Shrimsy and Kickstar just off to their north. No angles just yet, as you see Toyo trying to go for reposition here. Maybe get Benya and Pippa a little bit closer to the rest of the boys, or maybe get Emmy a little bit closer to the front lines here. We'll try to hold off El Proyecto. The angles are being held. You can see Liquid off in the distance. They're taking shots at potentially dangerous as they're making their rotation away from the compound.
And they're just going for it. I mean, where else do you play? You see working in silence on the south side. Yeah, I mean, there's really nowhere else to go. The problem is where they're going right now is not that conducive to strong play either, but Luke 12, hold on a second. Gabriel will get the knock. Luke 12 will go down, and so they're looking for a trade here, but the rocks, the positioning actually kind of working out for potentially dangerous.
Really nice spray from Gabri there. It's gonna pull out the Panzerfaust. Get some sentence. Oh, we actually find Sparking with it. Nice shot from him through the trees, as it's surviving now, trying to make the spray. He's gonna find Alo as well, and now it is all down to Purdy Kirky, and you can see El Proyecto are on foot coming from behind. They saw the kill feed. They know exactly where these guys are. They know they have to avoid Toyo. They're gonna get around on this ridge line. They'll spot Kurt from behind, but the shots coming from Haven will find, oh, it's actually gonna find Purdy Kirky. Emmy's gonna be the one that gets the knock on as the Kraken, as El Proyecto taking a fight on two ends.
And what was essentially a last-ditch effort play has worked out fantastically for potentially dangerous, as with the help of El Proyecto, they were able to get rid of Team Liquid. Now, they just have to survive somehow, but Zera has just been on fire this whole event, is landing a nice headshot to put PD back down.
336 damage for him already. Only one kill, but the smoke's the only thing keeping potentially dangerous alive right now, as they're going to go for the res on the hits while Gabri tries to keep these guys at bay. But the grenades from Toyo will find the Kraken again, as Haven just barely surviving on the side of that rock. Toyo just being a huge pain in the side. The Kraken will get flushed out. Gizera trying to be the tip of the spear here, but a lot of damage coming through, and Gabri gonna find him again, but he's gonna go down. But Haven goes down as well. So it is all down to Posta, as Toyo has now left the compound, and they're gonna try to come push this.
And as we've been seeing this fight unfold, you can see the Falcons now wrapping towards north, getting away from working in silence. They want to get as many of these kills as possible. And at this point, they're now taking their sights on the Toyo. They're going to find a knock in the distance, but potentially dangerous is just wiping every single team in their sights.
This is the best part and the worst part about potentially dangerous, is that they can put together a performance like this. 10 kills now, making something out of nothing. And then the next game, they can go out in 16th place with 0 kills. You hate to see it, but they are putting on a show right now with with 3 still left alive. Toyo had to put a pause on things because Falcons got a knock onto one of their players, so they had to pull back and hold off against that push. Meanwhile, working in silence, still 3 strong, playing on that eastern side, using that little bit of ridge line that they have to get a little bit closer, as the smoke walls are slowing things down here towards the end game.
And working in silence just have really been able to avoid all of the conflicts that have been happening. I mean, they were sat underneath Falcons, but Falcons opted to go towards the north side to get some kills off of Toyo. So they've been kind of sitting patiently. I'm curious how their utility is compared to everyone else, but Shrimzy with just the cleanest spray. I mean, a P90. What more do you need? Can you give him 2? No, he'll be traded out. Emmy will find it, and now it's just down to 1 member of Falcons.
Kickstar got the trade onto Emmy. He's going to find BL as well and try to secure that point as another 11 points picked up for Falcons as they have just been on fire today. As you can see, working in silence, they decided that they would like to get a piece of this. Grenade's going to go just a little bit far as Kickstart will get that heal off once again. Pippa and Benya trying to decide if they can go for this res. They have spotted out Kick, so they know where he is, but he spots them out as well. 19 rounds in the magazine for Kick. Doesn't matter. Benya will take him out, and Falcons go out in 4th place.
A valiant effort, and even still, he did get a few kills off that, so Kick still maintaining some points. But what is going on here? It's Schultz greeting each other like old friends. What was that?
He had him dead to rights. There's no way that Gabrianich should be alive right here, but great utility response from BL will take down those 2 members of Potentially Dangerous. It's now just down to Slabby, who's got a spot towards the center of the circle. He's just going to try to prone it out, I have to imagine, survive a little bit longer. Great response there from BL, though.
Yeah, and surprise, surprise, it's BL and Santastico doing a majority of the work here. We're working in silence. There's that came up just in time. Oh my, that was close. But Toyo, like you said, Poro, an opportunity here to have a big game to put themselves back into contention. Currently in 7th place with 102 points. It comes down to a 3-on-2.
Make it 104. They need this so bad if they want to have a shot with 2 games left to play here today. But BL and Santastico have been the big fraggers for working in silence. They have been absolutely putting on a show here in PAS 5 Grand Finals. Emmy holding that line. He's being the sneak one. He hears the footsteps. Love to be able to get these guys by surprise, but Santa, I think he hears that. Yeah, he's going for the peak. Does he see him? He does. He's telling BL, and BL's going to take the shots as Emmy knows exactly where Santastico is. He's going to try to flashbang it. It's going to miss, though. And now Santastico will force Emmy off of that high ground. Good plays coming out from both of these squads.
I would not mind if more circles ended in this area specifically. There's
cool.
So many little nooks and crannies and elevations for these players to use in order to get an advantage. You can still see, though, the duo of working in silence just pinning down any push and just stifling any push coming out from Toyo currently. But the circle's pushing them out, Poro.
Oh, nice spray from Emmy. How does he even see him through the fence? As he gets BL down, and now it's all down to Santastico. He's got the smokes and he's got the crates, and Toyo know that they have the driver's seat to get this win. They don't want to give this man a bunch of 1v1s. They know exactly where he is. Benya's gonna get spotted out. He does get behind the tree, gonna go for the repeat. He'll get him, but then it's gonna go down, and Toyo will get a much needed victory here on Rondo. Their 4th victory on Rondo since the LCQ. These guys are nuts.
They might be Rondo gamers, right? But that was
Rondo gamers.
That was a
Good
massive
Lord.
boon for them. Even though it wasn't the flashiest, even though they didn't get all the kills in the world, that was exactly what they needed, especially when we're heading into Erangel, the final 2 maps of the day, Poro.
It is setting up to be a wild finish for sure, especially when Toyo, who has just been kind of a non-factor, let's be honest, the last, ever since day 1 where they had 3 wins, they've just kind of slowly been falling down the leaderboard steadily, but this will put them right back into the mix, boot to butt, and Toyo is ready to go for these final 2 games of the day. Let's throw it over the desk to have them set us up for the end.
Well, Toyo does it again. Is that correct, Poro? You said that they have won yet another Rondo, which is impressive. The problem I have is that means that they only do it on Rondo, and we've got 2 more games where we're going to Erangel. It's similar.
No. Day 1, remember, they had such a quiet day 2.
That's
we almost all forgot about day 1. They did win 3 maps on day 1. One of them was Rondo, but another one was Erangel. So I see where you're cooking. Just forget about Saturday. Day 1. Day 1 Toyo. Day 1 Toyo. Hopefully this is enough to start to include them. But like we were going back and forth that entire game about like the leaderboard. Like, oh, who's gonna overtake whom? Who's gonna do what? This is still staying really tight.
Do you want to see the leaderboard?
Yeah.
Too bad, because here's the highlight.
Oh, Steve, you baited me. You tricked me.
I'm a
That's fine.
master of
Highlights
it.
work too.
Highlights do work.
Sometimes they work, but yeah, that was a fun one to watch, right? Because we got test track in the circle, Cammy. That was great to see, and we had a final, an open circle finish essentially to see the teams win the game. But I want to talk about Al-Quds. They have been, they started the day perfectly though. They got the win, Cammy, and the wheels have fallen off.
Yeah, I don't want to, because this is like an entirely different project. But like the Relo Roth double team as like the co-IGL, you have to hope that it's going to become something more, but I just can't help but like have flashbacks. We're showing this one again because it was so bad for Asian.
I'm just so happy we found a good use of the boomerang filter.
Right. But I just can't help but like have flashbacks to Roth previous projects that Roth IGL'd, and like I don't want to read too much into it and things going a bit too hectic and haywire, but there does seem to be a struggle so many maps previously of Al-Quds like finding their footing.
Like not being able to finish.
Yeah. Just like get the game rolling, like actually get a position and take some fights, but they just keep getting like clotheslined themselves on rotations or I can't pin it down.
It's like
it's unfortunate because they're gamers. They're really good players.
Yeah, it's a mid-game hump. Like once they get past the mid-game, they usually go on to get into a top 2 finish to get the win. But it's either you get past the mid-game or you're not there at all for them. It's been the way they've been caught out. And as I was saying about the tires falling off, well, you know what? There's one team who's pretty good with a tire. That's Toyo. The rubbers meet the road for them with just a couple of maps to go. And they played this end game so well. And there was a fraction of a second where I thought that the dynamic duo of the Falcons were going to shut them down, but they managed to regroup and they got the win.
Yeah, I mean, this P90, I was arguing for the side of Toyo, and that's before I remembered that there is a P90 in play. Still arguably overpowered weapon.
Dude,
but yeah, Toyo are able to hold it out.
Imagine if Shrimsy had known how to flip on the extended sight, right? Like, he would have won that for sure.
I don't think it was the sight that was the problem.
He couldn't see that guy. The second guy, he didn't see him. If he had been zoomed in, he would have had him. Shrimsy wins everything. All right, so Toyo gets 17. Really good game for them. We'll go to the overall in a second, and then we can see if Toyo's really in the race. Potentially Dangerous gets 16, and the Falcons, another 15. This is bananas, okay? So yesterday we made the joke about like maybe they'll say, hey, EMEA, hold my beer. I'm going to show you the biggest day in a grand final. And then they didn't do it. Maybe that was a setup for today, Gibson, because this is a bananas day for Falcons.
And they're literally following in the footsteps of what GK did, with the way they played. But the thing that is actually terrifying is they had, a 16-point day to kick things off for the weekend?
Yeah. Yep.
And now they're finding themselves practically level on points at the very top of the leaderboard with 2 games to play.
Yeah, go ahead, Cameron.
Listen.
Then I'm going to be mean to the Falcons.
There is a really, really big hole in the global stage right now. Can we start calling it Falcon Sunday?
Okay, that's fair. That's interesting. Too soon.
I'm just saying, it's available. No one's there to defend that moniker anymore.
The Phases Graves are still cool. No, okay, so here's the deal.
Who?
Regarding the Falcons, this is my beef with the Falcons, though, because they have these random 16-point days, and that killed them at PGC. They did not make the grand final because they have these one bad day. And so seeing it continue is very stressful. I'm super glad they're doing top 3. I think they're going to probably end up in the top 2. I love seeing that, but I need them to fix this one bad day thing because at Global, it doesn't matter. Overall, let's get into it.
Okay.
Tie for first. Tie for 3. What? You take over, Cameron. I can't deal with this.
You see, you are no. Gibson is correct. This is one of, if not the closest final we've had for the regional playoffs like this. A 3-way tie for first place with only 2 matches left. And even for Liquid, they did slip a bit. That was something we talked about. They did slip a bit here. Still 8 points ahead of Bestia. I have to imagine that the foundation of Liquid is going to allow them to carry it over the line. I do think that there is an above 80% chance of the top 4 remaining the top 4. But that still leaves the question in the air. Where are they going to place? Who is getting the best PGC points out of this event?
So, okay, let's talk that split, because it is a pretty big break between 4th place, which is technically qualified for PGS, right? Because the Falcons, if they make the top 3, the top 4 go, for you guys watching at home. Liquid does have a decent cut over Bestia and now crazily Toyo.
Yep.
And I mean, there's a lot of teams on the chase. That said, it feels like Liquid in particular, and perhaps Working in Silence, their goal in this game, Gibson, is just not to be in third when it comes to the last match, to have that sort of buffer team behind them as much as possible.
Yeah, it's that mindset we were even speaking about it in the green room. It was like, sometimes it's better to be hunting than to be hunted. And if you're in that final spot, you're looking over your shoulder consistently. You overthink it when you see the other teams in the kill feed. I think that at this point, you're looking at it and it's hard. Like Al-Qudsiya at a stretch can still make it, but they need to outscore the likes of Liquid by 13 points a map, and that's going to be tough to do. But this is the big one. Like at the end of this map, we're going to be digging the graves for a lot of these teams as far as international qualification comes.
Do you guys remember how many points Geeky got in the day? Was it 100 and... I'll look it up. I'll look it up between matches just so we can track the Falcons, because what they're doing is insane as they continue to make this huge climb up here today. Now, let's talk about that focus on the chase, though. Cameron, is there anybody else? We talked about like Bestia sort of maybe pursuing Toyo. How far down is this where we as viewers with 2 games left should really be concerned?
I think it's down to 7th place. I mean, it's, okay. Is it possible for Wuju 2 to grab 2 chicken dinners with high kill counts on these last 2 Erangel games? Yes. But like, I'm not going to consider them one of the chasing teams unless that happens on the first one. I think it's only down to 7th place. It's only down to Al-Qudsiya at the moment. And even then, it's still going to demand a lot out of them, not just points for themselves, but also, as I mentioned before, the points in front of them.
Excellent. So I was listening to a note at the end, but I think you're right. That fall off is going to be pretty bad. Now, there is something else that we're playing for here, Gibson, and that is PGC points. And while we keep talking about the top 4, there's still a pretty big distribution of PGC availability in terms of the teams that don't make it to PGS, because you can still get your bid to the World Championship through playing the PAS series and doing well here if other teams get through, say, on PGS points, right? So there is that argument that sort of finishing in that 4th through 8th place could very well secure you a spot at the grand finals next year or this year, because we've seen teams miss by anywhere from 2 to 14 points on average.
Yeah, but it's a consolation prize at best. Like these guys, you know, when they're watching PGS in, you know, a month or so, they're going to be watching it going, oh yeah, well at least we have our PGC points to keep us warm at night, you know? Yeah, would rather be there. But
wow,
like,
they look so happy over there. We got 24 points in the hopper.
Yeah, but
hey, I mean, listen, it all adds up though. It's true though. It sucks. Like they're not going to feel great about it, especially if they were the most recent team to qualify, like right below that cutoff. But it does still make a difference. And if this level of variability in performance, like Working in Silence and El Proyecto being at the top above Falcons and Liquid, like that's insane for the region. Like we never would have expected to see that last year. If this level of variance does continue through, it's likely that, I mean, I don't think it's going to be a high chance, but it's likely that a team qualifies to PGC without ever attending a PGS, which would be hilarious.
Yeah, that would be pretty fascinating. I will also give one last shout out. I think we've talked about Working in Silence quite a bit, but again, I think for a lot of our viewers, some of these names are recognizable. We're like RBN, like we've seen him around, but a lot of these guys are sort of up and coming or grinders who are making a name for themselves and have just, oh no.
Huh?
Take him for a ride.
You got in the car.
No!
That's just rude.
Oh no. And
Oh my
yeah,
God.
Lopez is the fish out of water here.
That is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. All right, so while we watch Lopez be sent back to the lobby so that he can start planning his last match.
Or like Wabi as.
Lobby.
There's something there. We'll workshop that chat.
Cook it more.
Back to Working in Silence. This, I think, has been really exciting for me to see them do this well. This is like, when I see, you know, El Proyecto do well, I'm like, that's expected. When Liquid does well, that's expected. These are teams that I've been watching for a long time, that have been at tons of internationals. This roster from Working in Silence doesn't have that much combined international experience, and yet to be performing this well is really impressive for the future of, I think, the region, but also this team.
Yeah, but I've been saying it since the start, right? Cami, you'll agree with me.
Oh, well, that's fair. Okay, good.
I've been singing BL and them praises from the very first day of this PAS.
Yeah, I think they I covered it on a stream last
I'm
year.
glad that's true, Gibson, but does that not speak well for the region because these young guns are doing so great? I mean, it's like they...
all right. Yes, Stoppies. You have a really good point. A similar thing we were saying about Luna Galaxy, now El Proyecto, or at least the core of El Proyecto last year. It's about getting to the global events, and they're going to struggle there if working in silence if they are able to qualify, which again, it looks like they are going to be able to. But maybe like working with El Proyecto about their experiences and having that sort of inter-team communication could give them sort of heads up on how to approach global. It doesn't matter. Global is going to be a completely different beast no matter who qualifies. But I do agree. I think that it's a sign that Latin American sub-region of the Americas overall super region is still continuing to grow and develop. And maybe by the end of this year could even be challenging the teams like Falcons and Liquid for best in the region.
Yes, I agree. I think seeing new big bad teams is awesome, but it tells me that there's a development going on there, and there's probably more talent too coming up through the system. So that's always very, very exciting. Just like these two guys always make every game exciting, the penultimate match here in the grassy pastures is underway. Let's send it over to Godspeed and Porosaurus to wrap up the call.
Thank you very much, Toffees and Desk. And yes, it is a race to the finish to see who will be representing our region at PGS as Luminosity are chasing down everybody, just kind of sending it to the center of this zone. Godspeed, we see the north circle, and already everybody's on the move as Snakers will find Finna and Bizzler will finish him off.
I'm sorry, are we playing Road Rash in this lobby? Like, what is going on?
Like, I'm down.
Every single time we've seen a vehicle, it has been in some sort of kerfuffle with another vehicle and just getting knocked over. Just a kerfuffle. Speaking of a kerfuffle, Gooners about to run into
a lot of kerfuffles.
Wait, they got two though. They got two of Liquid.
Simply? Is Matt him? Matt actually might be him, as he has found two. And he is hiding behind the rock, but that blue zone grenade. Luke's gonna stay alive, only just. As the smoke will bloom, he'll finish off. Well, actually, that's a correct shot. The grenade gonna miss the tower and finish off his teammate, but Simply Matt has got one ready and waiting for Luke. And yep, that is easy as you like, tossed in as the bridge camp not working so well for Team Liquid here. And that is not great news for them, as Purdy Cardi is just in salvage mode now.
Oh, that went so wrong so fast for Team Liquid, and it did look like their setup for it was good, but again, those two initial knocks coming out from Gooners just completely displaced the other members of Team Liquid.
I mean, it was a beautiful two knocks, though. I mean,
it was.
I mean, that's just great response time and awareness to figure out what exactly is happening. As now Toyo, they're going to run into Empires. Empire's problems continue. Valiant tries to escape with just 5 HP, and the Benya's taxi trying to escape him as well, as Toyo will get back on the move.
And the good news for Empire is that Valiant actually does survive. The problem now, though, is that Toyo is continuing their push on the duo here of Michael and Adam. And so they've already lost Finna. At this point, Valiant has to heal and he has to break off, but fortunately it does look like Toyo is not being as aggressive on this duo as initially thought.
And looking at the map stream, which !map, if you want to watch that up on a second monitor, it looks like Valiant is not really interested in coming over here and rejoining the team, which
no, not at all.
That's kind of been the method for Empire here. They are very quick, it feels like, to throw things into salvage mode if they lose fights early. But it looks like for now they'll be okay with two in the compound and Valiant playing off to the east. Meanwhile, like Greg Gooners, Goonshot, after taking care of Team Liquid, are sending it right into the middle of the circle once again, right into shooting range. Well, El Proyecto is looking.
Oh, this is a tough nut to crack. El Proyecto have been amazing all event long, and Gooners just look like a group of mercs just going in to fight everyone and anybody at any opportunity that they can. Haven, though, with this off angle, that nade's going to be right on top of Greg. It bounces past him. Now Haven is going to back off, but Gizera is there. Beautiful cover there to get a knock onto Bun.
Very nicely done there. As now Simply has been spotted out by Haven. The spray not going to land, however. Now he hears Greg Shot on the other side, but what a spray from Greg Shot as he's gonna pop Haven right to the dome. That is one down now for El Proyecto, and God Squad is starting to arrive via e-pickup as this is going on. So El Proyecto have to be heads on swivels, and yeah, they're just gonna retreat to the hardcover of the compound. And Haven, GG, my man, you've done a great service.
Yeah, they're just going to resolve to lose him, but he did slow down Gooners quite a bit, and the timing was just so bad for El Proyecto when God Squad was coming in as well, so that was rough, but they do maintain 3. You know, losing 1 out of that, it could have been so much worse.
Yeah, definitely could have been. And God Squad not content to just stick it in the bunker. Instead, they are going to send it over to that western edge, that ridge line on the shooting range. So Gooners have to get on the move once again here as well. Hopefully they saw God Squad parachuting in and they are aware of the situation they've got to read, as shooting range getting very popular here early game, as we check in with a replay of Greg Shot, GG, flick, and the knock. Just as clean as you like.
I also want to say I do like what Haven was doing there, the quick snap to get multiple targets, but Greg was just so ready. I don't think Haven had any chance. That was a beautiful shot and response there from Greg Shot, but God Squad, as you said, still being very aggressive, trying to wrap the outside south, but they're gonna eat a knock there. Sharp Shot is gonna go down right after he trades from Matt.
Fourth party
sure,
on shooting
why not?
range, because now Bestia has arrived, and Mime will be able to snake themselves a point off of this one here, as simply Matt has been knocked. We'll see if Gooners can get him back on his feet. It's going to be tough ask, though, as now Pat Caps and the rest of God Squad have to reposition as well because of the threat from Bestia. So, looks like the things are slowing down here. I don't think we'll see a 5th party, but you never know. You never know.
Yeah, never say never.
Never say never. Wuju 2 is still in vehicles off to the southwest here.
Okay. I don't know that's necessarily what's going to be happening here, but I mean, just looking at the rest of the map, while we see Greg Shot just kind of boost up here, you have a split between LG that is quite wide. The same thing with Dots. Bestia, as we just were speaking about, have a nice wide split on the west side. And the other thing that's interesting about the circle, as we see a Panzerfaust coming out from Balefrost, is that there is absolutely nobody on the west side of this circle. Nobody. It is clear from Bestia all the way almost to Zarky.
Once again, a symptom of how violent.
Oh,
yeah, I mean, just how violent Erangel has been, and the circle will cut east. So yeah, not surprising that not too many teams were hugging west. I think everybody kind of considered that this was going to go this way, as it usually is wont to do. But you know, just a lot of space, as you said, but a lot of that having to do with the fact that Erangel has been so violent early on, and we have already lost 10 players. It might be more here very shortly, as Pat Caps has been taken very low. He's going to stop down long enough to be able to get the heal off Shinboy, and Balefrost will try to reposition themselves to defend him, as Greg Shot just being a problem. That is the Gooners mantra so far here today, just being a problem for everybody in the lobby.
You think their mantra is don't be the solution, be a part of the problem?
Yeah, be the problem you want to see in the world. I think that's what Gandhi said, right? Michael standing, waiting for somebody to dare show their face at the top of his staircase, but Shrimzy's going to spot out Adam. And now it's all down to Michael. You see Ted got knocked very low there, but will stay up. And it looks like potentially Dangerous is rotating just to their south, but not looking too interested in coming up over here as the, don't go up as a squad.
Please check the back blast. Please check the back blast.
Oh no, the back blast doesn't get him, but the front blast gets 2 from Falcons. Fortunately, Tickleton able to get back down the stairs, as Michael holding strong with the Panzer.
Blue zone. No, he's going to be able to crawl out of it, but the threat of him jumping out, and now Shrimzy has decided that he would like to hold the Panzer in his hand, but I always worry about the blast, especially after what happened.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the back blast did in one of our young Gooners yesterday, as we see he will actually get eliminated. So Gooners going out in 16th place. Michael trying to dance around, being a problem. Okay, yeah, there we go. We'll finally get the flush onto Tickleton, so that's another one down for Falcons, as Michael will go down. Shrimzy just barely winning that 1v1.
Man, imagine if only Empire had like one more member around.
Yeah, well,
to
Valiate, he's all by himself in Severny. He's doing God's work.
That's
salvaging.
True. That's fair.
Yeah.
For me, this fight as well is really about El Proyecto and how they can get out of this. We saw Haven get lost earlier when they had the fight when Gooners initially crashed, but this, oh man, this was Panzerfaust. I mean,
He only took 8 damage. Oh, see, okay, so the window. That's a great angle. That's funny. You can tell production. The observers were waiting for that to happen. They're like, okay, we need like 5 angles on this just to be safe. But yeah, El Proyecto. They've got the problem with God Squad. They got the knock on a pack capsules to open up things a little bit, but Bestia is still off to their north. And in particular, Mime, I think, staring down scopes at this to see if he can maybe take somebody. And the shots coming through from, I believe that Balefrost will force Kraken to stop down at this hill.
I like this reposition, but Kraken has to make absolutely sure that he does not go down here. This is what's opening up all this space for the rest of El Proyecto to be able to try to pinch, but you can see God Squad, they're shifting. They're trying to get away from this angle to also isolate the other 2 members of Proyecto. So good play overall, and this circle is going to shift, and right now you see potentially Dangerous has that shack dip. You see LG, I mean, that is a crazy split for LG in this circle right now in phase 3, but we'll see if they can make it work. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they make it work or if they try to get everybody back together and go somewhere else. It looks like the western half of that split is going to hop into vehicles and get on the move. Bestia, meanwhile, coming down from the hills overlooking shooting range. So it looks like El Proyecto and God Squad get a little bit of a reprieve there. LG sending it, actually, Gats and Bizzler sending it a little bit close to gas station where Sam Crispo is currently held down. Theros has that Panzerfaust in hand just in case someone dare get close to him in an automobile. He will be ready as Kickstart kind of pinned down here. Shrimsy going to come and provide him a little bit of support as the last 2 remaining members of the Falcons are trying to survive just a little bit longer.
Yeah, for how long, I'm not sure. They're about to lose their UAZ, and that's going to cause problems because you kind of need a vehicle in this circle, Poor. I don't know if you've looked at it. I don't know if you've seen it, but rotating on foot is almost going to be nigh impossible at this point. And then even looking at a team like Wuju too, they do have a small edge to play on the east, just at the corner of gas station, as you said, but they still have to come in.
Yeah.
And currently there's a team in front of them, which is Al Qadsiya. Fortunately though, if there is a timing window, it's going to be now as Wuju 2 is sending it across, and there's only 2 members of AQD to get them.
See, Valiate, he heard the vehicle. He might
Q80.
spot out Gizera here. Oh no, he is, and he's gonna get the spray and get the knock and flush to follow it up with. So El Proyecto, after all of that, ends up losing to a snake. You hate to see that, as Kraken and Posa getting a little bit closer to shooting range than they should know to be expecting. God Squad up here. You see they're slowing down just a little bit as Balefrost running out in the wide open. He's going to get knocked a little bit low from Posa. Actually getting knocked fully from Posa as the Kraken has spotted out Shimboy, and that'll do it for God Squad. Nicely done from El Proyecto in salvage mode.
And QAD now, Qadsiya have decided to consolidate at that gas station, and fortunately for Wuju 2, they made it past. I mean, they're on the southern edge. They are being watched by the Outlaws, but for the time being, they have space to play, and everyone else at this point is set up tentatively where they're going to be sitting until this next shift. El Proyecto now just down to 2 as well. They do have 3 kills though, so they've managed to at least get something out of this, even if they get wiped, but it's gonna be maybe taking something out of that.
If nothing else, they managed to supplant Falcons in first place.
Yeah.
Worth noting as well, obviously we're keeping very, very close eyes with 2 games remaining on that top 4. It is going to be Falcons as the GPT team that are going to be going to PGS, but they will be joined by the next top 3 from this lobby. Right now, Team Liquid down to just Kurt, still alive. You can see him on the map just on the outside, and they are holding strong, still surviving. Not going down just yet is potentially dangerous. You can see they are getting peppered here from working in silence off to the north.
Something satisfying and oddly very familiar, flooding back memories of watching Valiant and Kurt both in blue. Just healing. That's these mortars.
Tale as old as time.
Yep, as these mortars now coming down, at least just one onto potentially dangerous. This is a really hard spot to hold early, but if you do at least have that shack, you can spread out another player or duo if you're trying to split up that hill. It just starts to become really troublesome once the circle gets smaller and smaller, but it looks like Wuju 2 now is starting to look towards the direction of Alcatsia, especially with this circle shift. There's really not much to play just south of where Sam Crismo is, so this might just be their only play, and Purdy just taking his time.
Channeling his inner Michael as he's got about 9 left. I believe first aid's 10. He's gonna try to take the spray on the gump, but he just misses. But 9-1 is right there as well, so that's another point picked up for Team Liquid, and they need every point they can get as they will now separate themselves by, I believe that's what, 7, 8, 9 from Bestia. But Bestia still 4 alive. They're on the western side of this new circle. They're okay. Toyo also in the chase, but they've got to find a new place to play inside the zone as the mortars continue to rain down on potentially dangerous.
Problem is there's really not that much space left to play. Those power lines are already being taken by a few teams. Outlaws one of them, as well as QAD going for that. Same time, we have potentially dangerous in a fight with El Proyecto, and PD is still just maintaining this dominance in all these fights.
Dots coming in as well. They want a piece of it. Slabby and Gabri have the grenades in hand, ready to go. The Molotov will fall. They're going to burn, but Dots gets deleted. Gabri goes down, but not before taking out the Dots in 14th place.
And taking out a few themselves as well. The utility.
Oh, and look at Mime.
Devastating. They're down to a duo, and now this might be the best play to have them both just take over the shack, but Theros has to be careful.
You could see as soon as this was going down, Bestia, they sent Mime across the street to try to get a little bit closer to see if they could maybe take that spot away, but now working in silence saw it going on as well. Team Falcons will get eliminated by Toyo. That's a couple more points that they have picked up in their chase. It's down to just 5 HP, hiding in the smoke as he is getting crashed on by working in silence, but the shots coming through from LG from range. El Proyecto's posts are still alive as well, and now Bestia hopping in vehicles. They've decided that they want a piece. These are points on the table that they need to climb.
The shack of death is what it is currently, as it's still alive. Bestia, though, starting to make the push. They realize working in silence is weak, and this is their best opportunity to get rid of him. Oh no!
Oh
RDN! What happened? He just ran into the car.
It was slowly rolling downhill, but apparently it did enough damage to take him down. It has been spotted out by Mime. The spray not going to be enough, but Benya will be the one that takes him down. Bestia now up to 3 kills, and they have a spot on the edge of this zone. Toyo just still raining shots from a higher ground position, but they've got to get on the move as well. They've got not really anywhere to play, as it has been slow here through the mid game because there's just been so little players remaining, but now it's starting to force everybody on top of each other.
Toyo needs to move. As you said, they need to move now. They don't have a lot of time. You can see Capitan trying to wrap towards the west side, but Bestia is there. They're going to be able to shut that rotation down. Meanwhile, in the circle, we finally see QAD taking shots at Sam Crismo, which could open up a window of opportunity from Toyo if they do in fact see it, but they're also taking fire from NCK as well as other members from Sam Crismo.
Purdy Curdy from Liquid has made it into the zone as well, so Team Liquid still alive, and don't sleep on LG. They've got all 4 alive, and they've got the entire northeastern side of this zone to themselves. They can avoid all of this here, and if they can find a way to collect some more points off of this and possibly a win, they will be right in the conversation with 1 game remaining. Toyo, they have to send it somewhere. Bestia, they're going to try to hold the line. Mime instantly there with the AK spray, not going to find anything. Draft King will, though. Stilson will find a second. Benya will survive through the smoke cloud. Pippa will try to go, but no, Mime will pick him out as he tries to do the seat swap. Benya still alive. Sam Crismo has gone down to Alcatsia in the kill feed as well as Bestia is cleaning up Toyo.
Beautiful plays here from Bestia, holding their ground and making sure that the crash from Toyo, I say crash, there's nothing to crash, but the approach from Toyo was just completely stunted. Just absolutely playing the best that they can in this game. They've had a faulty day. It has not been great, but Bestia with 5 kills, 4 members alive, still holding on to this small edge on the west side, but they also have to move Poro. And look at Valiant. He could backstab Vinny if they're not careful.
Valier could backstab Bestia. Kurt could backstab Alcatsia. And Benya still alive through this. Bestio not able to flush him out, and he might actually be able to get the res onto Emmy, as Emmy's starting to slowly crawl over there. So a little bit of a reprieve given to Toyo here by, I think it was long-range shots from LG onto Bestia. They decided to push in, and now the snake has struck. Cowboy getting taken down by Purdy Curdy as he collects another point for Team Liquid and puts them in the placement.
And more importantly, more meds. He needs more meds, Poro. He got the ones bullets. That he needs everything. He needs 11 rounds. He needs to loot that body, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get to it.
I don't think he can. All he's got is
He's going to have to vault.
Yeah, I mean, all he's got is the yellow bar from the boosts that's keeping him alive. And I think he realized, he's like, okay, I gotta hop up high enough to where my toesies don't get shot out for me while I go for these last few bandages that I have in the bag and pop a few more boosts as Purdy Curdy will stay alive a little bit longer. Meanwhile, while that was happening, Toyo does go down. We get to see the replay of Cowboy getting taken down by the snake in the grass.
I feel like when we were watching Kurt heal there, it's like looking at a life jacket in a fire. He wanted the loot. He wanted what was inside that box, but it was just not capable of getting it. And finally, it's going to be Toyo being eliminated by Bestia in that replay.
Very good stuff from Bestia to make sure that Toyo was not sticking around. They wanted to clear their backs while they could. New circle has popped, and is this going to favor Wuju 2? It's going to favor Bestia. LG has to leave that strong compound that they've had, that northeastern side where they have not had any pressure really being placed upon them. Osa still alive as a solo player, and Alcancia, after losing that solo player Cowboy, there he goes. Purdy Curdy will be spotted out by Wuju 2, but not before a valiant effort on the part of TL's captain to continue their climb. But Bestia now only 4 points behind.
Done well to recover so far. Start of the day was a little slow, but they're now finding the consistency they need. Outlaws, on the other hand, just trying to survive as a duo. And they are not in a good spot, but finally LG makes their move. They're going towards the shack that Solds has been solo at for quite some time now. And Posa is another solo with an opportunity here to ruin their game, especially if he peeks now. They're out of the vehicle. They're in his sight lines.
Solds has that grenade in hand and ready to throw. It hasn't been sent just yet. Vox looking through the windows to see if they can spot somebody. He's got the Molotov. Yeah, just prep that for right now. Looks like it's gonna miss him though. The second one will get him though, and they'll be ready for him to come out. Good, clean work from Luminosity as they make sure that they clear their backs here. Vox has to stop down just a little bit here to heal up. Bestia trying to go in and get a little bit more aggressive, but they're not being allowed to from long range shots from Outlaws. Will find the knock on a Vinny.
And this could spell disaster, especially if Bestia gets a little more aggressive. Now they first have to get Vinny, but Posa finally strikes. He peeks out and he backstabs LG with an opportunity to do even more damage.
Snakes abound here in the northern part of Erangel as Posa will get the knock, but he won't get the flush. Vinny has yet to be revived as well as Wuju 2 in QAD now. I think Alcancia trying to get a little bit close, but Wuju 2 just defending with that throwable utility. Shots being sent on to Bizzler. Posta gonna find another knock as well. And now Alcancia down to just Ian Rello are having to send it. Snakers is gonna go down to his own teammate. You don't like to see that. I think it was actually Bizzler got shot out of the vehicle and the vehicle then hit Snakers. Oh, what an unfortunate turn of events for Luminosity here, and Bestia sees that in the kill feed as Alcancia try to make the push, but Outlaws are going to do a little bit of support here onto Wuju 2, and they will remain alive as everything is coming to a close here in the northwest. Bestia trying to clear out what's left of Luminosity. Gas has it. Gas has it. He's got him down. Mime, the last player left alive for Bestia. The grenade is going to fall right in the window, and Gas goes down.
And what a messy fight that was on the western edge. Gats doing the best that he could, getting those knocks, getting at least a couple points before he falls. But now look at this. Posa with 5 kills, 7 to El Proyecto's name, still alive as a solo after doing so much damage to LG. And Wuju 2 now with an opportunity here to close this one out. It is a 1 versus 1 versus 2.
Wow, Wuju 2. I was
have
worried
to stay
for
strong.
them. I mean, they were just, they sent it to this bowl. It felt pretty early, but Fakeston will find the knock on Ajuways. But for whatever reason, nobody ever pressured them over here until Alcancia, and Wuju 2 was more than ready and waiting for that, as Fakeston will find Outlaws, and that will go down in 4th place. So a few more points picked up for Wuju 2 as they continue their climb, but Posa has been an absolute menace here so far in this game. 5 kills to his name, but he has been spotted out.
Don't forget about Mime, though, even though it is a 1v1v4 now, as the V2 has been eliminated. Outlaws are gone, so it's just now down to Mime. And you have to imagine, with all the adrenaline, making it to the end game, knowing it's a 4-on-1, getting these points desperately needed, heading into the last game, Poro. That
I like it.
Oh, he denies the point. That was so smart, but Wuju 2 with a much needed victory off of this game.
Very, very lucky. Lucky for Wuju 2, but they close it out as clean as you can ask for there. But they were the beneficiary of what was some of the wildest fighting in that open field there towards the end. Bestia, El Proyectos, the snakes coming in so huge at so many different times. Alcacia doing everything they could as well. It is going to be such a tight finish here. Liquid has been supplanted by Bestia. They have to now fight for their spot in this final game of the day.
I am just beaming. This could not be a more exciting game to go into as the final game for Grand Finals. That Shack was just a mess. The amount of teams that had to go in and deal with that, it was just absolute insanity. And of course, it's poetic that Wuju 2 would get that final win to push them in contention for the final game, which we now have to get ready for. So we're going to head to the analyst to break that last game down as we get ready for the final game of Grand Finals.
A big win for Wuju 2, but I would say that it was also a very big finish for Bestia, as they are now neck and neck in this battle for who gets to go to PGS. Liquid has been sliding, the rest have been climbing, and the best are colliding, as this last game looks like it is going to be crazy. Before we can look forward, we got to look back. You know what time it is, gentlemen. It's highlights.
Highlights time, baby.
Highlights. Let's go.
Dude, you could tell the pressure is on for all of these teams. We were seeing run over car action, not just here though. This one was great. Gibson, I think you said that Lopez ducked under the vehicle in the first flip.
Yeah.
John Wick style. But even at this point on, when the circle went up north, we saw so many teams like running into each other.
Yeah, it was rough. And you know, we saw Gunners, they read Liquid like a book. You know that in circles like this, Liquid like to move to the cube compound and wrap things up, and Gunners read, like, they made the move early. They, look, he was inside the tower, Gunners sent it right there, and they might have just dealt a very dangerous blow on the Team Liquid. Like, I'm gonna say it, this could be the biggest, like, biggest shift, biggest power shift we have ever seen in a region in PUBG, where the South American teams are on top, and we might be about to send 3 South American teams, and the only North American team going to the PGSs will be the one that got a direct invite in the Falcons.
Well, I mean, Falcons, they would be in the leaderboard position to qualify regardless, but yeah, that would be very unexpected. But hey, listen, I still trust that Liquid have the ability and the skills and the sort of foundation of approach to be able to bring this back. I mean, the fact that Kurt was able to get as many points as he did, salvaging before going down, I think speaks to that. But at the same time, it's okay. We'll talk about this later on. Because we still have to look through the rest of the highlights for this game. And this one Shack, I think, saw so much action, so much blood. Look, now working in silence or joining up. Everyone wanted a piece of this prime real estate.
Is that what it's like trying to rent a property in New York at the minute? Like, you're looking for an apartment in New York. That's the sort of battles you get into as everybody. Yeah. You should see the pictures. They advertise it. It's quaint. It was a quaint shack in the middle of the circle.
Really intelligent angles.
Yeah.
Makes it look larger than it actually is.
Yeah.
What is quaint?
Quaint. Come on, you abusing my accent? No,
You're the one abusing your accent, Gibson. Don't blame Toffees for that.
Right. Well, this was brilliant by Gas as well. Like, he almost pulled off that play, and he might be the reason why Bestia aren't further ahead in this leaderboard. Wuju 2, though, sneakily, we've not spoken about them a lot, but they're right on the cusp now as well. Like, if the likes of if they get a win, they could be going to PGS.
Right. Yeah, that Okay, yeah, so let's take a quick look at the match results. Then we're going to roll over to overall because I think it might take us a little bit of a while to walk through how close it's gotten. With Wujitu and Bestia making big numbers, Proyecto on the climb, Luminosity again shows up with some points on the board, and Alcazia leaves the door open, as well as Team Liquid not getting what they need to get. So let's do it. Let's go to the overall leaderboard and let's talk about the journey to PGS. Right now, Proyecto is number 1 at 141. I think they're in a pretty good spot. Normally I'd say at least we can say the first place team's okay, but I'm not even sure we can go that far right now, Cameron. This is a significantly closer race than I expected.
I mean, I do think
we
are
can.
safe. They're safe. I mean, even if they were the same points as Working in Silence or only 1 or 2 above them, it's not just about beating their points. It's also having so many teams overpass them. I think would be pretty unlikely. And you know, we're going to hit Team Liquid. I'm sure we're going to keep hitting them a lot. But like, I just want to pop down real quick for Wujitu, Toyo, and even Alcazia. I said that Wujitu needed a win and had like 2 wins in a row. They got the first one in order to qualify. If they get a win, if Toyo get a win, if Alcazia get a win, depending on what happens to Bestia and Liquid, they still have a shot. So they still have everything to play for, that entire left side of the leaderboard. But I mean, guys, do we have to talk about Liquid now? They're a great team. They're a fantastic team. They were the best team in the West last year, arguably the best team in the world when you look at their placements over the course of the entire 2024 season. But at the same time, they had so many stinkers in a row today. I still can't help but be nervous about it.
It's hard to play from the front, you know, and now they're not anymore. So maybe that opens the door.
They haven't been for a while, Steve.
Yeah, but they were still in a qualifying position in the last game. They are no longer in a qualifying position. So at this point, if they do nothing, they fail, right? So like there's that argument that once you hit the impetus of movement, the movement is not as risky. And the problem is when you are the stone. No, I don't think it was planned. I think they hoped that they could be the rock and the water would part around them, but the water has swept them downstream, and now they have to climb back out. I think that's where the struggle is going to be. The question, though, Gibson, you've watched them play. They've got the pedigree. Bestia, though, looks like they are playing out of their mind. What should I be expecting?
Oh, I don't know. Like, there's 2 trails of thought now. The Liquid take matters into their own hand and go hyper aggressive. I don't think so. I think they're going to try to play their game. Bestia are going to do the same. We're in this weird world. We're going into the final map. Any of the teams in the top 4 can win PAS, and any teams inside the top 8 can qualify. I'm with Kami. El Proyecto are safe. They've just got too much of a buffer with 3 teams below them. Like, the likelihood that everyone below them gets enough points to overtake them, it's never going to happen. But Wujitu and Toyo and Alcazia, they need a win, right? Liquid and Bestia just need to get, you know, top 5, top 4 finish, couple of kills on the board, that should be enough. But Wujitu, Toyo, and Alcazia, they need to force a win, and this could be the biggest game of the year for these 3 teams.
And we're going to head back to the grassy pastures to wrap it all up. And this has been a bananas map so far this season, Cameron. And this is not what you want to hear if you're one of those teams in the top who are hoping for a very straightforward, predictable game. Because even when you go to that second place, 131 doesn't really feel as safe as they'd like to. Remember, if you guys are wondering why we're ignoring Falcons, it's because they're a global partner team and they're having a great day, but right now they're not the ones in the race. You know what I'm saying? So Cameron, what are you keeping your eyes on as we go into this match?
I mean, it's map 6, Erangel. I have to keep my eyes on military base. We've seen so many final round military base finishes. Like, people like to pretend that Erangel is like the most strategic map. I'm exaggerating. No one really argues that so much anymore, but military base especially can really throw things very, very complicated. That makes me even more nervous. This plane path, it gives me some sense of safety, but I won't be calm until we see where Circle 1 actually is.
All right, the plane is in the air. I want to ask, because I just like predictions because they're fun. Who finished it? Who's our top 3 at the end of this thing, Cameron?
I gotta say Liquid over Bestia, but maybe I'm just trying to manifest it.
All right, what do you think, Gibson?
El Proyecto working in silence, and I think Liquid will get it over the line. I
think Liquid will too, but I don't know, man. This idea of sending 3 Latin American teams is actually pretty interesting to think about the growth of that as a region. But I got to stay with Liquid. I got to trust the veterancy. Let's see if it pans out. It is time for our final match here of PAS Series 5. At the end of this, we know who goes to PGS. We know who gets the cash. But before they do, they've got to drop into the grassy pastures. Let's turn it over one last time to the dynamic duo of Porosaurus and Godspeed.
Thank you very much, Toffees, Gibson, and Cameron. This is indeed the last chance, the final game here of PAS 5 Grand Finals to see who indeed will be qualifying for the next two majors, PGS 7 and 8. And what a game to set up for us. It couldn't be a better situation, Poro.
It is so tight, not a single room for error. No mistakes can be tolerated if you want to make your way to that international event. And got some interesting things going on here. Empire dropping in North George, just north of Team Liquid. That has not been the case so far. They give up Severny to Dots and end up going ahead and taking that North George spot, and then Wushu 2 in Zarki. So a lot of this area that was free and clear for Team Liquid earlier in previous games is not there this time, especially now that they have to figure out a way to get all the way to the northeast, that Yasnaya circle.
What an awkward circle it is as well. I mean, if this does indeed pull north, Stalber we've seen some fantastic endings in Stalber. Yasnaya, though, would just, for me, be such a mess. I'd love to see these teams able to actually flex out on the terrain towards the north side and really utilize the terrain to just fight on foot instead of going for these crazy rotations. But I mean, we'll have to see. Currently, the best teams in the position, as you said, we can see LG, you see Gats at No Lean, you see the rest of LG at Yasnaya proper, maybe even taking position on the north side. And then Outlaws have there's a chance they can maybe jump up the leaderboard just for some posterity. Also, just a little more money, maybe,
Yeah.
Just finish strong is what I'm saying. Outlaws, it would be great if they could just finish strong.
Absolutely. Get you a little bit more money, maybe find your way in the PGC. Well, who knows? But it's gonna be a tough sled for sure. But we aren't overly concerned with the lower half of the leaderboard, guys. I hate to break it to you. We are very, very much concerned with this top 5, this top 6 even, if you include Toyo, after the performance that they have put on so far here today. Even Alcutsia, if they get a little luck going their way, could find themselves in the mix as well. We see potentially Dangerous dropping that E pickup. Number of vehicles already making their way into the zone. Got a few slow arrivers in God Squad coming from Military Island. But for the most part, everybody making their way and keeping a close eye on Team Liquid, as we said, because that north side is a little bit more occupied than normal.
And for me, again, it's just about watching Team Liquid, their rotation. You have Toyo, LG, right? And Bestia they're trying to thread the needle right now, just in between Alcatsia, and they're going to be running right into that northern member. It's hard for me to see his name. Who's holding the north for Alcatsia?
Looks like it's going to be Cowboy.
Okay.
Or no, it's D. I'm sorry.
D.
But I mean, that's a bold split from Alcatsia, considering this zone, keeping 3-1 between Heaven and this one compound. I think they realize that they're going to go ahead and send D some support, as Bestia will find their way into this compound just on the eastern side of Yasnaya. So this is fairly safe police station location to play, at least for the time being, right? We don't know where this these next shifts are going to take us, but that gives them a pretty easy in and out should the things shift away from them.
Looking at X marks the spot on the map, you have multiple pickups coming in. One coming all the way from Wujutu and Zarki, but this one's going to be potentially dangerous, which have had a really solid day overall. They have pushed multiple teams, and not only pushed multiple teams, they found success, especially when they've been getting crashed as well. So still room for them to maybe jump up into the top 9, but realistically, again, this all comes down to those top 5. Who is actually going to clinch this spot? Is Wujutu finally making their way in from Zarki?
Yeah, I think if you told potentially Dangerous coming into today that they are coming into this weekend that they were going to lead with 89 points, perhaps even more, I think you got to be happy with that. It's just crazy the fact that all the way down to 9th place is over 100 points. It just goes to show you how wild this lobby has been. as Slabby will be the first one to drop off. And looks like a few shots maybe being sent over their way from Snakers and the rest of the LG boys, but they may have a spot to play. Yep, he's going to have Gabri going all the way up to Kameshki. The rest of the boys splitting off wide, so they'll have a lot of real estate to play up there. Dot's already on the top of Stalber, and Empire just gonna pass through as Team Liquid. Fortunately, this time for him, they're the ones camping the team on the beach side as Alo will spot out Michael Finna now in a little bit of trouble as Adam's getting spotted by Luke 12 as well. The shot's coming through, but it's not gonna find him as Team Liquid will pick up 1 point here as they begin their climb, their ascent to try to catch Bestia.
They just have to be so careful not to incur any losses early, because that squad as a 4-man can absolutely make the push to get the points they need to qualify. So caution definitely needs to be served there for the side of Team Liquid. Meanwhile, Wujitu finally making their way into the circle all the way from Zarki, but they should be healthy on loot. You see 4 first aids on LFP, you see 3 nades, a couple smokes, you know, some stuns as well as a molly, so they are healthy.
And it looks like the compound that they're going for is free and clear, which is very good news for them. They will get a few shots sent their way by the LG boys and the potentially dangerous guys, but you see that's just kind of off in the distance. Although maybe we should be going for a different spot. I thought that they were going for the shelter compound that we were looking at earlier, but they start playing around a little bit with Slabby's compound. Slabby all by himself over here. He's getting shot at. He's getting shot at by Sam Carismo from way down south, so nothing too dangerous, but Vanna out in the middle of nowhere as we see Gooners. They got pushed off from the place that they wanted to go, and really, that's the first time I think I've ever seen Gooners get pushed off of a compound as they're pushing in with the Panzerfaust in hand. It's gonna miss, but now D is all by himself as the 4-man crash comes through.
A pivotal moment here for Al Qadisiyah. D has to be a hero. He has to hold this off as long as he can, as there's 3 members, the Gooners pushing in strong. He's gonna find the first knock. Is the support gonna be there? No, it's 2.
The rest of Al Qadisiyah has to be there. They have to be on time with this. Roth in a position, but what a spray from Simply Matt will take down Roth from range, and now Al Qadisiyah is in shambles.
Absolutely disgusting response from Simply Matt to just hit that heady just clean as you like. Unbelievable, and Simply Matt is gonna get Roth out of there as well. That's 2 members down for Al Qadisiyah.
The aggressive it was really a 2-1-1 split from Al Qadisiyah that ends up not paying off as the end, as we've been waiting for it. Godspeed. We've been watching Gooners just 4-man send it to a central compound all day long, waiting for it eventually to make an impact, and it could not possibly have made a bigger impact than it did just now on Al Qadisiyah's chances of making the top 4, as they are now down to just 2 playing out of heaven.
And it's so hard to plan for that, right? Because you want to do those splits in order to maintain as much control, especially in Circle 1, as possible. But when there's that threat of a team like Gooners, or even potentially Dangerous, who has been so aggressive and successful in that aggression today, you have to be mindful of it. And unfortunately, it just came back to bite Al Qadisiyah in the butt.
We'll see what they can do with 2 as we check back in with Team Liquid all alone on the northwestern side. The closest to them is Empire, who are starting to creep up onto Stalber. You see dots in the distance. They're holding on to the high ground as well as, oh my goodness, okay, the hard shift up to the northwest. That is great news for Team Liquid as they will hop in vehicles and reposition, try to find something that they like a little bit better. What do you think about this zone?
I'm just glad it's not going to be Yas proper. I mean, for a grand finals, a final game like this, I just want to see terrain and space where teams can work with and not be confined to just single buildings, as Valiant will find a knock on a Shane Doe, immediately traded out though.
Got Joshy trying to make that shot from way downtown, and Hot and Spicy being the front man. Trying to see if he can maybe defend his boy, but it looks like Shane Doe might slowly be bleeding out. No, those are shots actually going over Shane Doe's head into Empire. So this could be a salvageable res for Dots, as we see Sam Crow going to go down in the kill feed. Sharp Shot going to go down as well. So a number of teams running into each other, but that's a point picked up for Bestia, which is right on that cut line, so that's something that we have to be keeping an eye on.
Gooners continuing their drive to madness to just fight a single team that they can find, and it looks like they're gonna run right into Empire as well as Dots. I mean, they're just sending it in. They just sent it right over. No information at all. They heard some of the shots. They have no idea what's going on here, but Finna is gonna find the first, and more cars come flying over the berm as he's gonna get traded out, but it's gonna be Empire finally holding their ground, and now here comes the Dots.
Oh, this is the worst three-way fight here. Hot and Spicy just peeking up over that ridge line to throw a wrench in the plans of Empire, but great work from Valier to slow things down and at least get Gooners down to just bunt. And I believe he might be going for the res. He's gonna spot out Adam through the window, and now Valier can't even push because Dots is coming down the hill. Valier has to hide behind these the crates, try to see if he can maybe find something with the grenade, but it's just not gonna land where it needs to, as the res should come through from bunt onto Simply Matt. Good grenade from Joshi will take down Empire.
And Liquid smelling the points. They are slowly pushing this, trying to, now we're with Dots, but Liquid is looking to get as many points off of this as possible. They know they're not necessarily far behind, but they need the points for the chase to get in a comfortable position, which they are currently not in.
And Dots having to make that quick decision about whether or not to push into the compound because they're getting pushed from behind by potentially dangerous. Hot and Spicy now out on island while Shane Doe and Joshi go for the push. Hot and Spicy will go down to Slabby as Joshi now trying to spot out the two remaining Gooners through the smoke clouds. Bunt coming around the corner with a grenade in hand will let it fly. It's going to do a lot of damage onto Joshi, but will not get the knock. And as you mentioned, Team Liquid just downhill, potentially dangerous, just uphill. All of these teams looking for these points as quickly as they can get them, but Bunt had a read and he saw Team Liquid coming.
I love the aggression from Team Liquid, but yeah, they need to be so cautious. There's no reason to lose any members at this stage of the game. Remember, Boro, we're still in phase 2. We haven't even hit 3 yet, and Slabby is gonna find Shane Doe. This fight refuses to fizzle out as potentially dangerous, as you stated, from the north are now starting to make their push into this compound.
The violence coming early and often once again on Erangel as Simply Matt will hide in the corner. Gabri, I think maybe read the positioning, and it will find Matt, and that's going to be the Gooners going down in 15th place, but they had a big impact on this lobby in this final game, in this entire game match, as potentially dangerous will clean out Dots, but now they're getting third-partied by Sam Carismo, and Team Liquid is still around as well. It is just an all-out brawl for the top of Stalber.
And just to the northwest of this, you see the duo of Alcadesia just trying to make it past the Falcons as Team Liquid is desperately trying to get the points from PD and to take over this point on the map. But so many blue zone grenades are going out. Alo will get the knock. There will be a flash. It will go down again. And my goodness, Purdy, Curdy, and Team Liquid are making this happen.
3 kills now for Liquid. They are 1 point behind Bestia as Gabri holding the line will find the knock but won't get the flush. Alo will trade it back, and that is now Team Liquid and Bestia tied at 128 for that cut line spot. Team Liquid should be able to get their man back on his feet as Sam Carismo has since retreated back to the top of Stalber.
And speaking of Bestia, they're in a really awkward position because they have one member of Wujutsu planted in between their entire team. They're currently trying to rotate towards the east, maybe get some high ground, but I don't know what's going on with Fakeson over there.
Fakeson left behind, and yeah, you see he's just hiding behind a tree, hoping that he doesn't get spot, but wouldn't it be the way that this map has gone for the last 2 games that a snake would come in the midst of a team with so much on the line, working in silence, coming in very slowly out of the blue, holding on to their second place position. They feel comfortable, but they cannot afford to go out with 0 points as we check back in with El Proyecto playing from that Yaz coastline. They spot out Outlaws, the shots coming through, but no knocks coming. As Gizera has been taken low, they have to pause down here just to get the heals off.
And the problem here for El Proyecto is where do they go? They have 4 up, sure, but they don't have any kills yet. They do get a knock there, as I say so, just to shut me up. Thank you, Kraken. But they still have to rotate in. They don't have a clear path, and they're on the outside of the circle being held out by Outlaws and potentially other teams, depending on where they're going to rotate. Yes, they're in first place. Yes, they have 142 points, but working in silence, and Falcons and Bestia are right on their heels and also 4 strong.
Outlaws Toyo, LG all have angles down onto El Proyecto as we see Shinboy and remaining members of God Squad taking that E pickup to the top of Stalber. Looks like Alcacia has managed to get their 2 remaining players up there as well to join Sam Crismo. Working in silence, still coming in slow, but right now, eyes on El Proyecto as they try to fight their way away from the Yasnaya Lake. Curry been left behind by Outlaws to keep an eye out, but he doesn't have an angle as Biel is going to get spotted out by Balefrost. So the God Squad starting to become an issue here as the Working in Silence going to lose 1.
God Squad is currently only operating as a duo, and so they can still do a considerable amount of damage to these teams that are in the hunt, as Working in Silence is absolutely one of those teams. And the problem for Working in Silence now is they are pinched between the duo of God Squad and Liquid, where Luke 12 and Alo are actively looking for them to hold them out.
This is the point we have reached in the final game of this PAS Grand Finals. It is literally King of the Mountain. Who will come out on top of Stalber and who will come out on top of this leaderboard as Outlaws try to avoid the sights of El Proyecto, still 4 alive. But El Proyecto, they've got to make their way inside the zones. The Kraken tries for the spray. He's not going to find anything. He's going to get knocked by Gerways as 9-1 flips it. And now Outlaws, they've got El Proyecto breathing down their necks.
Yeah, but El Proyecto is not going to give up without a fight, and sure enough, the dancing bought just enough time for the rest of El Proyecto to start to strike. Haven will find one, Gizera will find a second knock, and now Outlaws are the ones on the back foot as El Proyecto are pushing forward, reckless abandon. They just want to get these points and get the res, and even then they will recover Kraken.
These players for El Proyecto are not the same players that you can remember from last year. They smell blood in the water and they will push. They know they can beat you in a fight and they will get all 4 back on their feet as we cut now to Falcons taking the fight to Toyo. Capitan has that low angle. Meanwhile, Pippa on the cliffs, playing around the rocks. H-Win peeking up over the top. No shots coming through yet. He's going to spot out Emmy, but he does not know that Pippa is right on his heels.
And Team Liquid is just waiting for this fight to kick off. They have a nice widespread on the north side, and they don't have to do anything. They can just wait for Falcons and Toyo to really get into the mix before they start to add to it, as Tiggleton is going to knock Luke. He's actually going to find the knock onto Team Liquid.
These are beautiful grenades from Pippa, landing right on top of H-Win and almost getting, there it is, perfectly cooked and seasoned as Pippa will take down the IGL from Falcons. Luke has not been flushed out. It looks like he's getting back on his feet, so Team Liquid should be back up to full strength here shortly. There he is. They're going to actually turn their attention back over towards the north, deciding that they don't want to third party this fight as they just got knocked by the Falcons. I don't think that's the one you want to take if you're trying to make it into the top spot.
Yeah, catching a double headshot immediately would dissuade, I think, almost any player. Is there going to back off, but Kickstart is just on one today. He is almost unstoppable, and now Tiggleton will go down. Shrimsy and Kick have been just doing so much work as he'll find yet another one. Pippa will go down. Unbelievable. The Falcons as a duo will clean up Toyo, but now here comes Team Liquid.
And Team Liquid sees the kill feed. They know that Falcons is injured. They know that they're down to 2. And so does LG, as LG is starting to creep up here from the south side. Tiggleton too far away to get back on his feet. You can see Kickstart is expecting this. He is anticipating the push from Liquid. And Shrimsy is bleeding out, but Sparking will get the point as he flushes out Tiggleton. And now here comes the utility. The grenades from Liquid, the storied grenades from this squad will find Kickstart. Do they spot out Shrimsy in the blue as well?
And every single point that they are getting is putting more and more pressure onto Bestia. They are now at 5 kills this game, still 4 members alive, and realistically, most of their members have not been knocked once, except for the one, which I believe was Luke 12.
Yes.
So they're very, very healthy, and it's just down to Shrimsy. Falcons at least have cemented themselves in the top 4.
Shrimsy just jiggle peeking this ridge line. Doesn't want to give it over for free, but he also doesn't want to deny, so respect to him for that, as he will make his way into the blue. He thinks that Falcons might still have a shot for first place, as, oh, you see in the kill feed, Silzen going down to Shinboy, and now Vinny as well. The duo from God Squad are now striking on to Bestia, as Bestia will get the knock on a Fakeson.
And their whole tournament life is right here on the line. Qualification for PGS. Oh my goodness, 7 and 8. It's literally down to the sandwich. It's just DraftKings. He has to be an absolute hero. He has to go mega if he wants any chance of Bestia making it to the next 2 majors.
The solo for Bestia and the solo player for Team Falcons that could potentially throw a wrench into LG or Liquid. DraftKings will pop up. He's going to spot out Shinboy, and that will get the flush. That's going to be another point over to Bestia, but he's still 1 point shy of Team Liquid as the grenades are coming through from Balefrost, but it's not going to be enough to get the knock. DraftKings still alive, still keeping him in it, as Working in Silence will spot out Purdy Curdy. Team Liquid now down to 2.
They're just down to 2, and they're a 1 point ahead of Bestia, and they're still alive. So as much as it sucks for Kurt, the best play here is to do what they're doing. Just get out, keep a duo at least, but they're going to run right into El Proyecto.
Oh, he's going to stop on the plateau, but the shot's coming in from range. That's actually LG from long down. Bizzler will get the knock into Alo, but won't be able to get the flush from way away. So that should be Team Liquid safe for the time being. Meanwhile, DraftKings still hiding in his cliffside location. One of God Squad has been taken down. Balefrost is in the blue. Cowboy and Rello from Alcudia will combine to take down DNL from Sam Crismo, as Alcudia still not out of it.
And the problem here for Liquid is they're now one of the only teams in the circle, but DraftKings will get another one.
DraftKings not going down without a fight, and he's keeping his team in it, and now we're into the placement points as well, as DraftKings has the high ground. Sneak attack on the low side for Wushu 2. He knows that there's somebody above him. LFP is keeping eyes on the low ground as well. Lopez will spot out Rello, so Alcudia now down to just Cowboy, as Cowboy will try to take the trade, and he will. He'll now call in Nick for the backup, and that will do it. Alcudia going out in 8th place.
Just absolute chaos, and at least for Sam Crismo, they will be able to get up Lopes. But I'm just looking at DraftKings. I'm looking at Team Liquid. They are tied neck and neck. 1 player for Bestia, 2 for Team Liquid. And Liquid is the only team of them inside the circle. In fact, they're healthy and they're making a push. They're going for the east side.
DraftKings has to move. Sparking will get the knock in the flush. That's another point for Team Liquid as they now pull themselves back into 4th place. It is back and forth. It is all the way to the end. DraftKings now has to move. He's got the blue on his back. Sneak attack looking behind him. DraftKings has that high ground, so he could potentially make it into this next zone if he goes unspotted. Sparking and Team Liquid, though, they don't want to leave their fate into another team's hands. They want to take the fight to whoever they can to get as many points as they can, as El Proyecto has now joined the party.
El Proyecto now coming in underneath Team Liquid, and they desperately need to find DraftKings as fast as possible, but he's gonna strike again. And so now it's just down to Lopes. He's gonna get another point and steal that spot back.
Back and forth and back and forth. Team Liquid and Bestia trading spots. DraftKings spots out Lopez. The smokes will bloom, though, as now Liquid, they're charging up the hill. They know who it is. DraftKings hears the footsteps. He spots Sparky. He gets the knock. Alo's going to follow it up. The trade comes down. DraftKings takes down Liquid and secures Bestia's spot in the international competition.
DraftKings with one of the most phenomenal solo performances to save his team and keep them in that top 4. That is unreal, but the battle is not over. We still have the fight for first place. Working in Silence, 3 alive, 135 points. El Proyecto, 4 members alive, 148 points. This is just insanity.
Have you ever seen a better solo performance than what was just delivered by DraftKings under more intense circumstances? Unreal from the fragger for Bestia, as he's now turning his attention over to Lopes, as we see LG and Working in Silence scrapping it out in the zone as well. DraftKings get inside. Oh, he's got Lopez down to no HP, as we see he's gonna try to go for the heal. No, gonna go for the pick. Another one. Why not, DraftKings? It is your day.
Unbelievable play. He can quit at any time, but he continues what's left of LG, and now Working in Silence is just down to Souls.
And DraftKings has now secured second place for Bestia overall. So not only will they go to PGS, they will also collect more PGC points and more cash in their pocket. As Souls trying to survive the onslaught hill from El Proyecto, Haven has the high ground, should be able to get it. Gizera will be the one that does the honors as Gizera and the rest of El Proyecto complete just put a bow on what has been a unbelievable weekend for this squad. They are setting up for a beautiful performance at International, but DraftKings not done yet. Why not?
He's not gonna find more. No, he won't. He'll finally be shut down. The raid boss of DraftKings, the savior of Bestia. What an absolutely unreal performance. That is craziness. And El Proyecto, to your point, has just proven that they have come this season. They have come this year to play. It's just down to one final member, and it's gonna be one member of Wuju 2. Unbelievable performances all around. Sneak attack now has to just deal with the harassment coming out from the rest of El Proyecto.
Rest easy, King. Your job is done, and you put forth some great effort. Sneak attack, though. Mr. Twire trying to make a fight of it, but El Proyecto will secure the final win of these grand finals and secure themselves a nice little stack of PGC points and a nice little stack of cash. But Godspeed. I don't even know what to say. That is probably one of the most unbelievable individual performances that we have seen in forever. And that is going to do it. Our winner for PAS 5 is El Proyecto.
What a performance, what a tournament, what a finish. This has been absolute perfection inside and out. And what a way to close it out for myself and Poro. That's going to be it for us, but we still have to talk to our phenomenal analysts to close out this grand finals.
El Proyecto, I can't say it better than Poro did, and they announced that win with a severe showing throughout this entire event. And while that was an exciting race to see them as our grand final winners, what really came down was the end of this match. Team Liquid versus Bestia, head to head, point to point, moment to moment at the top of Stalber, and ultimately the King of the Hill truly was the name of the match because the high ground for DraftKings was just too powerful. Liquid made the right choice, but at the end of the day, the right choice at the wrong time is still the wrong decision as they end up finding themselves not going to PGS. That was a heartbreaker, Cameron.
Yeah, I'm honestly speechless of how close this entire day has been, how the ending has been. El Proyecto came out swinging, ended up winning this entire tournament with not just a win on the very final game, but a really large gap to boot, like a dominant showing overall, which is building off of what they were able to do, what they were to develop last year. But yeah, looking towards the PGS qualification overall, this was so tight, so close. It was like 1 or 2 points.
All right, let's pull the overall leaderboard so we can look at that. Worship to Proyecto. You guys deserve it. This was Luna Galaxy, becomes Proyecto, adds Gazera, becomes Kings with 164 points. Unarguable. Loved watching them last year. Can't wait to see what they do this year. Let's get to the crazy, though. Working in Silence and Bestia. Bestia is not a team that I thought would go the distance on this one. I'm going to be honest with you, Gibson. They are just put together. They don't even, like, their shot, IGL doesn't live in the same language, and yet they found a way to communicate and create a team that works. And watching DraftKings secure that win at the end was beautiful. I can't take anything away from them.
Oh, I'm actually spent. Like, the way my emotions rolled in that game back and forth between Liquid playing and then DraftKings making that play, like, my heart is broken. Second best team in the world, and now you're not going. And then at the same time, I'm elated because DraftKings will never get a kill in his career that will feel that way. The way he must have, like, their comms, I guarantee you, every single headset and mic is broken with the screams that they would have made when he did that. It is actually insane, and we are in a new dawn, guys. So is it the first time we've ever had a South American team win in these regionals. And not only that, the only North American team that are going internationally are Falcons, who, yes, would have qualified on placements, but they also got the GPT spot. This is an insane shift in the power in North America.
All right, so you brought up the hype. I want to go ahead and check this out because this guy deserves another look. DraftKings earned this spot for Bestia. Let's look back at exactly how he did it. He's in this fight. He goes ahead and gets the flush. He's going 1v1. Sam Charisma goes in the opposite direction. He turns. He gets the look down. He gets the first knock. And Liquid made the right choices. They tried to go, but they didn't have the double peek. They thought they had the time because he was facing off against San Charisma, but it was not to be. He heard those footsteps and was just confident enough to hold that position. There's no better way to do it, and honestly, there's no better feeling on a qualifying like that, Cameron. Though my heart goes out to the Liquid guys. I think you said it best, Gibson. From number 2 in the world to not attending, the roster didn't change. The same 4 players, and you know they came in today thinking just like we did. We got this.
Yeah. I mean, the hard part about, I think Liquid played that final round very well. I think the approach is correct, but you can just see, and this isn't unique or new to this particular PAS. Look at any last round of any event. All the teams, especially the ones that are out of contention, they play different. The amount of teams that just center crashed the compound up the hill that Liquid eventually ended up taking, like so many lives went out early, so many points got scattered earlier than usual. So that's what makes it really hard and really unfortunate for teams like Liquid that leave it up to the final game to try and make that final send, because you're not going to be given the same opportunities, the same options for the early game or mid game kill points. And I think if that round put the circles in the exact same place was earlier on, even today or earlier on in the tournament, they could have gotten more points out of that. And so that again was sort of like the worry that we all had for Liquid trying to overcome the deficit that they did. But Bestia, man, DraftKings, backs against the wall, and Bestia was a team that so often failed to make it over the line. How many times have we seen Bestia, also known as Piyumba, this roster previously, be just below the cutoff, just barely miss out on qualifying?
Take a look at this leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen, because in a second, we're going to juxtapose it with where we started the day and the teams that we thought were really in this hunt. So right now, going to PGS, Proyecto is your winners, Working in Silence, and Bestia. When we go to here, it started the day looking pretty good. The 3 teams going were all in the hunt. Team Liquid, though, is really the story here, as they just let it slip through their grasp. And I think once again, it is that story of it's so hard to play in front. But before we focus on that, also a quick mention, Falcon started at 69, did manage to get the natural qualification up there in the top 4, so that's pretty cool to see. But the grind by Bestia versus the slide from Liquid, I think, is really what it's kind of all about here at the end of the day, Gibson.
Yeah, Liquid, we thought they were in prime position. At the start of the day, I had them picked to win the whole event, but you've got to give all the teams below them so much credit. Like, that is I think the most intense final day we've ever had in the Americas. Like, there was so much chopping and changing, and like El Proyecto, what a moment of this for them. You know, so often qualifying for events on the final day. This time around, on the final day, they win PAS. Like, what a moment that must be for them. Like, we've nearly glossed over how good El Proyecto have been, just based on the emotions of what those kills would have been like for DraftKings to secure that international spot. Like, you've got 2 South American teams dancing, and look at that cutoff, 138 points.
Very, very high. I will say this for El Proyecto. They are an excellent team. In fact, I remember seeing them at PGC where they were sort of struggling in the grand final, and their attitude was always positive. They said, that's fine. We are a roster that is going to try to carry this thing out. We've got a good core. We just want to learn. If we finish in 12 here, it doesn't matter, because next year is going to be a big year for us. That was their mental the whole time last year as they built up, got comfortable with this roster. To see them do this at the start of PAS, very exciting. Also, like you said, the fact that 3 of the teams are coming out of the LATAM region is incredibly powerful, which means we may not even be able to get ourselves an interview at the end of this thing, but we can show you the PGC point totals. Who walks away with what at the end of this disco? Let's go ahead. I'll turn over to you, Cameron, to kind of walk me through who gets what and what that means.
I mean, it's same leaderboard, top to bottom, El Proyecto at the front, and that's a big jump from second to first. So 200 points come out on top, but I don't quite remember off the back of my hand how the points scale. They do scale. The points do scale, but that doesn't mean that this still isn't a really, really good start to all of these teams. Well, the teams at the top there here, PlayerUnknown, Bestia, Working in Silence, particularly, can really build off of this. And in fact, it's third to fourth that the second really major jump occurs. Well, that's not true. It's all pretty linear down. But my point still stands. Like 200 for El Proyecto. That's a great start to the year.
It is. Now, here's a big one for me, Gibson, is Bestia, they were battling for the 4th place position, right? This idea of like advancing. They jumped to second. That is a very distinct difference in those PGC points, right? They were battling for 65 until about 6 minutes before DraftKings decided to become an absolute Chad, right? And now they're at 120. And how many teams have we seen qualify for PGC out of PAS with less than that differential? So this could be setting them up for not only the start of PGS, but an insane year.
The points that he got at the end of that game by himself is basically more points that you get than you get from going 4th to 2nd than you get from like 6th up. Like he got more points than 6th total got by himself with those few kills at the very end. Like it is insane. Again, as I said, I don't know how his hand was able to control his mouse at the end with the shaking that must have been happening. But for them, they have just taken one major leap towards PGC, and with, you know, their extra spot kind of being there, it really helps.
I cannot wait to speak with them and get their sort of take on what their expectations were when they started this event, because I will be curious to see how they sort of trained and built to where their distance was going. To start this strong is unexpected, but exciting. And that's what I'm excited about coming out of the LATAM region, is how much power they brought. Devastated for some of the Americas guys, partly because, you know, we've lived and worked with them for so long. It hurts to see them fall, but I love seeing new teams, bigger names, big plays. It was huge. All right, guys, that's all the time that we have for today. We don't have an interview for you. Honestly, I think a lot of these teams were so shook up by how the end of this went. Stalber, who expects that they're all still in recovery right now. But we do have final thoughts. So I'm going to start out with you, Gibson. Give me your final thoughts on PAS or looking forward to PGS. Anything you got, lay it on me.
The South American Revolution, the increase and improvement in performance in the last 18 months by these teams is nothing to be, to be laughed at. They have made huge strides, huge jumps. The real question now is, can they bring that internationally? It's always been the question over those South American teams. I love the region. I love the passion in every esport that South Americans have. I want to see these players bring that energy, because they are now the best the Americas have to offer, and I hope they carry that mantle and do us proud.
Beautiful. Cameron, final thoughts?
About time to start learning Portuguese, baby. That's all I got to say.
Ain't that the truth?
And Argentinian.
And Argentinian. Well, I'll tell you what, this is the crazy part for me, is when we started, I thought to myself, Latin America is spreading their talent too thin. There were some really good players. They've been kind of diffused out to these different units, but those units are working, which tells me that the talent there is bananas, and what these teams need is just to find the right synergies. And if that's the case, then I think more and more really good teams are going to keep pouring out of this region as they sort of lock into who are my best teammates going forward. So absolutely loved watching it. What a crazy day to finish on Stalber, to have such crazy matches. This is why we love PUBG, and we love all of you for spending your weekend with us. PAS is over, we've got a champion, and we love all of you for being here with us through the entire journey. So on behalf of myself, production, particularly Mr. Kaplan instead of Sam, as well as all of our broadcast team here, Gibson, Cameron Davis, myself, Porosaurus, Godspeed, and Matchroom, thank you so much for spending your evening with us. And until we see you next time, play more PUBG.